cramped apartment in the lower districts of Neo-Kolkata smelled perpetually of rust, cheap incense, and stale iron. It was the scent of a dying martial artist. Surya sat by the single dusty window, a threadbare blanket draped over his shoulders. His breathing was a ragged, whistling sound, each inhale a battle against the shattered meridians in his chest. Outside, the neon glare of the city's upper sectors bled through the perpetual smog, a mocking reminder of the life he had once lived. He was 39, but he looked closer to 60. His hair was streaked with dull grey, and his once broad shoulders were hunched from chronic pain. 10 years ago, he was a Grand Master, a title that commanded respect across the continent. Now, he was a cripple, his cultivation forcibly shattered and regressed to the absolute rock bottom, body refinement stage 1. A stiff breeze could knock him over. The metallic click of the front door unlocking broke his reverie. Aryan stepped in. He was tall, inheriting Surya's frame, but too thin. His knuckles were bruised purple, and a faint smear of dried blood clung to his jawline. He was 17, just a day away from his 18th birthday. "You're home late," Surya said, his voice a gravelly rasp. He didn't mention the blood. Aryan hated it when he mentioned the blood. "Extra shifts at the forge, Dad," Aryan replied, keeping his face turned away as he took off his worn boots. "And some sparring practice." Surya closed his eyes. Sparring. A polite word for being a punching bag for the wealthy scions at Silver Leaf High. Aryan was once a prodigy, reaching body refinement stage 3 at the age of 12. But then, he stopped. No matter how much he trained, no matter how much cheap chi-gathering liquid he drank, his body absorbed the energy like a bottomless abyss, yielding nothing. He had become the school's favorite joke, the fallen genius. "I saved some rice and boiled bok choy," Surya said gently. "Eat, then rest." "I need to meditate first," Aryan said, his voice tight with an exhaustion that went deeper than muscle. "I can feel a breakthrough. I know I can." Surya watched his son walk into his tiny bedroom, the door clicking shut. The father gripped the armrests of his chair until his knuckles turned white, a suffocating wave of helplessness washing over him. He was a father who couldn't protect his son, a martial artist who couldn't throw a punch. Chapter 2, The Abyss Within. Inside his room, Aryan sat cross-legged on a worn meditation mat. He closed his eyes and began to cycle his breathing, trying to draw the sparse ambient chi of the lower district into his body. The process was agonizingly familiar. He could feel the spiritual energy entering his pores, a cool, refreshing sensation that flowed toward his danshan. But the moment the energy settled, a strange, terrifying heat flared in his blood. It was like a dormant beast opening its maw. The mysterious heat devoured the gathered chi instantly, leaving his danshan bone dry. Aryan gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Again. He forced his battered body to draw in more energy. The beast in his blood swallowed it whole. He remembered the sneers of Vance, the heir of the local medicinal guild, earlier that afternoon. "Still at stage 3, Aryan? My golden retriever broke through to stage 4 yesterday. Maybe I should have him tutor you." The laughter of his classmates had burned worse than the punches. Aryan didn't care about the pride. He cared about the medical bills. His father's lungs were deteriorating. A Grand Master without chi to sustain their altered body aged twice as fast. Aryan needed to reach the Foundation establishment realm to qualify for the Hunters Guild, where he could earn enough to buy a meridian healing pill. "Just a little more," Aryan whispered to the empty room, his body trembling as he forced another cycle. The bloodline greedily drank his effort, offering absolutely nothing in return. Chapter 3, The Eve of Adulthood. The next evening, rain lashed against the apartment window. It was exactly 11:45 p.m. Surya placed a small, slightly lopsided cupcake on the rickety dining table. He carefully pressed a single cheap wax candle into the center. It was all he could afford from his meager pension. Arian emerged from his room, toweling off sweat. His eyes were red-rimmed, carrying the heavy shadow of another failed meditation session. But when he saw the table, his rigid posture softened. "Happy early birthday, son," Surya smiled, though it didn't quite reach his weary eyes. 18. A man groaned. Arian sat down, staring at the flickering flame. "Thanks, Dad. You shouldn't have spent your medicine money on this. It's just sugar and flour, Arian. Let a father celebrate." Surya reached across the table, placing a calloused hand over Arian's bruised knuckles. "I know it's hard. The cultivation, the school. I'll figure it out," Arian interrupted, his tone suddenly fierce. "I just need to crack whatever is blocking my danshan. Once I do, I'll get into the guild. I'll get you a doctor. We won't live in this rot anymore." Surya's heart ached. The blockage in Arian's body wasn't a defect, it was a bloodline seal. Surya knew this because he knew Arian's mother. He knew the terrifying, heaven-defying lineage she came from, a family that viewed Earth as a speck of dust. The seal was supposed to protect Arian from being detected by them, but it required massive amounts of high-grade energy to finally awaken. Energy Surya could no longer provide. "Arian," Surya said softly. "Promise me you won't do anything reckless. Your life is more important than my pride, or my health." Arian looked away, staring at the clock on the wall. The second hand ticked closer to midnight. 11:58, 11:59. "I'll make a wish," Arian muttered, leaning forward. Chapter 4, The Midnight Awakening Tick. Midnight. As Arian blew out the candle, the shadows in the room seemed to flicker. For Arian, it was just a dark room and the smell of extinguished smoke. But for Surya, the world abruptly stopped. A mechanical, ethereal voice echoed directly inside Surya's mind, drowning out the sound of the rain. Ding! Target! Arian has reached the age of maturity, 18. Bloodline seal destabilizing. Conditions met. The boundless father system has bound to host, Surya. Surya stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. He glanced at Arian, who was quietly cutting the cupcake in half, completely oblivious. System initialization complete. Host status, crippled. Primary directive, protect the bloodline heir. Guide the heir to the apex. Core mechanic, the host's cultivation base will be permanently synchronized to exactly two major realms above the heir's current realm. No manual cultivation required. Scanning heir's cultivation, body refinement realm, stage 3. Calculating host's cultivation, foundation establishment realm, stage 3. Commencing overwrite. Surya barely had time to comprehend the floating blue text before a sensation he hadn't felt in a decade violently erupted inside him. It wasn't external chi entering him, it was as if the universe itself was rewriting the physical laws of his body. His shattered, agonizingly painful meridians, the ones that had kept him awake coughing blood for 10 years, began to knit together at an impossible speed. He bit his tongue hard to keep from screaming. He couldn't let Arian see. He gripped the edge of the table, the old wood groaning under his suddenly terrifying grip strength. Chapter 5, The Realms of Power. Surya excused himself quickly, claiming a sudden bout of fatigue, and locked himself in the cramped bathroom. He turned on the sink, letting the water run to mask any sound, and gripped the edges of the porcelain basin. He looked in the cracked mirror. The dull grey in his hair was receding, replaced by a deep, healthy black. The sallow, sunken skin of his cheeks filled out. The chronic ache in his spine vanished, replaced by a thrumming, vibrating power that felt like a localized thunderstorm inside his stomach. Host has been restored to Foundation Establishment Realm, Stage 3. Surya breathed in. A pure, dense liquid chi circulated through his newly forged meridians. He wasn't a Grand Master again, no, but the sheer impossibility of what had just occurred left him staggering. To understand his new place in the world, his mind drifted to the orthodox path of cultivation that governed their world. Earth's cultivation hierarchy. 1. Body refinement realm, stages 1 to 9, tempering flesh, bone, and organs. A mortal pushing physical limits. Aryan is at stage 3. 2. Chi gathering realm, stages 1 to 9, sensing the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into the danshan as a gaseous mist. 3. Foundation establishment realm, stages 1 to 9, the gaseous chi compresses into liquid drops. Lifespan increases to 200 years. The true beginning of a martial artist. Surya's new current level. 4. Core formation realm, stages 1 to 9, liquid chi solidifies into a golden core. One can fly without external aid and project chi as weapons. 5. Martial master realm, stages 1 to 9, the core refines. One can communicate via telepathy and destroy small mountains. 6. Grand Master realm, stages 1 to 9, Surya's old peak. Connection with the laws of nature. A ruler of nations. Stared at his hands. Foundation establishment. In Neo-Kolkata, a foundation establishment expert was a wealthy elite, a guild. Surya elder, someone who could walk through the upper districts with their head held high. And according to the system, if Aryan broke through to stage 4, Surya would instantly become foundation establishment stage 4. 2 major realms, Surya whispered, the reality crashing down on him. I just have to help my son grow. Chapter 6, The Mask of the Cripple. The next morning, the rain had stopped, leaving the smoggy air feeling heavy and humid. Surya woke up before dawn. For the first time in a decade, he didn't cough up dark phlegm. His body felt light, practically floating. He could hear the scuttling of a cockroach 3 apartments down. His senses had returned. He immediately realized a problem. If he walked out of his room looking youthful, glowing with liquid chi, the authorities and his old enemies would notice. Worse, the cosmic family of his wife might sense the sudden spike in energy. He closed his eyes and used a basic, old chi manipulation technique. He suppressed his aura entirely, drawing the liquid chi deep into his marrow. He slouched his shoulders, forced his breathing to sound shallow, and deliberately messed up his hair to maintain his sickly appearance. Aryan walked into the kitchen, dressed in his faded school uniform. He looked at Surya, his brow furrowing. You look different today, Dad. Your color is better. The cupcakes must be a miracle cure, Surya offered a weak, croaking laugh, intentionally inducing a small cough. Have a good day at school. Don't fight Van Sif. You can avoid it. I won't start anything, Aryan promised, though his jaw was set with stubborn pride. He grabbed his bag and headed out the door. Surya watched him go, his slouched posture instantly snapping straight. His eyes, usually dull, sharpened into the gaze of an apex predator. System, Surya said aloud to the empty apartment. How do I break the bloodline seal blocking his cultivation? Ding! The air requires high-purity spiritual energy. Low-grade ambient chi is insufficient. A flawless grade chi gathering pill will break the stage 3 bottleneck. Surya nodded. A flawless pill. Those cost a fortune. But a foundation establishment expert could refine a cheap, trash pill into a flawless one by expending their own liquid chi. It was time to visit the market. Chapter 7, The Black Tortoise. Slums. The Black Tortoise Market wasn't a place For the wealthy. It was a sprawling, chaotic bazaar of tarps and rusted shipping containers where scavengers sold herbs harvested from the irradiated zones outside the city walls. Surya walked through the crowded alleys, a dark hood pulled over his head. The stench of rotting beast meat and cheap sulfur incense was overwhelming. Vendors yelled out prices for cracked beast cores and wilted spirit grass. He stopped at a stall run by a hunched, one-eyed old man. On a dirty cloth lay a row of dark, foul-smelling pellets. Scrap-grade chi-gathering pills, the old man rasped. 50 credits each. Good for feeding spirit hounds, or desperate body refinement kids. These pills were filled with impurities. Eating one would give a tiny burst of chi, but leave toxic residue in the meridians, eventually ruining a cultivator's future. It was exactly what poor kids like Aryan resorted to. Surya placed a crumpled 50-credit note, his grocery money for the week, on the cloth. He picked up one of the foul pellets. Pleasure doing business, the old man cackled. Surya walked away, ducking into a secluded, damp alleyway between two abandoned buildings. He held the toxic, black pill between his thumb and forefinger. Chapter 8, The Silent Benefactor. Taking a deep breath, Surya tapped into his restored danshan. A drop of pure, silver liquid chi surged from his core, traveling up his arm and into his fingertips. He channeled his foundation establishment aura into the pill. The reaction was instantaneous. Hiss! Black smoke poured out of the pellet, smelling of burnt tar. The impurities, accumulated from cheap processing, were literally incinerated by the absolute purity of Surya's high-level chi. For 10 minutes, Surya stood in the shadows, carefully acting as a human furnace. A mortal couldn't do this. It required the microscopic control of someone who had once been a grand master. When the smoke cleared, the pill in his hand was no longer a foul black lump. It was a smooth, translucent pale blue sphere, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance that made the surrounding damp air feel fresh. A flawless chi-gathering pill. On the upper district auction blocks, this would sell for tens of thousands of credits. Now, Surya murmured, slipping the pill into a small, unmarked wooden box he had brought with him. How do I give this to him without him asking questions? He couldn't just hand it to Aryan. Aryan was smart. He would ask where the money came from, suspect Surya of dealing with criminals, or worse, refuse it out of guilt. Surya needed a proxy. He needed a ghost. Chapter 9, The Ghost of the Past. That evening, Aryan stayed late at the school's public training grounds. The rain had started again, washing away the sweat from his bare torso as he relentlessly struck a wooden dummy. Thwack! Thwack! Crack! His knuckles bled again. Stage 3. Still trapped. He felt the beast in his blood mocking his efforts. He slumped against the wooden post, panting heavily. As he reached for his towel draped over a nearby bench, he froze. Sitting precisely on top of his towel was a small, plain wooden box. Aryan looked around. The training grounds were completely empty, lit only by flickering sodium lamps. There were no footsteps, no retreating figures. Just the rhythmic sound of the rain. Cautiously, he opened the box. A wave of pure, sweet energy washed over his face, instantly soothing the fatigue in his muscles. Aryan's eyes went wide. He recognized the pale blue glow from textbooks. A flawless chi-gathering pill. Beneath the pill was a small, torn piece of parchment. Written in elegant, sharp calligraphy were a few words: a dormant dragon should not eat mud. Break the chains. An old friend of your mother. Aryan's breath hitched. His mother. His father never spoke of her, only that she had left when he was a baby. He looked around the empty courtyard again, his heart hammering against his ribs. Someone was watching him. Someone powerful enough to bypass the school's security silently. Chapter 10, The first chain breaks. Arian didn't hesitate. If this was poison, he was dead anyway. If it was a trick, he had nothing left to lose. He sat in the lotus position right there in the rain and swallowed the pill. Unlike the agonizing heat he usually experienced, the flawless pill dissolved into a torrent of cool, pristine energy. It rushed into his meridians like a raging river. The dormant beast in his bloodline immediately surged forward to devour it. But this time, the energy was too pure, too dense. The beast swallowed it, shuddered, and then for the first time in Arian's life it seemed to fall asleep, satisfied. With the bloodline momentarily satiated, the remaining pure chi flooded Arian's dry danshan. Crack! A sound like breaking glass echoed within his body. The invisible wall that had kept him trapped at stage 3 for 5 years shattered instantly. His muscles expanded slightly, shedding a layer of grey, foul-smelling sweat as his body expelled its own impurities. He opened his eyes. They flashed with a faint, terrifying golden light before returning to their normal brown. Body refinement stage 4. He had broken through. Miles away, sitting in his dark apartment, Surya was sipping a cup of hot water. Suddenly, a profound tremor went through his body. Ding! Target Arian has advanced to body refinement stage 4. Synchronizing host, host advanced to foundation establishment stage 4. Surya felt a new drop of liquid chi condense in his danshan, his physical strength doubling in a fraction of a second. A slow, genuine smile spread across his scarred face in the dark. Step 1, Surya whispered to the shadows. We're coming for you, Ilara. Just wait for us. Chapter 11, The Scent of Progress. Arian woke up to the smell of rotting leaves and dried sweat. It took him a moment to realize the stench was coming from his own skin. He lay on his thin mattress, blinking at the cracked ceiling. A thick, dark grime coated his arms and chest, the impurities his body had violently expelled during his breakthrough to stage 4. But beneath the grime, he felt entirely different. The chronic, dull ache that had lived in his joints for 5 years was gone. His limbs felt incredibly light, as if gravity's hold on him had loosened. He clenched his fist. The muscles responded with a crisp, snapping tension he hadn't felt since he was 12. He quietly slipped out of his room and into the cramped bathroom, turning on the cold shower. As the freezing water washed the dark sludge down the drain, Arian stared at his reflection. His jawline seemed slightly sharper, his eyes clearer. The old friend of his mother. Who were they? Why now? In the kitchen, Surya was already awake, carefully stirring a pot of cheap oatmeal. He heard the shower running and smiled into the steam rising from the stove. His own body felt vibrant, thrumming with the quiet power of foundation establishment stage 4. When Arian emerged, wearing a fresh uniform, Surya didn't miss the subtle shift in his son's gait. The heavy, defeated shuffle was gone, replaced by a grounded, balanced stride. You look rested, Surya said mildly, handing Arian a bowl. I slept well, Arian replied, keeping his voice even. He took a bite of the bland oatmeal. He wanted to tell his father everything about the pill, the mysterious note, the breakthrough, but he hesitated. His father worried enough. Telling him a ghost was leaving high-tier contraband in his path would only cause panic. Dad, I think I'm making progress. With my meditation. Patience is the greatest cultivation technique, Surya replied softly, hiding his amusement behind a sip of hot water. Eat up. You don't want to be late. Chapter 12, The Silver Leaf Hierarchy. Silver Leaf High was a stark contrast to the lower districts. Located in the middle sector of Neo-Kolkata, its campus was flanked by manicured spirit grass lawns and polished marble pillars. Students arrived in sleek, hover sedans, their uniforms tailored and their skin glowing from expensive herbal baths. Arian walked through the iron gates, his worn shoes scuffing the pristine pathways. Usually, he kept his head down to avoid drawing attention. Today, he walked with his back straight. Well, well. If it isn't the black tortoise trash. Arian didn't need to turn around to recognize the voice. Vance stood by the entrance to the main combat hall, flanked by his usual sycophants. Vance was broad-shouldered, fueled by premium beast meat and private tutors, resting comfortably at Body Refinement Stage 5. Move, Vance. I have theoretical exams today, Arian said, his tone flat. Vance stepped into Arian's path, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Exams? Why bother? The only thing you're theorizing about is how to clean the floors of the Hunters Guild. I heard your dad was coughing blood again at the market. Need a loan for a funeral. The sycophants laughed. Usually, Arian would grit his teeth, absorb the insult, and walk around him. The disparity in their strength made fighting back a death sentence. But today, the insult about his father made the newly awakened chi in his meridians flare hot. Arian didn't step aside. He looked Vance dead in the eye. Chapter 13, A Shift in the Wind. Vance's smirk faded, replaced by irritation. The fallen genius was supposed to look at the ground. Are you deaf? I said. Vance reached out, his hand moving like a striking snake, aiming to grab Arian by the collar and shove him into the lockers. It was a casual display of stage 5 speed, meant to humiliate. Arian's eyes tracked the movement perfectly. He didn't think, his body just reacted. Smack! Arian's hand shot up and caught Vance's wrist mid-air. The collision of bone and muscle echoed sharply in the hallway. The laughter of the surrounding students died instantly. Vance tried to yank his arm back, but Arian's grip was like an iron vice. The sheer physical power of Stage 4, unhindered by the bloodline seal, was completely different from the frail Stage 3 Vance was used to pushing around. Don't talk about my father, Arian said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Vance's face flushed red with exertion and embarrassment. He channeled his chi, preparing to strike with his free hand. But before he could, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Enough! Hallway brawling? Have you no discipline? Instructor Lin, a strict, middle-aged man in the Chi gathering realm, marched down the corridor. Arian immediately released Vance's wrist and took a step back. Vance stumbled slightly, rubbing his wrist, looking at Arian with a mix of shock and pure venom. Both of you. Principal's office. Now, Lin barked. Chapter 14, The Price of Pride. The principal's office smelled of expensive mahogany and imported tea. Principal Vance Sr., the uncle of Arian's bully, sat behind a massive desk, his face a mask of bureaucratic indifference. Unprovoked aggression against a fellow student, the principal read from a datapad, sighing theatrically. Arian, your academic scores are the only thing keeping you in this school. But your physical stagnation and now this outburst are testing my patience. He insulted my family, and he struck first, Arian said firmly, standing tall. Instructor Lin can check the security crystal. The crystal angles are notoriously spotty in that corridor, the principal dismissed with a wave of his hand. Vance stood in the corner, smirking victoriously. Given Vance's standing as a prospective guild candidate, and your lack thereof, the school must protect its assets. I am issuing a formal suspension. And your father has been called to sign the disciplinary forms. Arian's stomach plummeted. No. Not his father. Surya shouldn't have to drag himself all the way to the middle district just to be humiliated by these snobs. Please, Arian forced himself to say, his pride fracturing. I'll take detention. Extra cleaning duty. Don't make him come here. The door opened with a soft click. There is no need for that. I am already here. Chapter 15, The Grand Master's Bow. Surya stepped into the office. He had wrapped a thick, faded scarf around his neck and wore an oversized, patched coat that made him look even more frail than usual. As he entered, he let out a harsh, rattling cough into a handkerchief. Aryan felt a sharp pang of guilt. Dad, I'm sorry. Surya offered his son a gentle, weary smile. He turned to the principal, his posture slightly hunched. Principal Vance, Surya said, his voice raspy. I apologize deeply for my son's behavior. We from the lower districts sometimes forget our manners in the presence of our betters. I will ensure he is disciplined at home. Aryan stared at his father, his chest tight. It killed him to see his father bow to a man who possessed a fraction of Surya's former honor. See that you do, the principal sneered, sliding a piece of paper across the desk. Sign this. 1 week suspension. Consider it a grace. Period. Surya picked up the pen with a slightly trembling hand and signed. Inside, beneath the facade of the crippled beggar, the liquid chi of a foundation. Establishment expert churned calmly. Surya was analyzing the principal's aura. Chi gathering stage 2. Trash. I could shatter his meridians with a single breath. But he didn't. He played the fool. He played the weak old man. Because true power wasn't about pride, it was about ensuring his son survived long enough to reach the top. Thank you, sir, Surya coughed again, placing the pen down. Come, Aryan. Let's go home. Chapter 16, The Outer Rim. The suspension meant Aryan couldn't access the school's training facilities or library. For a day, he sat in his room, restless, the energy of stage 4 begging to be used. I need real combat, Aryan muttered, staring at his bruised knuckles. The dummy at school was useless now. He needed to test his limits, and more importantly, he needed money. The next morning, while Surya was supposedly asleep, Aryan packed a rusty iron dagger in a canvas bag. He took the dilapidated transit train to the very edge of Neo-Kolkata, the Scrapper's Gate. Beyond the massive, reinforced concrete walls lay the irradiated zones. This was where wild beasts, mutated by rogue spiritual energy, roamed. It was also where low-level hunters made their living, harvesting beast cores and spirit herbs. Aryan approached the local branch of the Hunters Guild, a noisy, smoke-filled tavern built directly into the city wall. He slammed his ID onto the counter. Registration. Mortal rank, Aryan told the scarred clerk. The clerk barely glanced at him. 10 credits for the tag, kid. Don't go past the 3-mile marker unless you want to end up in a beast's stomach. Aryan pinned the cheap bronze tag to his jacket and stepped through the heavily guarded airlock doors. The air outside tasted like copper and ozone. The real world awaited. Chapter 17, The Ironhide Rat. 2 miles into the ruins of the old city, the landscape was a mess of rusted cars and collapsed skyscrapers choked by thick, grey vines. Aryan moved silently, stepping carefully over broken glass, his senses dialed to the maximum. He was hunting ironhide rats. They were the lowest tier of spirit beasts, equivalent to body refinement stage 2 or 3. Their meat was toxic, but their small, hardened beast cores could fetch a few credits each. Rustle. Aryan froze. From beneath the chassis of an ancient, rusted bus, 2 glowing red eyes peered out. A rat the size of a large dog scurried into the open. Its fur was sparse, revealing patches of thick, metallic grey skin. It sniffed the air, locking onto Aryan instantly. With a vicious hiss, it lunged, its front incisors gleaming like rusty chisels. Aryan sidestepped, the rat grazing his jacket. He pivoted, driving his iron dagger toward the beast's flank. Clang! The dagger bounced off the rat's metallic skin, vibrating painfully up Arian's arm. The beast turned and swiped its claws, tearing a gash across Arian's thigh. He hissed in pain, stumbling back. He was faster now, stronger, but he lacked combat experience against something trying to kill him. Chapter 18, The shadow on the rooftop 50 feet above Arian, perched effortlessly on the crumbling edge of a skyscraper, Surya sat watching. He had followed Arian from the moment he left the apartment to a foundation establishment cultivator. Tailing a body refinement youth was easier than breathing. Surya watched the rat cut his son's leg. His instinct screamed to drop down and vaporize the beast into red mist. But he stayed his hand. A hawk cannot learn to fly if the parent never lets it fall, Surya reminded himself. Still, he wasn't going to let his son die. Surya extended a single finger. He drew a microscopic amount of chi and flicked it toward the battlefield below. The invisible needle of energy shot through the air and struck a rusted metal pipe hanging precariously above the rat. Creak! Snap! The pipe detached, tumbling down. It didn't hit the rat, but it crashed into the concrete exactly 2 feet to the beast's left, startling it for a fraction of a second. It was a tiny opening. A microsecond of hesitation. But for Arian, it was everything. Chapter 19, First Blood. Seeing the rat flinch at the falling pipe, Arian didn't waste the opportunity. He ignored the burning pain in his leg and lunged forward. Instead of slashing at the armored flank, Arian dropped low, sliding across the gritty asphalt. He thrust the iron dagger upward, aiming for the soft, unarmored underbelly of the beast. The blade sank to the hilt. The rat let out a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly. Arian held on, using his stage 4 physical strength to pin the creature to the ground until its movements slowed, twitched, and finally stopped. Panting heavily, sweat stinging his eyes, Arian pulled the dagger out. He knelt over the carcass, using the blade to carefully extract a marble-sized, dull grey stone from the rat's chest cavity. His first beast core. He held it up to the grey sky, a fierce, primal grin breaking across his face. The beast in his bloodline gave a faint, approving thrum. He wasn't useless. He could fight. He could grow. Up on the rooftop, Surya smiled, silently fading back into the shadows. Chapter 20, The ink of the past. Late that night, while Arian slept off the exhaustion of his first hunt, his leg bandaged and 3 cheap beast cores sitting proudly on his desk, Surya sat by the kitchen table under a single dim bulb. He had purchased a stack of cheap parchment and a bottle of low-grade spirit ink from the market. Watching Arian fight today had made 2 things glaringly obvious. First, his son possessed incredible raw instincts. Second, his martial arts techniques were absolute garbage. The standard issue school forms were rigid, predictable, and utterly unsuited for real life or death combat. Surya closed his eyes, digging into his memories. Before he was crippled, he was known as the Shadow Sword Grand Master. His footwork was legendary, his strikes were like whispers in the dark. He couldn't teach Arian directly. It would raise too many questions. He dipped a fine brush into the ink. Slowly, purposefully, he began to write. He wasn't transcribing his ultimate techniques, those would tear a body refinement cultivator's meridians apart. Instead, he was breaking down the fundamental principles of his footwork, the shadow step, translating it into a form manageable for a stage 4 youth. He adjusted the stance, modified the breathing rhythm to accommodate the heavy, raw power of his son's bloodline, and drew precise diagrams. At the bottom of the last page, he signed it with the same elegant, sharp calligraphy. Brute force without a path is just a falling rock. Learn to be the wind. An old friend of your mother. Surya gently blew on the ink to dry it, rolled the parchment into a tight scroll, and prepared to play the ghost once again. Chapter 21, The Morning Delivery. The smog over Neokolkata was particularly thick the next morning, casting a sickly yellow hue through the apartment's single window. Arian woke with a sharp hiss of pain. The bandage on his thigh was soaked through with dried blood, and his muscles screamed in protest as he swung his legs out of bed. Despite the pain, a small, triumphant smile played on his lips. On his battered desk sat 3 dull grey beast cores. Proof of his strength. Proof he wasn't just the school's punching bag anymore. He limped toward the small kitchenette to grab a glass of water, careful not to wake his father. But as he reached the narrow hallway, his foot brushed against something soft. He looked down. Sitting perfectly in the center of the worn welcome mat was a tight roll of cheap parchment, tied with a single black thread. Arian's breath hitched. He quickly looked at the front door. The deadbolt was still engaged. The security chain was untouched. Whoever left this had either slid it underneath the door with impossible precision, or they had stood inside the apartment while he and his father slept. With trembling fingers, he picked up the scroll and unrolled it. The scent of cheap spirit ink filled the air. He recognized the sharp, elegant calligraphy instantly. The old friend. Chapter 22, The Mechanics of the Wind. Arian took the scroll back to his room, locking the door with a quiet click. He spread the parchment flat on his bed, his eyes scanning the diagrams and text. Brute force without a path is just a falling rock. Learn to be the wind. The technique was titled Simplified Shadow Step. As Arian read the instructions, his brow furrowed in confusion. The footwork diagrams didn't make logical sense. The orthodox martial arts taught at Silver Leaf High emphasized solid stances, planting your feet firmly to generate power from the earth. This scroll taught the exact opposite. It demanded that the cultivator keep their weight constantly shifted to the balls of their feet, rolling the ankles in a highly unnatural, fluid motion that seemed designed to make a person trip over their own shadow. Breathe in on the left strike, exhale halfway, hold the breath on the pivot. Arian muttered, reading the microscopic text detailing the chi circulation required for the movements. It was agonizingly complex. But Arian remembered the flawless pill. He remembered the feeling of shattering his 5-year bottleneck. Whoever this benefactor was, their knowledge was leagues above the instructors at his school. Arian pushed his desk against the wall, clearing a tiny 3x3 foot space in his room. Ignoring the throbbing in his thigh, he positioned his feet according to the first diagram. Chapter 23, A Father's Silent Critique. In the living room, sitting in his worn armchair, Surya had his eyes closed. To anyone else, he looked like a sick man taking a morning nap. In reality, his divine sensei perk of the Foundation establishment realm was gently draped over the apartment, monitoring every vibration in Arian's room. Thud. Surya winced slightly as he heard his son's knee hit the floorboards. He's putting too much weight on the heel during the transition, Surya analyzed silently. The bloodline makes his physical body heavier, denser than a normal human. I adjusted the technique for that, but his muscle memory is still fighting the orthodox training. Thud. Crash. That sounded like Arian knocking over his own chair. Surya smiled fondly, keeping his breathing shallow and erratic to maintain his disguise. Learning a grandmaster's footwork, even a heavily diluted version, was like trying to teach a boulder how to swim. It required a complete rewiring of the brain. But Surya had patience. He had all the time in the world, as long as he kept the shadows at bay. He stood up, intentionally letting his joints pop loudly, and shuffled toward the kitchenette to start boiling the morning tea. Arian, he called out, his voice a convincing, gravelly rasp. Are you all right in there? Fine, Dad. Just stubbed my toe, came the flustered reply. Chapter 24, The Iron Scent returns. 3 days passed. Arian's suspension kept him away from the sneers of his classmates, giving him uninterrupted hours to practice the simplified shadow step. His small room was essentially a torture chamber. His ankles were swollen, his calves burned with lactic acid, and his shins were bruised from tripping into his own furniture. But by the end of the third day, the clumsy thuds stopped. Arian stood in the center of his room, his chest heaving. He shifted his weight, his foot sliding silently across the floorboards. He pivoted, a burst of stage 4 chi firing into his calves, and his body blurred forward a fraction of an inch, entirely soundless. It wasn't mastery. It wasn't even proficiency. It was barely a clumsy mimicry of the first step. But it was enough to make Arian's blood sing. He grabbed his canvas bag and his rusted iron dagger. His leg was mostly healed, the scab thick and itchy. His 3 beast cores had been traded for basic medical supplies for his father, leaving him penniless again. It was time to go back to the Scrapper's Gate. Chapter 25, The Rust Eater Pack. The irradiated zones were cast in a deep, melancholic twilight. The smog here mixed with toxic spores, creating a lingering fog that obscured vision past 50 feet. Arian moved deeper than he had the first time, passing the 2-mile marker. He was hunting for the scent of ozone and rotting metal, the telltale signs of ironhide. Rats. After an hour of silent stalking, he found a nest. It was an overturned, hollowed-out military transport truck, its heavy plating rusted through. Arian crouched behind a chunk of concrete, his grip tight on his dagger. He expected 1, maybe 2 rats. But as the fog shifted, his stomach dropped. 4. There were 4 ironhide rats scurrying around the tires, gnawing on scraps of mutated fungus. And standing atop the truck's cabin was a 5th, noticeably larger, its metallic skin gleaming with a sickly purple tint. An alpha. A stage 4 beast. Common sense dictated a retreat. A mortal hunter fighting a pack of equal or higher stage beasts was suicide. But Arian felt the beast in his bloodline stir, hungry for the dense energy within the alpha's core. And in his mind, he saw the complex footwork of the shadow step diagram. He didn't retreat. He picked up a loose stone and hurled it at the truck. Chapter 26, The Dance in the Dust Clang. The stone struck the rusted metal. All 5 sets of red eyes snapped toward Arian's position. The alpha let out a screech that sounded like grinding gears, and the pack charged. Arian breathed in, drawing his chi into his calves. The first rat lunged, aiming for his throat. Arian didn't brace for impact. He kept his weight on the balls of his feet, his ankles rolling in that unnatural, fluid motion. Swoosh! He essentially let his body fall sideways, allowing gravity to pull him out of the rat's trajectory at the exact moment it struck. The beast sailed past his ear. As Arian fell, he pivoted hard on his left toe, converting the falling momentum into a vicious upward thrust with his dagger. The blade sank cleanly into the rat's exposed armpit, severing its spine. 1 down. Before the body hit the ground, the other 3 grunts were upon him. Arian abandoned all conventional forms. He became a leaf caught in a chaotic wind. He stumbled, he slid, he twisted at agonizing angles. It wasn't graceful. He looked like a drunkard trying to avoid raindrops, but the shadow step's core principle held true. He was never where the beasts expected him to be. He slashed a throat here, gouged an eye there. His muscles screamed under the strain of forcing the technique, but within 2 minutes, the 3 grunts lay dead in the dust. Arian stood gasping, covered in foul-smelling beast blood. He looked up. The alpha was descending from the truck, its purple-tinted armor clicking ominously. Chapter 27, The Weight of the Alpha. The alpha didn't charge blindly like its subordinates. It circled Arian, its heavy paws leaving indentations in the cracked asphalt. It was assessing him. Arian's legs were trembling. The shadow step was incredibly taxing on his chi reserves, and his dantian was running dangerously low. If he tried to dodge a prolonged assault from the alpha, his legs would give out. Brute force without a path. Arion tightened his grip on the dagger. If he couldn't outlast it, he had to end it in one strike. The alpha pounced. It was terrifyingly fast, a blur of purple iron and razor-sharp teeth. Arion didn't dodge. He stood perfectly still, closing his eyes for a fraction of a second. He dumped every single drop of his remaining chi into his right leg. When the beast was mere inches away, Arion executed the most aggressive maneuver in the scroll, the Shadow's Bite. He sidestepped so narrowly that the rat's claws tore through his jacket and grazed his ribs. Using the beast's own forward momentum against it, Arion drove the iron dagger precisely into the soft tissue. Behind the alpha's ear, the only unarmored joint on its head. The dagger snapped with a sharp crack, the cheap iron unable to withstand the torque. But half the blade was buried deep in the beast's brain. The alpha crashed into the dirt, skidded for a few feet, and went completely still. Arion collapsed onto his back, staring up at the toxic sky, laughing breathlessly. He had done it. Chapter 28, The Guild's Appraisal. The bell above the Hunters' Guild door chimed as Arion limped inside. The tavern was crowded with evening patrons, hardened men and women drinking cheap ale and boasting about their kills. Arion ignored the stares directed at his blood-soaked clothes. He walked straight to the appraisal counter and dumped his canvas bag. 4 dull grey stones and 1 slightly larger, purple-tinted core clattered onto the polished wood. The scarred clerk from a few days ago raised an eyebrow, picking up the purple core with a pair of metal tongs. Ironhide Alpha. Stage 4 equivalent. Not bad for a kid who looked like a stiff breeze would knock him over last week. How much? Arion asked, leaning heavily against the counter. The grunts are 10 credits each. The alpha core is high density. I'll give you 150 for it. Throw in another 20 if you know where the carcass is, we can harvest the hide. 210 credits, Arion calculated, his eyes widening slightly. It was more money than his father's monthly pension. Deal. The clerk handed over a stack of crisp, polymer notes. Arion clutched them tightly. For the first time in years, the crushing weight of poverty felt just a little bit lighter. Chapter 29, A Feast of Aromatic Boar. When Arion pushed the apartment door open, the smell of cheap incense was overwhelmed by what he carried in his arms. Surya was sitting at the table, pretending to mend a tear in his old coat. He looked up, his eyes widening in a flawless display of genuine surprise. Arion? Is that? Arion placed 2 large, wrapped parcels on the table. He peeled back the wax paper to reveal thick cuts of rich, red meat marbled with faint veins of spiritual energy. Aromatic boar meat, Dad. Tier 1 beast. And fresh vegetables. No more boiled cabbage tonight. Surya stared at the meat, his hands trembling slightly as he reached out to touch the wax paper. Son, this is expensive. Where did you get the credits? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I hunted it, Dad. Legally. I joined the guild as a mortal scrapper, Arion said, puffing his chest out slightly. I'm at stage 4 now. I can handle myself. I'm going to take care of us. Surya looked at his son's bruised face, the fresh tear in his jacket, and the proud, exhausted fire in his eyes. The father felt a lump form in his throat. He didn't have to act this time. The pride he felt was entirely real. Then I suppose, Surya said, his voice thick with emotion, I should start cooking. Chapter 30, The Wall approaches. Over the next 2 weeks, Arion fell into a grueling but rewarding routine. He spent his days serving his suspension, practicing the shadow step until his feet bled, and his evenings hunting in the irradiated zones. His wealth slowly accumulated, enough to ensure they ate beast meat every night, slowly repairing his and his father's malnourished bodies. But as Aryan sat in meditation on the 14th night, the familiar, terrifying heat returned to his blood. He had reached the absolute peak of body refinement stage 4. His danshan was brimming with gaseous qi. But when he tried to compress it to break through to stage 5, the bloodline beast awoke. It devoured the ambient energy, roaring for more. The standard beast cores he hunted were no longer enough. The purity was too low. He was stuck again. In the living room, Surya felt the sudden fluctuation in his son's aura. He sensed the stall. He needs a mid-grade qi gathering pill, Surya deduced, his eyes narrowing in the dark. I can forge one, but I need the raw materials. Silver leaf grass and a stage 5 earth attribute core. I can't buy those at the Black Tortoise market. The quality is too low. Surya stood up, his bones silent, his aura completely suppressed. It was time for Mr. Shadow to visit the Midnight Bazaar, the true underground market of Neo-Kolkata, a place where blood was the preferred currency. Chapter 31, The Descent into the Midnight Bazaar. The Midnight Bazaar did not exist on any official map of Neo-Kolkata. It wasn't a place you could find by walking down the right alley. It was located deep within the abandoned subway tunnels of the old city, accessible only through heavily guarded maintenance shafts. At 2 a.m., the city above was shrouded in a toxic drizzle. Below ground, the air was hot, suffocating, and reeked of ozone, raw blood, and illicit spices. Surya descended a rusted iron ladder, his features entirely concealed beneath a heavy, oil-stained trench coat and a featureless black iron mask. He had suppressed his foundation establishment aura down to a tight, imperceptible knot. To the bouncers, 2 hulking men at the body refinement stage 7, he registered as a completely mundane, ordinary human. Entry fee, one of the guards grunted, crossing a pair of electrified batons over the tunnel entrance. Surya didn't speak. He reached into his coat and produced a single, perfectly spherical, pale blue pill. It was a flawless low-grade qi gathering pill, identical to the one he had given Aryan. The guard's eyes bulged. A pill of that purity was worth thousands of credits. The guard hurriedly snatched it, stepping aside with a slight, involuntary bow. Surya walked past them, his footsteps making absolutely no sound on the damp concrete. Chapter 32, The Merchant of Bones. The bazaar was a sprawling cavern, illuminated by strings of flickering, bioluminescent fungus in glass jars. Stalls made of scavenged metal and bone lined the walls, selling everything from stolen corporate technology to illegal beast-taming collars. Surya navigated the crowd with practiced ease. He ignored the merchants hawking cheap weapons and focus crystals. He was looking for a specific type of ore, the deep, earthy scent of high-tier, unrefined materials. He stopped before a stall draped in heavy purple velvet. Behind the counter sat a woman with silver, cybernetic eyes and a patchwork of burn scars across her neck. She was an alchemical fence, dealing in raw ingredients harvested from the deep irradiated zones. Looking for something specific, Shadow? She asked, her voice a metallic rasp. Silver leaf grass. 3 stalks. And a stage 5 earth attribute core. Intact, Surya's voice was altered by the iron mask, sounding like 2 stones grinding together. The merchant's cybernetic eyes whirred as they focused on him. High-end order. Silver leaf grass must be harvested under moonlight to retain its yin energy. I have it, but it'll cost you 50,000 credits. Or equivalent barter. Surya didn't flinch. He slowly reached into his pocket and placed a small, velvet pouch on the counter. Chapter 33, The Currency of Perfection. The merchant opened the pouch. Inside sat 3 flawless low-grade qi gathering pills. They emitted a faint, sweet fragrance that immediately pushed back the stench of the subterranean air. The woman's breath hitched. Where did you steal these? Even the guild's grand alchemist can't produce 100% purity. There's no pill toxin in these. None. Do we have a trade? Surya asked coldly, ignoring her question. The merchant knew the rules of the midnight bazaar. You never ask. The ghost its name. She quickly locked the pouch away in a lead-lined safe beneath her counter. From a glass humidor, she produced 3 stalks of glowing, silver-tinged grass and a heavy, jagged yellow stone pulsing with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. Surya inspected the goods. The grass was fresh, the yin energy cold against his palm. The core was dense, completely devoid of cracks. Pleasure doing business, the merchant said, eyeing him with a mix of greed and fear. Surya simply turned and melted back into the crowd. He had what he needed. Now, the real work began. Chapter 34, The Alchemist's Furnace. Surya returned to the apartment an hour before dawn. He slipped his mask and coat beneath a loose floorboard and moved silently into the tiny kitchenette. Aryan was sound asleep in his room, dead to the world after another grueling session of shadow step practice. Surya placed the silver leaf grass and the stage 5 core on the counter. He didn't have a cauldron. A real alchemist used expensive, inscribed bronze cauldrons to regulate the heat. Surya had to use his bare hands. He cupped his palms, resting the ingredients in the center. He closed his eyes and tapped into his danshan. The liquid chi of his foundation establishment realm surged up his arms. Whoosh! A pale, invisible flame ignited between his hands. It produced no light, but the air rippled with intense heat. The stage 5 core slowly began to melt, dissolving into a drop of heavy, golden liquid. Surya expertly wove his chi, adding the silver leaf grass. The cold yin energy of the grass clashed violently with the hot, earthy energy of the core. Surya's brow beaded with sweat. He was performing micro-level alchemy, using his sheer will to force the conflicting energies to bind. For 20 minutes, he stood like a statue, acting as a human furnace. Finally, the energies collapsed into each other. The invisible flame vanished. Resting in Surya's palm was a smooth, amber-colored pill with a single silver vein running through its center. A flawless mid-grade chi-gathering pill. Chapter 35, The Second Gift. Aryan woke up the next morning, feeling a familiar, heavy frustration. His suspension ended today. He had to go back to Silver Leaf High, back to the sneers and the hierarchy. Worse, he was completely stuck at the peak of stage 4. He had tried to meditate twice during the night, but the bloodline beast had aggressively devoured every scrap of ambient chi, leaving him drained and exhausted. He swung his legs out of bed and reached for his uniform. His hand brushed against something hard sitting on his desk. Aryan froze. It was another plain wooden box. This one had a small, folded piece of parchment pinned beneath it. Aryan's heart began to hammer against his ribs. He tore the parchment open. A sharp blade requires a heavy stone to grind against. The beast is hungry. Feed it. An old friend of your mother. Aryan opened the box. The amber pill inside glowed faintly in the dim morning light. The sheer density of the energy radiating from it made the hair on his arms stand up. He didn't even know what grade this was, but his bloodline reacted instantly, a terrifying heat rising in his veins, practically begging him to consume it. Chapter 36, The Roaring Bloodline. Aryan didn't wait for school. He locked his bedroom door, sat in the lotus position on his mat, and placed the amber pill on his tongue. The moment it dissolved, it wasn't a gentle river like the first pill. It was an explosive volcanic eruption. Heavy, dense earth energy smashed into his dry meridians. The dormant beast in his bloodline roared to life, rushing forward to consume the invader. The silver vein within the pill, the cooling yin energy of the silver leaf grass acted as a tether, soothing the beast's violent nature just enough to keep Aryan's meridians from shattering. Aryan clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down his face in rivers. His muscles spasmed violently. The sheer volume of chi was terrifying. The beast ate and ate, until finally, it let out a satisfied, heavy thrum, and retreated into the depths of his blood. The leftover energy, purified and vast, flooded his danshan. The gaseous chi compressed, spinning violently until it formed a dense, swirling vortex. Boom! A muffled shockwave rippled through his body. The walls of his tiny room rattled slightly. Aryan opened his eyes. They glowed with a fierce, ember light for a full 3 seconds before fading. Body Refinement Stage 5. He had crossed the middle threshold. Chapter 37, The Ripple Effect in the Kitchen. Surya was pouring 2 cups of hot water when the shockwave hit. Ding! Target Aryan has advanced to Body Refinement Stage 5. Synchronizing Host, Host advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 5. Surya dropped the cup. It shattered on the linoleum floor. The power spike wasn't a gentle addition this time. Crossing from early stage, 1 to 4, to mid-stage, 5 to 6, in the Foundation Establishment realm was a massive qualitative leap. His liquid chi instantly doubled in volume. His physical strength surged so violently that he accidentally cracked the floor tile beneath his foot. He couldn't suppress an aura of this magnitude instantly. If Aryan walked out of his room right now, he would feel the crushing pressure of a high-level cultivator. Surya quickly bit his own thumb, drawing a drop of blood, and pressed it against his sternum. He invoked the breath-sealing mantra, a forbidden technique that forcibly locked a cultivator's aura by restricting their own heart rate. His face instantly turned pale, and a sickly sweat broke out on his forehead. It looked like he was having a severe fever, but the crushing aura vanished, sealed deep within his bones. "Dad!" Aryan called out, hearing the shattered cup. Aryan rushed into the kitchen, his newfound stage 5 speed making him a blur. He found Surya leaning heavily against the counter, coughing genuinely now due to the restricted heart rate. "I'm all right, son," Surya wheezed, waving a trembling hand. "Just a dizzy spell. Clumsy old hands." Chapter 38, Return to Silver Leaf. Aryan insisted on cleaning up the glass. His brow furrowed with deep concern. He wanted to stay home, to watch over his father, but Surya sternly ordered him to go to school. "You've missed a week. Don't let them think they defeated you," Surya had told him. Aryan walked through the iron gates of Silver Leaf High. The air felt different today. Or rather, he felt different. His senses were razor sharp. He could hear the hum of the hover sedans a block away. He could feel the slight vibrations of students walking behind him. He spotted Vance leaning against a marble pillar, holding court with his sycophants. When Vance saw Aryan, the smirk immediately returned to his face. "Look who's back from exile," Vance called out loudly. "Did you enjoy your vacation in the slums, Aryan? I'm surprised your dad didn't drop dead while you were gone." 2 weeks ago, Aryan would have felt a surge of hot, helpless anger. Today, he felt absolutely nothing. He looked at Vance, a spoiled kid stuck at stage 5, his foundation built on expensive supplements rather than real combat. To a hunter who had slaughtered an Ironhide Alpha, Vance looked incredibly slow. Aryan didn't say a word. He just walked past him, ignoring the jeers, heading straight for the combat hall. Chapter 39, The Sparring Ring. The first period was practical combat, overseen by instructor Lin. The hall was lined with heavily reinforced sparring mats. "All right, listen up," Lin barked, pacing the center of the mat. "The midterm tournament is approaching. I need to assess your practical applications. We will do light sparring. No killing blows, no crippling techniques. First to yield or step out of the ring loses." Lin began pairing students off based on their registered cultivation levels. When he reached Arian, he paused, glancing at his data pad. Arian, you've been suspended. You need a practical assessment to catch up on credits, Lin said, his tone indifferent. Vance, step into the ring with him. A murmur rippled through the class. Vance was stage 5. Arian was registered as stage 3. This wasn't a spar, it was an execution. Instructor, sir, one of the female students raised her hand tentatively. Is that fair? The realm difference. The beasts outside the city walls do not care about fairness, Lin interrupted coldly. In the ring, now. Vance eagerly hopped onto the mat, cracking his knuckles. Don't worry, Lin. I'll go easy on him. I won't break any bones, that he needs to walk. Arian stepped onto the mat calmly. He didn't take a standard fighting stance. He just stood there, his arms hanging loosely by his sides, his weight subtly shifting to the balls of his feet. Chapter 40, The Unseen Strike Begin, Lin ordered. Vance didn't waste time. He channeled his chi, his fists glowing with a faint, aggressive red light. He launched himself forward, executing a textbook tiger claw strike aimed directly at Arian's chest. It was fast, powerful, and meant to knock the wind out of Arian immediately. The class braced for the inevitable sound of Arian hitting the floor. But Arian wasn't there. He didn't dodge backward or put up his arms to block. He used the simplified shadow step. He allowed his body to fall into the empty space just beside Vance's strike, pivoting fluidly on his heel. Vance's fist struck empty air, his momentum carrying him awkwardly forward. Before Vance could recover his balance, Arian tapped his foot, shifting his weight. Instantly. He didn't use full power. He merely extended his right palm and gently tapped the back of Vance's knee exactly where the joint bent. The precision was flawless. The slight application of stage 5 strength buckled Vance's leg instantly. Vance collapsed onto the mat face first with a heavy, humiliating thud. The combat hall went dead silent. Nobody had seen Arian move. It was as if Vance had simply tripped over his own feet. Vance scrambled up, his face purple with rage. You little rat! What was that? He roared, abandoning all technique and lunging wildly at Arian. Arian sighed. He stepped into the chaotic charge, his footwork making him look like a ghost flickering in the daylight. He bypassed Vance's swinging arms entirely, placed his hand on Vance's chest, and unleashed a measured, controlled burst of his stage 5 aura. Vance was blasted backward, flying out of the ring and crashing into the padded wall. He slid down, gasping for air, completely immobilized by the shock. Instructor Lin dropped his data pad. The fallen genius wasn't fallen anymore. Chapter 41, The Silence of the Hall. The silence in the combat hall was absolute, broken only by Vance's ragged, wheezing gasps as he tried to peel himself off the padded wall. Instructor Lin stared at Arian, the shattered pieces of his data pad resting by his boots. He had been teaching at Silver Leaf High for 12 years. He knew the difference between a lucky trip and a controlled, calculated strike. The footwork Arian had used was completely foreign to orthodox teachings. It was fluid, formless, and terrifyingly efficient. But what shocked Lin more was the brief, undeniable pulse of aura Arian had emitted right before Vance was thrown. Arian, Lin said, his voice stripped of its usual bark. Come here. Now. Arian remained calm. He walked over to the instructor, his breathing perfectly even, not a drop of sweat on his brow. Lin reached out and grabbed Arian's wrist, pressing 2 fingers against the boy's pulse point. Lin's own stage 8 chi gathering aura probed gently into Arian's meridians. Lin's eyes widened. 5 years ago, he had felt Arian's meridians. They had been vast but completely empty, like dried riverbeds. Now, a thick, heavy energy pulsed through them like liquid mercury. It was dense. Unbelievably dense. Body refinement. Stage 5, Lin whispered, the words carrying across the silent hall. A collective gasp echoed from the students. The fallen genius wasn't just back, he had jumped 2 entire stages in the span of a single week's suspension. I've been meditating diligently, instructor, Arian said smoothly, gently pulling his wrist out of Lin's grip. Am I excused from the rest of the spar? Lin could only nod dumbly. Arian turned and walked back to the locker rooms, leaving a bewildered class and a thoroughly humiliated Vance staring at his back. Chapter 42, The Weight of Iron. When the final bell rang, Arian didn't stick around to answer the frantic whispers of his classmates. He walked directly out of the Middle District and took the transit train toward the Scrappers Gate. His encounter with the Ironhide Alpha had taught him a harsh lesson. His cheap iron dagger was entirely inadequate. If he was going to hunt Stage 5 beasts to feed his roaring bloodline, he needed a weapon that could handle the dense chi he now possessed. The Hunters Guild Weapons Depot smelled of gun oil, ozone, and cheap ale. Racks of gleaming, high-tech vibroblades and laser-edged sabers sat behind heavily reinforced glass. Arian walked right past them. He couldn't afford a battery pack for those, let alone the weapon itself. He headed toward the back of the shop, where the salvage bins lay. These were crude, heavy weapons forged by lower district blacksmiths from scrap metal found in the ruins. He dug through rusted spears and chipped battleaxes until his hand brushed against something heavy. It was a slab of crude black iron, roughly 3 feet long and almost half a foot wide. It barely had a defined edge, it was essentially a sharpened iron ore wrapped in cheap leather at the hilt. The black cleaver, the gruff quartermaster grunted, walking over 30 pounds of solid dead iron. Useless for conducting chi, and too heavy for anyone below stage 6 to swing properly. 50 credits. Just to get it out of my bin. Arian picked it up. To a normal person, 30 pounds swung at arm's length was unwieldy. But with his dense, bloodline-enhanced stage 5 muscles, it felt oddly comforting. I'll take it, Arian said, tossing a 50-credit note on the counter. Chapter 43, The Boiling Vessel. Back in the quiet apartment, the air felt suffocatingly hot. Surya sat cross-legged on his bed, his skin pale and slick with a sickly sweat. His chest heaved with shallow, rapid breaths. The breath-sealing mantra was working. His foundation establishment stage 5 aura was completely undetectable, but the physical toll of compressing an ocean of liquid chi into the space of a thimble was beginning to tear at his organs. If he didn't find a way to bleed off the internal pressure soon, he wouldn't need his enemies to kill him, his own Danshan would violently implode, wiping out the entire apartment block. I need a thermal sink, Surya thought, gritting his teeth as a sharp pain lanced through his ribs. Frost jade. Even a low-quality fragment would absorb the excess heat from the suppression. The Midnight Bazaar would undoubtedly sell frost jade, but Surya didn't have any flawless pills left to trade, and refining new ones in his current unstable condition was impossible. He had to look elsewhere. He had to gamble on the ignorance of the mortal merchants. He unsealed his aura just enough to stop the internal bleeding, let out a long, ragged exhale, and put on his tattered overcoat. The sickly father had an errand to run. Chapter 44, The Dusty Relic. The Golden Toad Antique Shop was located in the commercial ring just outside the upper districts. It catered to wealthy mortals who liked collecting pre-cataclysm trinkets and shiny rocks, possessing absolutely no understanding of spiritual energy. Surya shuffled in, leaning heavily on a wooden cane. The shop was a chaotic mess of grandfather clocks, tarnished brass statues, and dusty porcelain vases. The owner, a fat man smoking a pungent cigar, barely looked up from his ledger. Surya cast a tiny thread of his divine sense over the room, sweeping through the useless junk. For 5 minutes, he found nothing. Just mundane glass and polished quartz. Then, tucked away in the corner beneath a pile of oxidized copper coins, his sense hit a pocket of absolute zero. Surya's heart leaped. He shuffled over, pretending to be captivated by the copper coins, and casually brushed the debris aside. Beneath it lay a smooth, dark green stone the size of a thumb, intricately carved into the shape of a sleeping cicada. To a mortal, it felt like cold marble. To Surya, it was a piece of raw, unrefined frost jade. "Excuse me," Surya rasped, his voice trembling perfectly. "This little bug carving, it reminds me of a toy my son had." "How much?" The owner squinted at it. "That old paperweight? It's always freezing cold. Annoying to hold. Give me 20 credits and it's yours, old man." Surya handed over the crumpled notes with shaking hands, his heart soaring. He had just bought a spiritual artifact worth an entire city block for the price of a cheap meal. Chapter 45, The Synergy of Contradictions. The rain fell heavily in the irradiated zones, turning the ash-covered ground into thick grey mud. Aryan stood in a ruined courtyard, the 30-pound black cleaver resting on his shoulder. He closed his eyes, visualizing the simplified shadow step diagram in his mind. Brute force without a path. He shifted his weight to the balls of his feet. With a sudden burst of stage 5 chi, he pushed off. His body moved with the same eerie, formless glide he had used against Vance. But the moment he swung the heavy iron sword, the momentum violently threw him off balance. He crashed into the mud, the heavy blade burying itself deep into the earth. Aryan cursed, wiping the toxic mud from his face. The shadow step was designed for daggers and short swords. It relied on keeping one's center of gravity constantly shifting. The black cleaver was a massive anchor. The moment he swung it, the centrifugal force ripped his center of gravity away. Again, Aryan muttered to himself, pulling the sword from the mud. For 3 hours, he subjected himself to brutal trial and error. If the sword pulled his center of gravity, he couldn't fight it. He had to let the sword lead. He pushed off again. This time, as he swung the heavy slab of iron horizontally, he didn't try to plant his feet to brace for the impact. He let the momentum carry his body into a spin, his ankles rolling in the unnatural shadow step motion. The heavy sword cleaved cleanly through a rusted steel beam, and Aryan landed softly on his feet, facing the opposite direction, perfectly balanced. He had turned the flaw into a feature. Chapter 46, A Calculating Shadow in the Pristine Confines of the Principal's Office at Silver Leaf High. Vance Sr. stared out the reinforced glass window overlooking the campus. His nephew, Vance Jr., stood with a bruised jaw and a heavily bandaged knee, whining incessantly. "He cheated, Uncle. He must have taken some illegal stimulant. There's no way he jumped to stage 5. "Silence," the principal snapped, not turning around. "You embarrassed our family name by losing to a slum rat. Stimulant or not, you lacked the awareness to defend yourself." Vance Jr. clamped his mouth shut, fuming. However, the principal continued, his voice cold and measured, "We cannot allow a precedent to be set. The school's funding from the upper district guilds relies on our top 10 students remaining unquestioned. If Aryan continues to rise, it disrupts the hierarchy. Expel him," Vance Jr. sneered. "He assaulted me." "Too obvious. Instructor Lin has already logged Aryan's cultivation breakthrough in the school's central registry. If I expel a suddenly awakened genius, the guild overseers will ask questions." The principal walked over to his desk and tapped his terminal. "The midterm tournament is in 3 days. I am moving Aryan from the standard bracket to the advanced sparring roster." Vance Jr.'s eyes widened. The advanced roster? But that's for stage 6 and 7 seniors. They don't pull their punches. Exactly, the principal smiled thinly. Accidents happen in the advanced ring. A shattered meridian here, a broken spine there. The problem will solve itself. Chapter 47, The Observer on the Tower. Unbeknownst to Arian, as he practiced his spinning strikes in the rain-soaked ruins, he wasn't alone. Sitting perfectly still atop a rusted water tower 100 yards away, Surya watched his son. Around Surya's neck hung the small, jade cicada, bound by a simple leather cord. The frost jade greedily absorbed the excess heat of his suppressed aura, leaving Surya feeling cool, comfortable, and pain-free for the first time in weeks. He watched Arian execute a heavy, spinning cleave, marveling at the boy's combat intelligence. He adapted the footwork to a heavy blade, Surya thought, a deep well of pride swelling in his chest. The bloodline makes him strong enough to wield it, and the footwork makes him impossible to predict. It's a terrifying combination. But Surya also saw the flaws. Arian was relying purely on instinct. The transitions between the strikes were jerky, wasting precious fractions of a second. If Arian went up against a seasoned beast or a highly trained cultivator, that microsecond of lag would be fatal. Surya closed his eyes, his grandmaster experience dissecting Arian's movements. He needed to provide a structural framework for this hybrid style. He needed to teach the boy how to use the weight of the sword to pull him into the shadows, rather than fighting the inertia. Surya faded into the rain, heading home to prepare the ink. Chapter 48, The Third Gift. When Arian returned to the apartment, completely exhausted and covered in dried mud, the sweet aroma of simmering bone broth filled the air. "Wash up," Surya called out from the kitchenette, his voice sounding noticeably stronger than it had in days. "Dinner is almost ready." Arian smiled, heading for his room. He tossed his heavy canvas bag onto the bed and began unlacing his boots. As he pulled off his left boot, his hand brushed against something smooth and metallic resting near the heel. It was a small, tightly coiled cylinder of black iron, hollowed out to hold a rolled piece of parchment. Arian's exhaustion vanished instantly. He unrolled the parchment. The familiar, sharp calligraphy greeted him. "The wind can be light, but a hurricane crushes mountains. Do not fight the iron, let the iron carry the shadow." The manual was titled The Shadow's Anvil. It wasn't a standard set of forms. It was an advanced treatise on momentum transfer. It detailed precisely how to channel chi into the wrists at the exact apex of a heavy swing to instantaneously change the direction of the blade without losing kinetic energy. Arian sat on the floor, mesmerized. The old friend had struck again, perfectly tailoring the gift to his immediate struggles. Chapter 49, The Roster. The next morning, the main hallway of Silver Leaf High was buzzing with chaotic energy. A crowd of students clustered around the digital notice board where the midterm tournament brackets had been posted. Arian walked up, ignoring the way the crowd naturally parted for him. Whispers trailed his every step since his display in the combat hall, but nobody dared confront him. He scanned the standard bracket. His name wasn't there. Frowning, he checked the middle tier. Still missing. "Looking for this, slum rat," a mocking voice called out. Arian turned to see Vance Jr., leaning on a crutch, a smug grin plastered across his bruised face. Vance pointed his crutch toward the far right side of the board, the advanced bracket. There, in glaring red letters, was his matchup. Match 4, Arian, Stage 5, versus Senior Kale, Stage 6, Peak. A hush fell over the surrounding students. Senior Kale wasn't just a high-level student, he was the captain of the school's vanguard team, known for his ruthless, brutal fighting style. Placing a newly broken through Stage 5 against him was a death sentence. Arian stared at the glowing red letters. He understood instantly. This wasn't a random draw. This was the principal's retaliation. They wanted to break him publicly. Arian turned back to Vance. He didn't look angry. He didn't look scared. He just looked profoundly bored. "Tell your uncle," Arian said quietly, "he should have put me against a stage 7. Chapter 50, The Hidden Feast. That evening, the apartment felt warmer, the harsh edge of the city's decay seemingly kept at bay by the walls. Surya served a large bowl of thick, aromatic broth to Arian. It smelled of marrow and wild herbs. "Eat everything," Surya instructed gently. "You have your tournament tomorrow. You need your strength." Arian nodded, taking a large spoonful. The moment the broth hit his stomach, a wave of pure, refined energy flooded his limbs. It wasn't the violent, aggressive energy of a pill, but a slow, deeply nourishing warmth that sank directly into his bones, soothing his aching muscles. "Dad, this broth. What's in it?" Arian asked, his eyes wide. "Just a good deal I found at the market," Surya lied smoothly, hiding a smile. "Old butcher owed me a favor. Gave me some high-tier beast marrow." In reality, Surya had spent 2 hours slowly infusing the broth with microscopic, highly diluted drops of his Foundation establishment liquid qi. It was a painstaking process to ensure the energy was gentle enough for Arian to digest without triggering a violent bloodline reaction. Arian ate in silence, feeling his stage 5 foundation solidify with every bite. The fatigue of the past 3 days melted away. He looked at his father, frail but smiling, and then glanced at his room, where the black cleaver rested against the wall. "Tomorrow," Arian thought, his eyes hardening with quiet resolve. "Tomorrow, I show them exactly what the shadows can do." Chapter 51, The scent of floor wax and sweat. The Silver Leaf High indoor arena was a massive dome of reinforced glass and polished steel. The air inside smelled sharply of industrial floor wax, ozone from the overhead sodium lights, and the nervous sweat of hundreds of students. Arian walked through the competitor's entrance. He wore his standard issue, slightly faded combat uniform. Slung across his back, wrapped tightly in heavily stained canvas and secured with thick leather straps, was the 30-pound black cleaver. To the casual observer, it looked like he was carrying a bizarrely shaped, oversized hiking pack. The murmurs started the moment he stepped into the holding area. "Is that him? The slum rat? Look at that junk on his back. Did he bring a tent? I hear he cheated against Vance. Senior Kale is going to put him in a wheelchair." Arian found a quiet corner near a vending machine and sat cross-legged on the cold tiles. He closed his eyes, tuning out the whispers. He focused on his breathing, circulating the dense, marrow-infused qi from last night's broth through his meridians. The energy was calm, settling his nerves. He didn't care about the crowd, he only cared about testing the Shadow's anvil technique against a live, high-level target. Chapter 52, The Peanut Vendor's Disguise. High up in the spectator stands, hidden among the throngs of cheering parents and guild scouts, sat an unassuming figure in a faded grey maintenance cap and oversized sunglasses. Surya rested his forearms on his knees, casually cracking a roasted peanut between his thumb and forefinger. The frost jade cicada, resting against his collarbone, kept his foundation establishment aura perfectly sealed, projecting only the body heat of a sickly, ordinary mortal. He didn't need his eyes to watch the arena. His divine sense was cast over the entire stadium like a fine, invisible net. He could feel the exact cultivation levels of every student, the nervous fluttering of the principal's heartbeat in the VIP box, and the calm, steady rhythm of Arian's breathing in the competitor's tunnel. Surya smiled beneath his collar. His foundation is rock solid, he thought, tossing a peanut into his mouth. The beast marrow settled his erratic bloodline beautifully. Now, let us see if he comprehended my manual. Down in the center of the arena, the first few matches of the standard bracket began. They were flashy, full of sweeping kicks and standard chi projection, but to Surya's Grand Master eyes, they were as slow and clumsy as toddlers wrestling in mud. Chapter 53, The Vanguard Captain. Next match. Advanced Bracket. Instructor Lin's magically amplified voice boomed across the dome. Aryan, Body Refinement Stage 5, versus Kale, Body Refinement Stage 6 Peak. The crowd erupted. It wasn't cheers of excitement, but a collective, bloodthirsty roar. The lower district student was finally going to be put in his place. Kale stepped into the ring first. He was tall, clad in a premium, form-fitting combat suit that highlighted his heavily muscled physique. Faint arcs of blue. Static electricity sparked across his knuckles, a sign of a high-tier lightning attribute cultivation method. He smirked at the crowd, raising a fist to acknowledge the cheers. From the opposite side, Aryan walked up the steel stairs. He moved slowly, deliberately unbuckling the leather straps across his chest. He let the canvas wrapping fall away, revealing the crude, brutal slab of black iron. He didn't draw it gracefully. He simply gripped the leather-wrapped hilt and let the heavy blade drop, its tip resting against the reinforced polymer mat with a dull, heavy thud that somehow echoed over the noise of the crowd. Kale looked at the weapon and let out a bark of laughter. What is that? A scrap metal paddle? Are you going to row a boat, slum rat? Chapter 54, The Anchor and the Storm. Aryan didn't reply. He gripped the black cleaver with his right hand, letting it hang loosely by his side. He shifted his weight to the balls of his feet, his stance looking entirely open and vulnerable. Begin! Instructor Lin shouted, sweeping his hand down. Kale didn't hold back. His family had paid good money for his lightning manual, and he intended to show it off. He stomped his foot, his stage 6 chi flaring brilliantly. He closed the 30-foot gap in less than a second, his fist coated in crackling blue energy, aiming directly for Aryan's sternum. Thunder Strike Punch. Aryan didn't try to dodge backward. With a weapon this heavy, dodging would leave him off balance. Instead, he initiated the Shadow's Anvil. He forcefully yanked the heavy iron sword upward, not to strike, but to use its 30-pound weight as a counter-anchor. The massive kinetic effort of lifting the blade through his body completely sideways. He slid past Kale's electrified fist by a fraction of an inch, the blue static raising the hairs on Aryan's neck. As Kale surged past him, Aryan pivoted on his heel. Instead of stopping the heavy sword's upward arc, he allowed it to continue over his shoulder, spinning his entire body with the momentum, and brought the flat of the blade crashing down toward Kale's exposed back. Chapter 55, The Sound of Iron. Kale's combat instincts were sharp. Realizing he had missed, and hearing the terrifying whistling of the heavy iron cutting through the air behind him, he aborted his forward charge. He spun around, crossing his arms over his head and detonating a burst of lightning chi to form a makeshift shield. Clang! The sound was deafening. The black cleaver was dead iron, it couldn't conduct chi, but its sheer density, backed by Aryan's bloodline-enhanced stage 5 strength and the rotational momentum, acted like a wrecking ball. Kale's lightning shield shattered like thin glass. The flat of the iron slab slammed into his crossed forearms. Kale was driven down to one knee, the reinforced polymer mat beneath his boots cracking under the transferred kinetic force. The stadium went dead silent. The peanut halfway to Surya's mouth stopped in mid-air. Even the Grand Master hadn't expected the impact to be that devastating. Kale gritted his teeth, his face pale with shock. His arms were numb. He looked up at Aryan, who was standing perfectly balanced, holding the massive sword with one hand, his breathing completely even. Chapter 56, The Shadow's Anvil. You! Kale hissed, pure humiliation flooding his veins. I'll kill you! Kale abandoned all restraint. He pushed off the ground, his entire body enveloped in a chaotic aura of blue lightning. He unleashed a flurry of rapid, blinding strikes, abandoning technique for sheer speed and power. This was the true test of the Shadow's anvil. Arian didn't retreat. He stepped into the storm. He didn't swing the cleaver like a normal sword. He used it as a pivot. He dragged the heavy iron in tight, circular arcs around his body. Every time Kale threw a punch, Arian simply angled the slab of iron into the strike's path. Clang! 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 Kale was literally punching a moving wall of iron. The Shadow's anvil technique allowed Arian to absorb the kinetic energy of Kale's strikes, channeling it through his wrists and into the sword's momentum, keeping the blade spinning endlessly without draining his own chi. Kale was exhausting himself, his breathing turning ragged, his knuckles bruised and bleeding despite his chi protection. Now, Arian whispered. At the exact apex of the cleaver's swing, Arian channeled a burst of dense stage 5 chi into his wrists, violently reversing the blade's momentum. The sudden shift defied physics. Before Kale could retract his right arm, the blunt edge of the cleaver smashed into his ribs. Chapter 57, The Silence of the VIP Box. Kale was thrown like a ragdoll. He flew 15 feet across the ring, bouncing violently on the mat before skidding to a halt near the boundary line. He coughed up a mouthful of saliva and lay completely still, his eyes rolled back in his head. Arian rested the tip of the black cleaver on the mat, his chest rising and falling slowly. He didn't look at Kale. He looked directly up at the VIP box, making eye contact with the reinforced glass where he knew the principal was sitting. Instructor Lin stood frozen for 3 entire seconds before raising his hand. Winner! Arian! There were no cheers. The entire student body was in a state of collective shock. A stage 5 slum rat using a piece of unrefined scrap metal had just dismantled the stage 6 Vanguard captain without taking a single hit. In the VIP box, Principal Vance Sr. crushed the delicate porcelain teacup in his hand, hot tea spilling over his expensive suit. His face was entirely devoid of color. The pawn he had sent to cripple the boy had been utterly humiliated. Get Kale to the infirmary, the principal snapped into his comms unit. And have someone analyze that weapon. I want to know if he smuggled an illegal artifact. Chapter 58, The Unspoken Question. That evening, the cramped apartment in the Black Tortoise district felt unusually peaceful. The toxic rain had stopped, and a cool breeze blew through the cracked window. Arian sat on his bed, carefully wiping the black cleaver down with an oily rag. His muscles ached with a deep, satisfying soreness. He had done it. He had proved that he belonged. Surya stood in the doorway, leaning on his cane, watching his son. You did well today, Surya said softly. The market was buzzing with rumors about a boy with a heavy sword. Arian looked up, a rare, genuine smile crossing his face. It felt right, Dad. The weapon, the movements, it felt like the energy in my blood finally had somewhere to go. But Arian hesitated, looking down at his scarred knuckles. The dense energy I have. It's not normal, is it? Vance and Kale, their chi feels light. Mine feels like wet cement. Surya's grip on his cane tightened. It was the first time Arian had directly questioned his abnormal nature. Your mother, Surya began, his voice gravelly and slow, choosing his words with surgical precision, came from a place where the air was heavier. Her lineage, it is ancient. What you feel is the foundation of a bloodline that was built to carry mountains, not just wield swords. Chapter 59, The Systems Assessment. Arian's eyes widened. My mother? You never talk about her. Where is she? If her family is so strong. They are, Surya interrupted gently. And that is exactly why she had to leave. To protect us from the politics of a world we were not ready for. Your power is a gift, Aryan, but it is also a beacon. That is why you must grow stronger. So that one day, no one can dictate where our family belongs. Aryan stared at the iron blade in his hands, the weight of his father's words settling over him. He had always fought just to survive the school day, or to pay the medical bills. Now, there was a horizon. A massive, unknown world his mother belonged to. I'll reach the top, Dad, Aryan said, his voice quiet but forged in steel. I promise. Surya smiled and retreated to the kitchen. As he closed the door behind him, the ethereal voice of the system chimed perfectly in his mind. Ding! Target Aryan has solidified his martial intent. Target's bloodline is stabilizing at stage 5. Ambient Qi is no longer sufficient for further breakthrough. System advisory: to unlock the path to stage 6, the air requires exposure to extreme elemental environments or a Tier 2 beast core. Surya nodded to himself in the dark. Tier 2 beast cores. That means venturing into the deep zones. He can't do that alone. I'll need to prepare the shadows again. Chapter 60, The Man in the Grey Coat. The morning after the tournament, Aryan was back in the irradiated zones. He wasn't hunting, he was practicing his swings against a ruined concrete pillar, trying to perfect the reversed momentum of the shadow's anvil. He swung the cleaver in a wide arc, smashing off a massive chunk of concrete, sending dust billowing into the air. Impressive kinetic transfer, a voice spoke from the fog. Aryan immediately dropped into a defensive stance, leveling the heavy sword. A man stepped out from behind a rusted outcar. He wasn't a scavenger, and he wasn't dressed like a typical hunter. He wore a pristine, long grey coat tailored from high-grade beast leather. On his left breast was a silver pin shaped like a hawk clutching a star, the emblem of the Central Continent Guild Academy, a place exponentially higher in status than Silver Leaf High. Relax, boy, the man said, raising his hands, though his aura a suffocating pressure that easily dwarfed Instructor Lin's made it clear he wasn't a threat only because he chose not to be. I watched your match yesterday. My name is Kalen. I'm a scout for the Vanguard Academy. And I think your current school is severely wasting your time. Chapter 61, The Scout's Proposition. The suffocating pressure radiating from the man in the grey coat wasn't aggressive, it was simply there, like the immense weight of the ocean pressing against a submarine. Aryan tightened his grip on the black cleaver, his knuckles turning white. Vanguard Academy, Aryan repeated cautiously, keeping his stance rooted. That's in the central sector. They don't recruit from the outer rings. Kalen smiled, a crisp, professional curve of the lips. Usually, no. We look for pristine foundations. Wealthy kids bathed in spirit springs since birth. But occasionally, we look for something else. We look for wolves who learn to bite before they learn to walk. He took a step forward, his expensive leather boots immaculate despite the toxic mud. Your kinetic control yesterday was phenomenal. But Silver Leaf High will stifle you. Their principal is already filing paperwork to have your weapon banned from official spars as an unregulated hazard. Aryan's jaw tightened. Of course Vance Sr. would change the rules rather than accept defeat. I can offer you an entry token to the Vanguard provisional exams, Kalen continued, reaching into his coat. He didn't pull out a token, though. He pulled out a crumpled, hand-drawn map. But I don't hand these out to anyone who just swings hard. I need proof that your bloodline isn't just a fluke. 5 miles deep, past the ash canyons, there is a geothermal vent. A sulfur-spined basilisk nests there. It's a low Tier 2 beast. Aryan's eyes narrowed. A Tier 2. You want a body refinement stage 5 to hunt a beast that usually requires a squad of stage 7s. I want to see if you are a wolf, or just a very angry dog, Kalen corrected smoothly. Bring me its core by tomorrow evening. Do that. And the central sector opens to you. He dropped the map on the hood of the rusted-out car and walked away, disappearing into the toxic fog without making a single sound. Chapter 62, The Cost of Ambition. That night, the apartment was quiet. Arian sat at the rickety kitchen table, the crumpled map laid out flat. Beside it sat the black cleaver, freshly oiled, and a small pile of basic medical supplies: gauze, coagulant paste, and a single vial of cheap adrenaline. It was all he could afford. Surya shuffled out of the kitchenette, placing a cup of hot water in front of Arian. He looked at the map, his expression perfectly mimicking the worried, protective father. The deep zones, Arian, Surya said, his voice raspy, a genuine note of concern woven into his act. The radiation there, the heat. It twists the beasts. A Tier 2 creature has awakened its elemental nature. It's not just thick skin and claws anymore. I know, Dad, Arian said, tracing the route to the geothermal vent with a calloused finger. But Kalen is right. If I stay at Silverleaf, they'll just bleed me dry with bureaucracy. They'll ban my sword, then my techniques. This is a direct ticket out. Surya sat down opposite him, wrapping his hands around his warm mug. Internally, he was profoundly relieved. The system had required an extreme elemental environment or a Tier 2 core for Arians. Next breakthrough. Kalen's test neatly provided both. If you are going, Surya said softly, reaching out to tap the map. Do not fight it head-on. Elemental beasts draw power from their environment. Pull it away from the vents. Make it fight on your terms. Arian looked up, surprised by the tactical advice. That makes sense. Thanks, Dad. Surya offered a weak smile. Just the ramblings of an old man who reads too many cheap thrillers. Come back in one piece, Arian. Or I'll drag myself out there to fetch you. Chapter 63, Crossing the Ash Canyons. Arian set out 3 hours before dawn. The Scrapper's Gate was heavily guarded at this hour, but a 50-credit bribe to a sleepy guard let him slip through the maintenance airlock without registering his tag. If he died out there, the guild wouldn't even know to look for his body. The first 3 miles were familiar territory: crumbling skyscrapers and rusted metal. But as he crossed the 3-mile marker, the landscape shifted violently. The concrete ruins gave way to the ash canyons. Here, the ground was covered in a thick layer of pale grey soot that muffled all sound. Jagged spires of fused black glass jutted from the earth, the result of ancient, catastrophic energy weapons from the war that had broken the world. Arian moved cautiously, his boots sinking an inch into the ash with every step. The air grew noticeably hotter, carrying the bitter, rotten egg stench of raw sulfur. His throat felt dry, and his lungs burned slightly with each inhale. He unstrapped the black cleaver, carrying it in his right hand. The 30-pound weight was a comforting anchor in the desolate, alien landscape. 5 miles, Arian thought, checking his compass, which was spinning erratically due to the magnetic interference of the glass spires. He had to rely on the map and the rising heat. Chapter 64, The Geothermal Vent. By noon, the ash had turned into a sickly, reddish-brown mud. Plumes of thick, yellow steam vented from cracks in the earth, hissing like angry vipers. The temperature had skyrocketed. Arian's uniform was soaked with sweat, his skin slick and flushed. The heat wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. It was a chaotic, oppressive fire, a tribute energy that pressed against Arian's skin. But inside his meridians, the dormant bloodline beast stirred. It didn't shy away from the heat, it practically purred, hungry for the dense elemental energy. Arian crested a small ridge of hardened mud and looked down. Below lay a massive, boiling swamp. Pools of thick, bubbling sulfur popped lazily, releasing clouds of toxic yellow gas. In the center of the largest pool, resting on a slab of blackened basalt, was the basilisk. It was 20 feet long, resembling a massive, heavily armored monitor lizard. Its scales were a dull, oxidized green, but running down its spine was a row of jagged, bright yellow crystals that pulsed with an inner, terrifying heat. A Tier 2 beast. Arian crouched low, his breathing shallow to avoid inhaling too much sulfur. Pull it away from the vents, his father's advice echoed in his mind. But how do you bait a creature that size without getting melted first? Chapter 65, the first scald. Arian found a loose chunk of basalt, infused it with a tiny pulse of his stage 5 chi to give it weight, and hurled it with all his might. The stone arched over the swamp and struck the basilisk directly on its thick, armored skull. The beast's eyes snapped open, two glowing orbs of molten gold. It let out a roar that vibrated the mud beneath Arian's feet. It didn't hesitate. It slid off the rock and surged through the boiling mud with terrifying speed, its yellow spinal crystals glowing blindingly bright. Arian turned and ran, executing the simplified shadow step to glide over the treacherous, uneven mud without losing his footing. He lured it 50 yards away from the main pool, onto slightly firmer ground. He spun around, gripping the cleaver with both hands. The basilisk burst from the mud, opening its maw. A thick cloud of superheated, acidic steam erupted toward Arian. Arian swung the cleaver in a wide arc, using the sheer surface area of the flat blade to act as a fan, deflecting the worst of the blast. Even so, the ambient heat blistered his forearms, and the edges of his jacket instantly turned black and began to smolder. It's too fast, Arian realized, his heart hammering. The beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut where Arian's waist had been a fraction of a second prior. Chapter 66, the calculated pebble. 200 yards away, standing entirely concealed within a thick plume of yellow steam, Surya watched with narrowed eyes. The frost jade cicada against his chest was freezing cold, working overtime to suppress his foundation establishment aura in this chaotic environment. He saw Arian deflecting the steam, saw the burns appearing on his son's arms. The gap between a stage 5 mortal and a tier 2 elemental beast was massive. The basilisk's physical strength was overwhelming, and its scales were too thick for the blunt cleaver to penetrate without a perfect strike. The basilisk reared back, taking a deep breath. Its spinal crystals glowed furiously. It was preparing to expel a concentrated jet of boiling mud, a highly pressurized attack that would punch straight through Arian's iron sword. Arian braced himself, preparing to use the shadow's anvil to pivot the strike, but the mud beneath his feet was too soft. He didn't have the leverage. He was going to take the hit. Surya moved a single finger. He didn't target the beast. He targeted the environment. A microscopic needle of purely compressed liquid chi shot from Surya's fingertip, traveling soundlessly through the steam. It struck a small, pressurized bubble of subterranean methane gas buried in the mud directly beneath the basilisk's left hind leg. Chapter 67, the yellow core boom. The muffled explosion of the methane pocket wasn't massive, but it was perfectly timed. Just as the basilisk shifted its weight to unleash its boiling mud breath, the ground beneath its left leg violently ruptured. The beast's heavy, armored body tipped precariously to the side, throwing its aim off. The jet of boiling mud fired harmlessly over Arian's right shoulder, melting a boulder into slag. Arian didn't question his luck. He let instinct take the wheel. With the beast momentarily unbalanced and its left side exposed, Arian lunged. He didn't swing the cleaver from the side. He brought it straight up over his head, channeling every single drop of his stage 5 chi into his arms, engaging the shadow's anvil to maximize the downward kinetic force. He brought the 30-pound slab of dead iron crashing down squarely onto the pulsing yellow crystals at the base of the basilisk's neck. Crack! The sound of Shattering crystal and breaking bone echoed through the canyon. The beast's spine snapped under the immense, concentrated pressure. The basilisk convulsed wildly, thrashing in the mud for a few terrifying seconds before finally going limp. Arian collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, his skin blistered and raw. He forced himself back up, drawing his rusted iron dagger, and began the grisly work of carving into the beast's chest. Deep inside, resting near the heart, he found it. A jagged, perfectly spherical crystal the size of a golf ball, burning with a fierce, yellow inner light. A Tier 2 Elemental Core. Chapter 68, The Furnace of the Bloodline. Arian didn't head back to the city immediately. He knew the volatile elemental energy of the core would attract other predators if he carried it openly. He dragged himself to a small, shallow cave carved into the side of a basalt ridge, out of the direct heat of the vents. He sat down, his entire body trembling from exhaustion and the residual heat burns. The system's requirement was clear. Extreme elemental environments or a Tier 2 core. Arian placed the scorching hot yellow core into his mouth and swallowed. It felt like swallowing a lit coal. The moment it hit his stomach, the core detonated. A wave of pure, chaotic fire attribute energy flooded his meridians, threatening to incinerate him from the inside out. But then, the beast awoke. The bloodline that had been slumbering, slowly nourished by the beast marrow, erupted with a terrifying, primal roar. It didn't just absorb the sulfurous energy, it dominated it. The dense, heavy nature of his bloodline crushed the chaotic fire, forcing it to submit, refining it into pure, golden chi. Arian's skin flushed bright red, his veins bulging against his skin. The heat in the cave spiked, the air shimmering around him. The gaseous chi in his dantian compressed, swirling into a violent vortex that began to condense, solidifying its structure. Chapter 69, The Grand Master's Burden. Outside the cave, hidden in the ash, Surya suddenly dropped to one knee. Ding! Target. Arian has absorbed a Tier 2 elemental core. Target has advanced to body refinement stage 6. Synchronizing host, host advanced to foundation establishment stage 6. The transition from stage 5 to stage 6 was a major bottleneck. In the foundation establishment realm, it was the shift from mid-stage to late stage. Inside Surya's dantian, the pool of liquid silver chi violently expanded, forming a perfectly calm, mirror-like lake of immense spiritual power. His physical senses exploded outward. Without even trying, his divine sense pierced the toxic fog, mapping out every scuttling insect, every shift in the tectonic plates for 3 miles in every direction. But with this immense power came an equally immense pressure. Crack! Surya looked down. The frost jade cicada resting against his chest had developed a hairline fracture down its center. The artifact was failing. It could no longer fully suppress the monstrous weight of a stage 6 foundation establishment aura. Surya clenched his jaw, using his own willpower to forcibly push the aura down, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. I have a few days, maybe a week, before this jade shatters completely, he realized grimly. When it does, I won't be able to hide. He looked toward the cave where his sun was successfully breaking through. Time is running out faster than I thought. Chapter 70, The Vanguard Token. The sun had already set, casting Neo-Kolkata in its familiar neon glow, when Arian limped through the scrapper's gate. He looked half dead. His combat uniform was scorched and covered in dried, reddish mud. His face was streaked with soot, and his arms were bandaged with crude, bloody gauze. But his eyes burned with a steady, terrifying amber light. The aura of a stage 6 mortal, dense, heavy, and undeniably dangerous. Kalen was waiting for him, leaning against a rusted lamppost near the guild entrance, holding a cup of synthetic coffee. As Arian approached, Kalen's casual posture vanished. The scout pushed off the lamppost, his eyes locked onto Arian's. New aura. He had expected the boy to bring back the core or die trying, but he hadn't expected the boy to actually consume a tier 2 elemental core and survive, let alone break through. Arian unzipped one of the pouches on his belt. He pulled out the shattered, jagged remains of the basilisk's yellow spinal crystals, proof of the kill, since he had eaten the core. He tossed them onto the pavement at Kalen's feet. "The core is gone," Arian said, his voice raspy from the sulfur but completely steady. "But I think I proved your point." Kalen stared at the crystals, then looked back up at Arian, a genuine smile breaking across his professional demeanor. He reached into his grey coat and pulled out a heavy, dark silver medallion edged with a hawk and a star. He tossed it to Arian. "Pack your bags, kid," Kalen said softly. "The Central Sector exams are in 2 weeks. Don't be late." Chapter 71, The smell of burnt copper. The heavy iron door of the apartment clicked shut, and Arian leaned his full weight against it, sliding down until he hit the floor. The adrenaline that had carried him from the scrapper's gate finally evaporated, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The apartment smelled of cheap incense, but Arian brought the stench of the deep zones with him, a nauseating mix of burnt copper, sulfur, and dried blood. Arian. Surya emerged from the kitchenette, wiping a rag on his trousers. He stopped dead, his eyes widening as he took in the sight of his son. The scorched jacket, the blistered forearms, the soot caked into his hair. "I'm okay, Dad," Arian rasped, offering a weak, lopsided smile. He reached into his pocket and weakly tossed a heavy, dark silver medallion onto the worn rug. "I got it." Surya knelt beside his son, ignoring the Vanguard token entirely. He gently took Arian's bandaged arms, his face a mask of perfectly orchestrated, panicked fatherly concern. "You fool! You reckless, stubborn fool! You're burning up." "It's just the residual heat," Arian coughed, his eyelids drooping. "I broke through, Dad. Stage 6. Surya touched the boy's forehead. Beneath the blistering heat of the elemental burns, he could feel the dense, steady thrum of a heavily fortified Stage 6 foundation. The bloodline had settled perfectly. "We need to get this soot off you, or the sulfur will eat into the wounds," Surya said firmly, pulling Arian's uninjured arm over his shoulder and hauling him toward the tiny bathroom. Chapter 72, A cracking facade. While Arian sat under the cold spray of the shower, gritting his teeth as the water washed the toxic ash from his skin, Surya stood in the kitchen, trembling. It wasn't out of fear for his son. It was the immense, crushing pressure inside his own chest. Surya gripped the edge of the sink, his knuckles white. The frost jade cicada resting against his collarbone felt warm, a terrifying sign for an artifact meant to embody absolute zero. He unbuttoned his shirt just enough to look at it. The hairline fracture he had noticed earlier had spider-webbed. It was spreading. A Stage 6 foundation establishment aura is too dense, Surya realized, splashing cold water on his pale face. "The liquid chi in my danshan is practically a physical ocean now. This mortal-grade jade can't hold back the tide for much longer. If the jade shattered entirely, the raw spiritual pressure he released would instantly crush the fragile structural integrity of the entire apartment building. He needed a high-tier artifact, something forged by a core formation expert or higher, and he wouldn't find that in the slums of Neo-Kolkata. He would only find it in the Central Sector. 2 weeks, Surya told himself, suppressing a cough that tasted faintly of iron. "I just need to hold it together for 2 weeks." Chapter 73, The final day at Silver Leaf. Arian slept for 14 hours straight. When he woke up, the blistering red burns on his forearms had faded to a dull, healing pink. His Stage 6 vitality, combined with his dense bloodline, healed him at a rate that would make a medical professional weep. He dressed in his clean, spare uniform and secured the Vanguard token in his inner pocket. He didn't bring the black cleaver. Today wasn't about fighting. Silver Leaf High looked exactly the same as it always did. The manicured spirit grass, the gleaming marble pillars, the arrogant laughter of the upper district. Heirs. But as Arian walked down the main corridor toward the administration wing, he realized the school felt entirely different to him now. It felt small. The students, who usually sneered at him, now parted like the Red Sea, averting their eyes. They had seen what he did to Senior Kale. The fallen genius had become a monster. Arian pushed open the heavy oak doors of the principal's office without knocking. Principal Vance Sr. looked up from his terminal, his face immediately darkening with irritation. Arian, you are supposed to be in your practical ethics class. And I recall issuing a memo that your scrap metal was to be reviewed by the disciplinary board. I don't have it, Arian said calmly, stepping up to the mahogany desk. And I'm not going to class. I'm here to file my formal withdrawal from Silver Leaf High. Chapter 74, The Principal's Gambit. Vance Sr. froze, his fingers hovering over his keyboard. He looked at Arian, trying to read the boy's expression. Withdrawal? Don't be dramatic, boy. A suspension and a weapon ban are standard procedures. If you leave now, you forfeit your academic credits. You'll never get into a guild. Arian didn't say a word. He simply reached into his jacket, pulled out the heavy silver medallion etched with the hawk and star, and placed it gently on the mahogany desk. The principal stared at the medallion. All the color drained from his face. A Vanguard provisional token. Where, how did you get this? They haven't scouted this district in 5 years. I earned it, Arian said. So, the withdrawal forms, please. Greed and panic flashed in Vance Sr.'s eyes. The prestige of sending a student to the Vanguard Academy meant massive funding from the central sector. This token was given to a student of my school, the principal said, his voice tightening. It is school property. I will reassign it to Senior Kale, or my nephew. You are a slum resident, you don't have the lineage to survive the central sector. Vance Sr. reached for the medallion. Arian didn't shout. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply allowed the heavy, dense aura of his Stage 6 cultivation to drop its veil for a single second. The air in the office instantly felt like wet cement. The mahogany desk creaked ominously under the invisible pressure. Principal Vance Sr., Amir Chi, gathering Stage 2, was slammed back into his leather chair, gasping for breath, his hand paralyzed inches from the token. Arian picked the medallion back up, slipping it into his pocket. The forms. Now. Chapter 75, Dust on the desks. 10 minutes later, Arian walked out of the administration wing with his stamped withdrawal papers. He felt a profound sense of lightness, as if a physical chain had been unclasped from his neck. He walked to his locker in the standard tier corridor. As he spun the dial, he noticed Vance Jr. standing a few yards away, leaning heavily on his crutch. Vance Jr. didn't say anything, he just watched. With a mixture of bitter resentment and lingering fear. Arian opened his locker. There wasn't much inside. A few outdated theoretical manuals, a worn towel, and a spare pair of training wraps. He tossed the manuals into the nearby recycling bin and slung the towel over his shoulder. He looked at Vance Jr. for a long moment. He remembered the anger he used to feel, the helpless rage of being bullied day in and day out. Now, looking at the bruised, arrogant boy, Arian felt nothing but pity. Vance was a big fish who would never leave this tiny, stagnant pond. Arian closed the locker with a soft click. He didn't say goodbye. He just turned and walked toward the exit, leaving the pristine marble halls of Silver Leaf High behind forever. Chapter 76, The Shadow's Departure Preparation. While Arian was at the school, Surya was busy in the Black Tortoise Market. He wore his heavy coat and mask, moving silently through the shadowed alleys. They were leaving in 2 weeks. He needed to convert their meager savings and Arian's Beast Core credits into travel supplies. More importantly, he needed to make a healing salve. Arian's stage 6 vitality was impressive, but elemental burns left deep, hidden meridian scars if not treated properly. Surya stopped at a familiar stall, purchasing a jar of cheap aloe paste, a handful of dried frost mint, and a small vial of low-grade beast blood. It was garbage by cultivator standards, but it was all he could find. He returned to the empty apartment and locked the door. He placed the ingredients in a small clay bowl. Surya gritted his teeth, carefully peeling back a fraction of the suppression on his aura. He drew out a single microscopic thread of his stage 6 liquid chi. It was so pure it practically hummed in the air. He wove the chi into the cheap ingredients, acting as a human centrifuge, stripping away the impurities and forcing the frost mint to bind with the aloe. The result was a translucent, pale green jelly that emitted a soothing, bone-chilling mist. A flawless meridian healing salve. Surya quickly scooped the jelly into a plain tin container, his breathing ragged as he fought to reseal his aura. The frost jade cracked a millimeter further. Chapter 77, The Salve and the Sword. When Arian returned home, he found the apartment empty, a note on the table reading, "Gone to the market to buy train tickets. Found this cheap burn cream. Use it, Dad." Next to the note was a small tin container. Arian opened it, shivering slightly as a wave of cold mist drifted out. He rolled up his sleeves. His forearms were still pink and tender to the touch. He scooped a small amount of the pale green jelly and rubbed it into his skin. The relief was instantaneous and profound. It wasn't just cooling the skin, the salve seemed to sink directly into his muscles, repairing the microscopic tears in his meridians caused by the volatile sulfur. Energy. In minutes, the pink skin faded to his natural tone. "Cheap burn cream, right?" Arian muttered, shaking his head with a fond smile. He knew his father was terrible at lying about these lucky market finds, but he appreciated the care. Feeling fully restored, Arian picked up the black cleaver. He gripped the leather hilt and swung it in a slow, experimental arc. At stage 5, the sword had been heavy, requiring momentum to wield. At stage 6, with his bloodline fully saturated, the 30-pound slab of dead iron felt manageable. Almost light. "I need a heavier weapon," Arian realized. "Or I need to modify the Shadow's anvil. If the sword doesn't carry enough momentum, the technique falls apart." Chapter 78, The Train Station. The 2 weeks passed in a blur of packing, quiet meditation, and rigorous backyard training. Arian adapted his footwork, adding his own brute strength to compensate for the cleaver's newly perceived lightness. Finally, the morning of their departure arrived. The Neo-Kolkata Central Station was a massive, sprawling hub of glass and steel, entirely segregated by class. The lower levels were packed with sweaty, shouting masses boarding rusted coal trains bound for the outer mining colonies. The upper levels were pristine, smelling of ozone and expensive perfume, where the maglev trains docked. Surya and Arian stood on the upper platform. Surya wore his thick coat, looking frail and nervous, clutching a battered canvas duffel bag. Arian stood tall beside him, the black cleaver wrapped in fresh canvas on his back, his posture naturally defensive, shielding his father from the bustling crowds of wealthy merchants and guild officers. "I've never been up here," Arian admitted, looking at the sleek, bullet-shaped silver train gliding silently into the station. "Neither have I," Surya lied, though his eyes casually scanned the platform, mapping out the security guards and the hidden aura signatures of the station masters. "Stay close, Arian. The central sector is a different world." Chapter 79, The First Class Cabin. Kalen's Vanguard token wasn't just an exam pass, it was a first-class travel voucher. A uniformed attendant, initially sneering at their worn clothes, paled when Arian flashed the silver medallion. He hurriedly bowed and escorted them to a private cabin near the front of the train. Arian stepped inside and simply stared. The cabin was larger than their entire apartment. It had plush velvet seats, a mahogany table set with fresh fruits that didn't look bruised or irradiated, and a large window offering a panoramic view of the smog-choked city they were leaving behind. "Sit, Dad," Arian said, guiding Surya to the softest seat. "Let me get you some water." As Arian marveled at the automated sink and the pristine glasses, Surya sank into the velvet cushions with a quiet sigh. He looked out the window as the maglev engines engaged with a deep, subsonic hum. The train smoothly accelerated, leaving the decaying spires of Neo-Kolkata behind, accelerating toward the vast, untamed wilderness that separated the city from the central sector. "We're finally moving," Surya thought, a rare feeling of anticipation rising in his chest. The pond was too small. "Let's see what the ocean has to offer, my son." Chapter 80, The Pressure of the Core. 3 hours into the journey, the train was gliding flawlessly over the deep ravines of the wildlands. Arian was fast asleep in the opposite chair, exhausted by the sheer novelty of a soft cushion and a full stomach. Surya, however, was wide awake. The frost jade cicada against his chest gave a sharp, audible tink. Surya stiffened. He slowly reached a hand into his coat. He didn't need to look. He could feel it. The jade had split cleanly into 2 pieces. It wasn't shattered entirely, but its structural integrity was fatally compromised. A wave of intense heat washed over Surya's skin as his suppressed stage 6 aura began to bleed out. He quickly clamped his hand over the broken jade, desperately forcing his liquid chi back down with pure, agonizing willpower. Sweat poured down his face, soaking his collar. "Damn it," Surya cursed silently, his vision blurring slightly from the pain. He couldn't hold it back completely. A faint, heavy pressure began to fill the cabin. Arian shifted uncomfortably in his sleep, his brow furrowing as his instincts registered the ambient change. Surya knew the Central Sector Vanguard Academy was heavily guarded by core formation and perhaps even martial master experts. If he walked into that city leaking a suppressed high-level aura, he would be instantly flagged as a hostile infiltrator. He looked at his sleeping son. He had to find a solution, and he had to find it before the train docked. Chapter 81, The Bleeding Aura. The luxurious first-class cabin was completely silent, save for the rhythmic, subsonic hum of the maglev tracks. Surya clamped his calloused hand over the broken frost jade beneath his shirt. His breathing was shallow, his teeth gritted so hard his jaw ached. The pressure inside his dantian was like a caged leviathan thrashing against a glass wall. Liquid chi, dense and heavy with Foundation Establishment Stage 6 power, pushed against his meridians, desperately trying to vent into the atmosphere. If I let go, Surya thought, his vision swimming with a faint red haze, the sheer spiritual gravity will crush the furniture. It will trigger the train's defensive arrays, and the guild enforcers will be here in 60 seconds. He glanced at Arian, who was still fast asleep in the velvet armchair, his chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of a stage 6 mortal. The boy's brow was furrowed, his subconscious instincts picking up the terrifying weight in the room, even if he didn't wake. Surya couldn't forge a new artifact here. He lacked materials and time. He needed a temporary, physical anchor to hold the broken pieces of jade together, combined with a bodily seal. With trembling fingers, Surya bit his thumb, drawing a thick bead of blood. He slid his hand beneath his shirt, pressing the bloodied thumb directly over his own heart, smearing a rudimentary binding rune onto his skin. He then clamped the broken halves of the jade over the rune, using his own flesh to complete the circuit. The heat seared him. It felt like holding a branding iron to his chest, but the suffocating aura in the room instantly vanished, sucked back into the makeshift, painful seal. Surya let out a long, shuddering exhale, collapsing back into the cushions. It would hold. Barely. Chapter 82, The Silent Wilds Outside the Reinforced Glass Window. The landscape was a blur of dark, untamed wilderness. They were passing through the deep wilds, a no-man's land infested with high-tier beasts that separated the outer colonies from the central sector. Usually, the maglev trains relied on potent repelling arrays to keep the aerial beasts away. But tonight, the wilderness was eerily, entirely still. In the conductor's cabin at the front of the train, two armed guild guards, both seasoned stage 8 chi gathering experts, stared at the radar console in confusion. "I don't get it," the older guard muttered, tapping the glass screen. "We just passed the Weeping Canyons. We always get pinged by wyverns here. The screen is dead." "Maybe the repelling arrays are working better than usual," the younger guard suggested, adjusting his rifle strap. "No. Look out the window." The younger guard peered into the dark. On the ridges overlooking the tracks, he could see the faint, glowing eyes of dozens of beasts. But they weren't attacking. They were completely pressed to the ground, their heads bowed low, trembling. What the guards didn't know was that for exactly 3 minutes, before Surya applied the blood seal, a sliver of Foundation Establishment Stage 6 aura had leaked from the first-class car. To humans lacking divine sense, it was just a feeling of heaviness. But to the hypersensitive instincts of the beasts, it felt as though an apex predator of mythological proportions was passing through their territory. "Strange," the older guard murmured, logging the anomaly on his day top pad. "I'll do a sweep of the passenger cars just in case. Keep your eyes on the radar." Chapter 83, The Inspector's Sweep. The door chime of their private cabin rang with a soft, melodic trill. Arian woke up instantly, his hand immediately dropping to the hilt of the black cleaver leaning against his chair. He blinked, shaking off the sleep, and looked over at his father. Surya looked terrible. He was pale, sweating profusely, and clutching his chest beneath his heavy coat. "Dad? Are you okay?" Arian asked, instantly alarmed, rushing to his side. "Just the motion of the train, son," Surya rasped weakly, forcing a smile. He pointed to the door. "Answer that." Arian opened the sliding door. The older guild guard stood there, his hand resting casually on his stun baton. His sharp eyes swept over Arian, registering the boy's stage 6 cultivation, then settled on the sickly old man in the chair. "Routine inspection," the guard said brusquely. "We registered a minor ambient chi fluctuation in this sector of the train. Everything all right in here?" Arian frowned, stepping slightly into the doorway to block the guard's line of sight to his father. "We're fine. My father is just feeling travel sick. He has a weak constitution." The guard activated a small, handheld scanning crystal. He swept it over Arian, the crystal glowing a dull yellow. Then he pointed it at Surya. Surya held his breath, maintaining the excruciating blood seal over his heart. The crystal remained dull, dead grey. "Mortal," the guard grunted, satisfied. He lowered the crystal. "Keep the door locked. We arrive in Aegis City in 2 hours." He turned and walked down the carpeted hallway. Arian closed and locked the door, returning to Surya's side. "Are you sure you're okay? You're burning up." "I'm fine, Arian," Surya lied, his chest throbbing in agony. "Just rest. The real challenge begins tomorrow." Chapter 84, The Shield of the Center. 2 hours later, the train began to decelerate. Arian looked out the window, and for the first time in his life, he was rendered entirely speechless. Neo Kolkata was a sprawling, rusted stain on the earth. Aegis City, the capital of the central sector, was a monument to human defiance. A massive wall of pure, white marble and interwoven steel towered hundreds of feet into the sky, glowing with intricate, blue runic arrays that hummed with visible power. Above the city, the sky wasn't choked with smog, it was a pristine, vibrant blue, kept clear by atmospheric purifiers suspended on floating anti-gravity platforms. Tall spires of glass and white gold caught the morning sun. The ambient chi here was so dense it practically tasted sweet. Arian took a deep breath, and he could feel the energy passively sinking into his pores. "This is," Arian whispered, pressing his hand against the glass. "The center of our world," Surya said softly from his seat, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Where the strong congregate, and the weak are ground into dust beneath their boots." The train glided into the central terminus, a cavernous, immaculate station filled with cultivators. Arian noticed immediately that practically no one here was below body refinement. Stage 4. What was considered a genius in the slums was barely average here. Chapter 85, The Vanguard Gates. After disembarking, Surya and Arian navigated the pristine, bustling streets of Aegis City. Arian felt acutely aware of his faded, mended clothes and the crude canvas wrapping of the black cleaver. They drew stares, some curious, most disdainful. Wealthy youths in embroidered silk robes and carrying intricately forged swords pointed and whispered as they passed. They reached the Vanguard Provisional Exam Testing Grounds by midday. It wasn't a building, it was a massive, open-air coliseum built from black stone, surrounded by towering iron gates. Hundreds of young cultivators were lined up at the registration tents. The air crackled with competitive tension. Every single applicant here was a prodigy from their respective district. Arian could sense dozens of Stage 6 and even a few early Stage 7 youths in the crowd. "Go," Surya said, leaning heavily on his cane, staying out of the primary registration line. "I will find us a place to stay while you register. Meet me at the fountain across the plaza when you're done." Arian hesitated, looking at his father's pale face. "Are you sure you can walk around alone?" "I am old, Arian, not made of glass," Surya chuckled weakly, shooing him away. "Go. Make them remember your name." Arian nodded, his expression hardening. He turned and walked toward the line, his hand resting comfortably on the heavy iron of his sword. Chapter 86, The Weight of Scrutiny. The registration line moved efficiently. When Arian finally reached the desk, a bored-looking clerk in Vanguard robes held out his hand. "Name, age, district, and provisional token," the clerk recited monotonously. Arian handed over the silver medallion. "Arian. 18. Neo-Kolkata, Black Tortoise District." The clerk paused, looking up from his day top hat. He eyed Arian's worn clothes, then the massive, bulky canvas package strapped to his back. A smirk touched his lips. "Neo-Kolkata? The scrap heaps? Did Kalen lose a bet? Place your hand on the cultivation measuring stone." Arian placed his palm on a smooth, black crystal on the desk. The stone pulsed, emitting a steady, dense amber light. The clerk's smirk vanished, replaced by surprise. "Stage 6. And a heavy density variance. Fine. You qualify." He slid a wooden numbered tag across the desk. "Applicant 402. The first phase begins tomorrow at dawn. And leave your luggage at a tavern, boy. The testing grounds are not a storage facility." "It's not luggage," Arian said calmly. He unbuckled the strap and let the black cleaver drop, the unwrapped dead iron slamming onto the marble floor with a resounding crack that fractured the tile. Beneath it, the clerk jumped in his seat, the nearby applicants turning to stare at the massive slab of ugly, unrefined metal. "It's my sword," Arian said smoothly, effortlessly lifting the 30-pound weapon with one hand and resting it on his shoulder. I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 87, The Inn of the Weeping Willow. By the time Aryan found his father by the plaza fountain, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, golden shadows across Aegis city. Surya led them down a series of winding, progressively narrower streets until the pristine marble gave way to worn cobblestone. They were in the outer ring of the city, a place reserved for laborers and low-tier merchants. It was still vastly cleaner than Neo-Kolkata, but it lacked the oppressive opulence of the center. They checked into the Inn of the Weeping Willow, a modest, creaky establishment that smelled of roasted root vegetables and wood smoke. Their room was small, containing 2 narrow beds and a single wash basin, but the sheets were clean. Rest, Aryan, Surya said, immediately lying down on his bed, his back to his son. Tomorrow we'll test everything you have learned. Aryan was too exhausted from the ambient pressure of the city to argue. He placed the cleaver by his bed, performed a quick circulation of his chi, and fell into a deep sleep. Once Surya was absolutely certain Aryan's breathing had leveled out into the rhythm of deep sleep, the old man sat up. In the dark room, his eyes glowed with a faint, terrifying silver light. He peeled back his shirt. The blood seal over his heart was crusting, the skin around it blackened and bruised from the immense friction of holding back his aura. It wouldn't last another day. He needed a proper vessel. Surya silently slipped out the window, landing on the cobblestone alleyway below without making a single sound. The ghost had returned. Chapter 88, The Aegis Underground. The underbelly of Aegis City was completely different from the chaotic midnight bazaar of Neo-Kolkata. Here, the black market was highly organized, run by shadowy syndicates deeply entrenched in the city's politics. Surya navigated the labyrinthine alleys, his features concealed by his heavy coat and a newly purchased, featureless white porcelain mask. He suppressed his aura down to the absolute minimum, letting only a tiny sliver of his foundation establishment pressure leak just enough to project the image of a dangerous, high-level rogue cultivator. He found a nondescript iron door guarded by 2 men in dark robes. Both were at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. Surya didn't offer a pill this time. As he approached, he simply allowed his liquid chi to ripple beneath his skin. The terrifying heavy pressure of foundation establishment washed over the guards. Their faces paled instantly, and they bowed deeply, unlocking the door without a word. In the central sector, strength was the only universal password. Inside, the market was dimly lit and quiet. High-tier artifacts, rare herbs, and forbidden manuals sat in glass display cases. Surya ignored the weapons and pills. He walked straight to a stall selling raw forging materials. I need void iron, Surya's voice rasped through the porcelain mask, artificially deepened. Unrefined. A piece large enough to carve an array. Chapter 89, The Grand Masters carving. The merchant behind the counter, a shrewd-looking woman with a monocle made of spirit glass, raised an eyebrow. Void iron is heavily restricted by the Vanguard Guild. It absorbs and nullifies chi. Why would you want it unrefined, she asked. Do you have it or not? Surya asked coldly, placing a heavy sack of credits on the counter, the entirety of their savings from Aryan's beast hunts. The woman measured the weight of the coin purse and silently retrieved a small, lead-lined box from beneath the counter. She opened it. Inside sat a jagged chunk of black metal. It didn't reflect any light, it seemed to actively swallow the illumination around it. Surya grabbed the box, leaving the coins, and vanished back into the shadows. He found an abandoned rooftop overlooking the city. Sitting cross-legged under the moonlight, he took out the void iron. He didn't have carving tools. He didn't need them. Surya concentrated his foundation establishment chi into his index finger, compressing the liquid silver energy until his fingertip glowed like a diamond drill bit. He pressed his finger against the impossibly hard void iron. Hiss. Slowly. Painfully, Surya began to draw microrunes into the metal. It was a Grand Master level sealing array, miniaturized to the size of a coin. He poured his sweat, his focus, and his profound understanding of natural laws into the metal. For 3 hours, he carved, until a complex, circular labyrinth of runes covered the stone. He pressed the finished void iron pendant against his chest, directly over the broken jade and the bloody seal. Instantly, the suffocating internal pressure vanished. The void iron eagerly absorbed his excess aura, nullifying the leak completely. Surya let out a breathless laugh, collapsing onto his back against the cold roof. He was safe. For now. Chapter 90, the morning of the exam. The dawn over Aegis City was brilliant, painting the white marble walls in hues of gold and pink. Arian stood in the massive, open-air Colosseum of the Vanguard testing grounds, surrounded by 500 other applicants. The noise was deafening, the clanking of expensive armor, the nervous chatter, the humming of unsheathed energy blades. Arian stood perfectly still, resting his hands on the hilt of the black cleaver, which was planted point down in the dirt in front of him. He looked like an iron statue amidst a sea of silk and jewels. High above, on a grand balcony overlooking the arena, stood the Vanguard instructors. Among them was Kalen, the scout in the grey coat, looking down at the crowd with analytical eyes. A tall man with a scarred face and an aura that felt like a raging bonfire stepped to the edge of the balcony. The noise in the Colosseum died instantly. "I am Proctor Vane," the man's voice boomed without any magical amplification, vibrating in Arian's chest. "Welcome to the provisional exams. Most of you are pampered heirs. You think your expensive pills and family manuals make you strong. Today, we strip away your toys." Vane raised his hand. Phase 1 is not a spar. It is a test of foundation. Of sheer, unyielding will. He slammed his hand down onto the stone railing. Suddenly, the runic arrays embedded in the floor of the Colosseum ignited with a blinding white light. A crushing, localized gravitational pressure descended upon the entire arena. It wasn't physical gravity, it was spiritual gravity. Instantly, screams echoed across the grounds as dozens of applicants, their foundations weak from relying on artificial growth, were forced to their knees, blood dripping from their noses. Arian felt the pressure hit him like a physical wave. But inside him, the heavy, dense beast of his bloodline didn't cower. It rose to meet the pressure. Arian didn't drop to his knees. He gripped the black cleaver, his amber eyes glowing, and stood taller. Chapter 91, The Weight of Illusions. The spiritual gravity in the Vanguard. Colosseum didn't press down on the flesh, it pressed directly onto the meridians. It was a terrifying, suffocating weight designed to expose the microscopic flaws in a cultivator's foundation. Around Arian, the sounds of buckling knees and desperate gasps echoed across the stone courtyard. To his left, a boy clad in expensive, gold-threaded silk collapsed face first onto the marble, his nose bleeding profusely. The boy was technically at body refinement stage 7, a full stage above Arian, but his power was a hollow shell, built entirely on force-fed pills and soft sparring sessions. His meridians were wide but paper-thin, cracking under the pressure. Arian, however, did not fall. He didn't even drop to one knee. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, both hands resting heavily on the leather-wrapped pommel of the black cleaver, which was still planted point down in the stone. The pressure washing over him was intense, but it felt familiar. It felt exactly like the oppressive, sulphurous heat of the geothermal vent where he had fought the basilisk. His bloodline, tempered by pure beast marrow and the violent energy of a Tier 2 elemental core, recognized the pressure not as a threat, but as a grinding stone. Arian closed his eyes. He didn't fight the gravity. He used the shadow's anvil breathing technique, circulating his dense, ember chi in a slow, rhythmic cycle. Every time the external pressure pushed in, his Thick meridians pushed back, compressing his chi even further, turning it into a heavy, unbreakable liquid within his flesh. He stood like an iron pillar in a collapsing house. Chapter 92, The Eyes of the Vanguard. High on the balcony, Proctor Vane paced the perimeter, his sharp eyes sweeping over the 500 applicants. Within the first 2 minutes, nearly 200 had collapsed. Instructors in grey coats walked among the fallen, dragging the weeping, humiliated youths out of the arena. Increase the array output to 70%, Vane ordered, not looking back at the array operators. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the stones. The white light of the runic circle intensified. More students dropped. Even the genuine talents, the ones who had trained rigorously, were beginning to shake. Their legs trembled, sweat pouring down their faces as they channeled every ounce of their chi just to remain upright. Kalen stood a few paces behind Vane, his eyes locked on a specific applicant near the eastern quadrant. "Looking at your slum recruit, Kalen?" Vane asked, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "He possesses an incredibly dense aura for a stage 6. But a crude, heavy sword won't save him from spiritual suppression." "Look closer, Proctor," Kalen said softly. Vane narrowed his eyes, focusing his own profound cultivation sense on Arian. The Proctor's amusement vanished. Arian wasn't just resisting the pressure. His breathing was perfectly synchronized with the pulsing rhythm of the array. He was using the Vanguard's own test as a cultivation chamber, passively refining his chi. And more shockingly, there was not a single drop of sweat on the boy's forehead. "Interesting," Vane murmured, a predatory grin forming on his scarred face. "Very interesting." Chapter 93, The Frost and the Iron. By the time the 10-minute mark arrived, the array finally powered down. The blinding white light faded into the stone, leaving behind a profound, ringing silence. Out of 500 applicants, only 80 remained standing. Arian opened his eyes, letting out a long, slow exhale that sounded like a bellows pushing air. He pulled the black cleaver out of the cracked stone and effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder. He glanced around at the survivors. Most were panting heavily, leaning on their weapons or sitting directly on the floor to recover their spent chi. A few yards away, Arian noticed a girl. She wasn't leaning on anything. She stood perfectly straight, her hands clasped delicately in front of her pale blue robes. Her hair was a striking, icy white, and the air immediately around her seemed to shimmer with a faint, freezing mist. She turned her head, catching Arian's gaze. Her eyes were like chipped glacial ice, cold, calculating, and completely devoid of emotion. She looked at his cheap clothes, then at the massive slab of dead iron on his shoulder, her expression completely unreadable. Then, she simply turned away. "Congratulations," Proctor Vane's voice boomed again, drawing everyone's attention back to the balcony. "You have proven you are not entirely useless. But standing still is easy. Surviving the dark is not. Phase 2 begins in 1 hour. Chapter 94, The Tea House Observer. A few blocks away from the colossal Vanguard Arena, in a narrow alleyway overlooking the testing ground's outer walls, sat a small, dingy tea house. It catered to the laborers who maintained the city's aqueducts, smelling of strong, bitter roots and cheap tobacco. Surya sat at a corner table near the smudged window. He wore his heavy coat, an untouched cup of steaming bitter tea resting in front of him. Beneath his shirt, the void iron pendant rested cool against his skin. It worked perfectly. The terrifying, crushing weight of his stage 6 foundation establishment aura was completely swallowed by the black metal, leaving him appearing as nothing more than a frail, elderly mortal warming his bones. He closed his eyes, pretending to doze. In reality, his divine sense was fully extended, slipping past the massive iron gates of the arena and washing over the courtyard. He had felt the gravity array activate. He had felt Arian's bloodline rise to meet it, solidifying the boy's Stage 6 foundation flawlessly. A faint, proud smile touched Surya's lips. "Did you hear?" a rough voice said from the adjacent table. Two laborers in oil-stained overalls were hunched over their bowls. "The Vanguard is using the Labyrinth of Echoes for Phase 2 this year." "The Labyrinth," the other laborer whistled. "That's brutal. The clockwork beasts in there don't hold back. They say a noble kid lost an arm in there 3 years ago." Surya's smile faded. His divine sense probed deeper into the earth beneath the Colosseum, sensing a vast, subterranean network of stone corridors humming with mechanical traps and artificial chi signatures. It was an environment perfectly suited for a heavy blade, but dangerously unpredictable. Chapter 95, The Descent. 1 hour later, the massive stone tiles in the center of the Colosseum courtyard began to shift. The grinding of heavy gears echoed loudly as a 50-foot-wide staircase revealed itself, spiraling down into pure darkness. A damp, metallic smell wafted up from the abyss. Proctor Vane stood at the edge of the descent. "Beneath you lies the Labyrinth of Echoes," Vane announced to the 80 remaining applicants. "Scattered throughout the maze are 50 golden tokens. To pass Phase 2, you must find a token and bring it to the center chamber before the 3-hour time limit expires. There are 80 of you, and only 50 tokens. You may form alliances. You may fight for them. But if you kill another applicant, you will be executed on the spot." He pointed down into the dark. "The maze is guarded by Vanguard clockwork constructs. They feel no pain, they do not bleed, and they will not stop until you are incapacitated. Begin." Without hesitation, the white-haired girl in the blue robe stepped forward and walked calmly down the stairs, disappearing into the shadows. A few of the wealthier nobles, flanked by their respective bodyguards who had also passed Phase 1, followed her. Arian adjusted the canvas strap holding the black cleaver, his expression hardened. He didn't have bodyguards. He didn't need them. He stepped onto the stairs and descended into the dark. Chapter 96, The Clockwork Hound. The Labyrinth of Echoes was exactly as its name suggested. The walls were made of smooth, damp obsidian that reflected sound perfectly. The distant clash of steel, a muffled shout, and the grinding of mechanical gears bounced off the walls, making it impossible to tell which direction the sounds came from. Bioluminescent moss provided a faint, sickly green illumination. Arian walked silently, his boots rolling heel to toe in a modified, walking version of the shadow step. 10 minutes into his trek, his senses flared. He stopped at a crossroad. From the right corridor came a rapid, metallic clicking. A pair of glowing red optical lenses emerged from the gloom. It was a clockwork hound, a mechanical beast the size of a large wolf, forged entirely from bronze and steel, its joints hissing with pressurized steam. It was designed to mimic a Stage 6 beast's physical strength. The hound locked onto Arian. Its metallic jaw snapped open, revealing rows of spinning, serrated iron teeth. It lunged, entirely devoid of the hesitation a living creature would possess. Arian didn't flinch. He didn't even unstrap the sword from his back. As the hound leaped through the air, Arian shifted his weight, pivoting smoothly to the left. He raised his right knee and drove a brutal, Stage 6 bloodline-enhanced kick directly into the side of the mechanical beast's thorax. Crunch! Arian's physical density was monstrous. The bronze plating caved inward with a horrific screech of tearing metal. The hound was knocked out of the air, crashing into the obsidian wall. Its gears ground to a halt, red sparks showering from its cracked chassis. "Too light," Arian muttered, adjusting his jacket and continuing down the corridor. Chapter 97, The Ambush. 30 minutes deeper into the maze, Arian finally heard voices that weren't echoes. They were sharp, arrogant, and very close. He slowed his pace, creeping toward the edge of a large, circular chamber. In the center of the room, standing beside a stone pedestal that held a faintly glowing golden token, was the white-haired girl. Her pale blue robes were pristine, but her expression was tight. Surrounding her were 3 applicants. Arian recognized them. They were the wealthy youths from the upper-tier districts, moving as a coordinated pack. Their leader, a tall boy wielding an elegant, inscribed rapier, smirked at her. "Hand over the token, Lyra," the leader said, his rapier pointed casually at her chest. "Your frost arts are impressive, but you're a long-range fighter. In this tight space, against 3 stage 6 combatants, you'll be cut to ribbons before you can form an icicle." "You are welcome to try, Silas," Lyra replied, her voice like cracking ice. The temperature in the room plummeted noticeably, a thin layer of frost creeping across the obsidian floor beneath her boots. Arian watched from the shadows. He had no intention of playing the hero. In a vanguard exam, everyone was a competitor. He prepared to slip away down a different corridor to find his own token. But as he took a step back, his boot brushed against a loose piece of gravel. In the hyperechoic labyrinth, it sounded like a firecracker. All 4 heads snapped toward the dark corridor where Arian stood. Chapter 98, The Iron Interruption. "We have a rat," Silas sneered, gesturing with his head. "Deal with him. I'll handle the Ice Princess." One of his subordinates, a burly youth wielding a heavy steel mace, grinned and charged toward the corridor entrance. "I saw this slum trash at registration. Let's see how tough he is without a gravity array holding him up." Arian sighed. He reached over his shoulder and unbuckled the leather strap. He let the canvas fall away, the 30-pound black cleaver dropping into his right hand with a heavy, comforting weight. The burly youth swung his mace in a wide, brutal arc aimed at Arian's skull. Arian didn't use the Shadow's anvil to redirect this strike. The corridor was too narrow, and the opponent was sloppy. Arian simply brought the flat of the massive dead iron blade up to block. Clang! The steel mace struck the cleaver. The sheer density of Arian's bloodline, combined with the 30-pound slab of unyielding iron, didn't budge an inch. The recoil, however, violently vibrated back up the attacker's mace, numbing the youth's arms instantly. Before the burly applicant could recover, Arian took a half step forward. He didn't swing the sword, he just drove the heavy, blunt pommel of the cleaver directly into the boy's sternum. The youth gasped, his eyes rolling back, and collapsed to the floor in a heap, out cold. Arian stepped over the body, dragging the tip of the heavy iron sword against the stone floor. It produced a terrifying, scraping screech that echoed into the chamber. He looked at Silas and the remaining subordinate. "I was going to leave," Arian said, his amber eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "But since you're offering..." Chapter 99, The Frost and Iron Alliance. Silas's arrogant smirk vanished. He looked at his unconscious subordinate, then at the massive slab of ugly iron in Arian's hand. Lyra didn't waste the distraction. While Silas was looking at Arian, she flicked her wrist. A barrage of razor-sharp icicles materialized from the frozen air and shot toward the remaining subordinate. The boy yelled, barely raising his sword in time to deflect the ice, but the sheer cold froze the joints of his armor, locking him in place. Silas, realizing the situation had completely flipped, took a step back. "You're crazy if you think you can take on my family outside these walls," he spat, trying to salvage his pride. "We are inside the walls," Arian replied flatly, raising the cleaver slightly. Silas gritted his teeth, sheathed his rapier, and ran down an adjacent corridor, leaving his 2 incapacitated lackeys behind. Arian let his sword rest against his shoulder and looked at Lyra. She was looking back at him, her glacial eyes assessing his every breath. "Brute force. Crude weapon," Lyra noted, her voice completely calm despite the ambush. "But your kinetic control is flawless. You didn't waste A single movement. Thanks, Arian said, turning to leave. Wait, Lyra called out. She walked over to the pedestal and picked up the golden token. She tossed it through the air. Arian caught it effortlessly. He looked at her, confused. Why? I have a partial map of the labyrinth, memorized from my family's archives, Lyra stated pragmatically. There is a vault near the center containing 3 tokens, but it is guarded by a stage 7 bronze minotaur. My frost arts cannot penetrate its armor. Your iron can. I provide the path, you provide the hammer. We split the tokens. Arian weighed the golden coin in his hand. A stage 7 mechanical beast. It was a risk, but having a map in this echoing nightmare was a massive advantage. Lead the way, Arian said. Chapter 100, The Phantom Array. Far above the labyrinth, in the dingy tea house, Surya's eyes snapped open beneath his mask. His tea had long gone cold. For the past hour, he had been passively monitoring Arian's progress. He had watched the boy dispatch the hound and form an alliance with the frost cultivator. Everything was proceeding within the normal parameters of the Vanguard exam. But suddenly, something shifted. Surya's divine sense caught a microscopic ripple in the spiritual energy of the labyrinth of echoes. It wasn't a mechanical trap triggering, and it wasn't an applicant using a technique. It was an alteration of the foundational runic arrays governing the maze. Someone is rewriting the labyrinth's code, Surya realized, his heart skipping a beat. He focused his sense, diving deeper into the earth, tracing the source of the anomaly. The runic pathways that controlled the clockwork beasts were being forcibly overwritten. The safety limits, the codes that prevented the machines from dealing lethal blows, were being systematically erased. Worse, the internal walls of the maze were shifting, intentionally funneling the applicants away from the center and toward the deeper, restricted containment zones where the Vanguard stored their defective, highly lethal combat prototypes. This wasn't part of the test. This was a targeted sabotage. Surya stood up, tossing a crumpled credit note onto the table. He couldn't trust Proctor Vane or Kalen to notice the subtle sabotage in time. By the time the instructors realized the safety arrays were down, students would be dead. Arian would be in lethal danger from machines that felt no fear and possessed no blood to freeze or break. Surya pulled his heavy coat tighter, stepping out of the tea house. He needed to find a maintenance hatch. The shadow was going underground. Chapter 101, The grinding of the obsidian. Deep within the labyrinth of echoes, the air was entirely stagnant. Lyra led the way, her pale blue robes glowing faintly in the bioluminescent green light of the moss. She moved with precise, measured steps, counting the intersections. Take a left at the next archway, Lyra instructed, not looking back at Arian. There should be a long corridor lined with dormant centipede constructs leading directly to the vault. Arian followed, keeping the black cleaver rested comfortably on his shoulder. He trusted her memory, but his bloodline instincts were violently humming. The ambient spiritual pressure in the air had subtly changed. It felt sharper, less like a test and more like an execution block. As they turned the corner, Lyra stopped dead. There was no long corridor. There were no dormant constructs. Instead, a massive, solid wall of smooth obsidian completely blocked the path. Lyra's icy facade cracked for a fraction of a second. She placed a pale hand against the black stone. This shouldn't be here. The Vanguard testing parameters explicitly state the maze layout is fixed prior to the applicant's descent. The walls do not shift during Phase 2. Arian reached out, pressing his calloused hand against the stone next to hers. He didn't feel cold rock. He felt a deep, rhythmic vibration, like the purring of a massive engine. Grind. A sound like 2 tectonic plates scraping together violently echoed through the labyrinth. Above them, dust and loose gravel rained down from the ceiling. The floor beneath their boots tilted slightly, and a mechanical hiss of releasing steam filled the corridor. "The maze," Arian said quietly, stepping back and gripping his sword with both hands, "is rearranging itself." Chapter 102, The Master's Key. On the surface, the sun continued to climb, bathing Aegis City in light. But in the shadows of an alleyway bordering the Vanguard Arena's outer wall, Surya located a heavy, iron grate set into the cobblestone. It was a maintenance hatch for the city's aqueduct system, which shared a subterranean boundary with the testing grounds. The grate was locked with a Vanguard standard runic seal, a glowing red padlock made of pure energy. Touching it without the proper physical key would send a high-voltage shock and trigger an alarm in the proctor's booth. Surya knelt beside it. He didn't have a key, but a Grand Master didn't need one to open a mortal lock. He extended his index finger. The void iron pendant against his chest kept his immense aura completely hidden, but it didn't stop him from utilizing his liquid chi internally. He drew a microscopic thread of silver energy, as thin as a spider's silk, and guided it toward the red runic lock. Instead of forcing the lock, Surya's chi carefully threaded itself between the glowing lines of the array. He read the spiritual circuitry, finding the specific node that registered the alarm. With a surgical pulse of energy, he bypassed the node entirely, directly simulating the energetic frequency of a Vanguard key. Click! The red light turned green, and the runic lock dissolved. Surya lifted the heavy iron grate without a sound, slipping into the dark, damp shaft below. The smell of stagnant water and old copper immediately filled his nose. He had to move fast. The maze was shifting, and the shadows within it were turning deadly. Chapter 103, The Scent of Real Blood. Back in the labyrinth, the grinding of the walls had stopped, leaving behind a profound, terrifying silence. The bioluminescent moss seemed to dim. "My map is useless," Lyra stated pragmatically, turning away from the dead end. "We have to navigate blindly. We need to find the center chamber before the 3-hour limit." They chose a new path, moving cautiously. The air grew colder, but it wasn't Lyra's doing. It was the chill of deep underground drafts rushing through newly opened vents. 5 minutes later, the stench hit them. It was sharp, metallic, and undeniable. Arian quickened his pace, rounding a corner into a small, square room. He stopped, his stomach dropping. Lying against the far wall was one of the wealthy applicants they had seen during Phase 1. The boy's expensive armor was torn to shreds. A massive, jagged laceration ran across his chest, and a pool of dark blood was rapidly spreading across the obsidian floor. Arian knelt beside him. The boy was unconscious, his breathing shallow and rattling. "A clockwork beast did this?" Lyra asked, stepping into the room, her eyes widening slightly at the sheer amount of blood. "The safety protocols restrict their blades from penetrating deeper than an inch. This strike was meant to bifurcate him." "He's bleeding out," Arian said, pressing his hand against the wound, his hands quickly coated in warm, sticky crimson. "The Vanguard instructors aren't coming. The extraction arrays in the floor aren't activating." Lyra didn't hesitate. She knelt opposite Arian, her hands glowing with intense, freezing mist. "Move your hands." Arian pulled back. Lyra pressed her palms near the edge of the wound. A layer of thick, blue-white frost rapidly spread over the boy's chest, flash freezing the severed blood vessels and sealing the laceration in a block of solid ice. It was a brutal form of first aid, but it stabilized him. Arian stood up, wiping the blood from his hands onto his trousers. He looked at the cleaver, his amber eyes hardening into something cold and dangerous. "The test is over. This is a slaughterhouse." Chapter 104, The Vault of the Minotaur. "We can't carry him," Lyra said, her breath misting in the air. "If the safety protocols are disabled, moving him slows us down and gets us all killed." The frost will keep him alive for a few hours. We have to reach the center to alert the proctors. Arian nodded silently. The brutal pragmatism of the central sector was becoming terrifyingly clear. They continued, guided by the slight drafts in the corridor, until they emerged into a massive, cavernous vault. The ceiling was 50 feet high, supported by thick bronze pillars. At the far end of the room, sitting on an elevated stone dais, were 3 golden tokens. But between them and the dais stood the guardian. It was a bronze minotaur. It stood 10 feet tall, entirely constructed from heavily oxidized, dark bronze. Steam hissed aggressively from the exhaust vents built into its shoulders. Usually, the visual sensors of the Vanguard constructs glowed a dull, warning red. The Minotaur's eyes, however, burned with a corrupted, violent purple light. It held a massive, double-bit battleaxe that looked heavy enough to split a boulder. As Arian and Lyra entered, the purple eyes locked onto them. The machine didn't issue a warning roar. It simply lowered its horned head and charged, its heavy metal hooves cracking the obsidian floor with every step. Stage 7 strength, Lyra warned, her hands glowing as the temperature in the vault plummeted. And without the safety limiters, its speed is fully uncapped. Do not let that axe touch you. Chapter 105, Ice and Anvil. The Minotaur closed the distance in 3 seconds. It swung the massive battleaxe in a horizontal sweep aimed directly at Arian's waist, intending to cut him in half. Arian didn't dodge. The weapon was too wide. He dropped into his shadow step stance and initiated the Shadow's Anvil. He swung the black cleaver upward, catching the haft of the incoming bronze axe. Clang! A shockwave of kinetic force rippled outward, blowing the dust off the nearby pillars. Arian's boots slid backward across the stone for 2 feet, the sheer Stage 7 mechanical power threatening to overwhelm his Stage 6 bloodline. His muscles screamed under the pressure, but his dense chi held his bones together. Using the point of contact as a pivot, Arian channeled chi into his wrists, redirecting the momentum of the Minotaur's axe upward, causing the machine to stumble slightly off balance. Lyra struck instantly. She didn't aim for the thick bronze chest plate. She fired 3 highly compressed, spear-like icicles directly into the exposed, steaming gears of the Minotaur's right knee joint. The ambient moisture in the steam instantly froze, locking the mechanical gears in a block of solid, unyielding ice. The Minotaur tried to step forward, but its right leg seized. The machine lurched awkwardly, its purple eyes flashing in digital frustration. Its armor is too thick for a blunt blade. Lyra yelled over the hiss of steam. You have to break the internal core. Chapter 106, The Shattered Core. Keep its joints frozen. Arian shouted. Back, rolling under a wild, retaliatory swing of the battleaxe. The shadow step allowed Arian to move like a ghost around the massive machine, but the Minotaur was relentless. The corrupted programming made it completely ignore defensive maneuvers, it simply swung with lethal intent, trading damage for kills. Lyra danced on the periphery, her hands weaving intricate patterns. Waves of frost swept over the vault, systematically targeting the beast's elbows and ankles. The Minotaur was slowing down, its joints groaning as the ice expanded within its mechanisms, but it was still incredibly dangerous. It reared back, raising the axe high with both hands, intending to bring it straight down on Arian's skull. Arian didn't redirect this time. He took a deep breath, drawing every ounce of his dense, ember chi from his dantian and flooding it into his arms and the heavy iron of the cleaver. Instead of stepping away, Arian stepped inside the Minotaur's guard. As the massive axe came down, Arian thrust the 30-pound black cleaver straight upward, point first, directly into the heavily armored chin of the beast. The sheer, concentrated force of his Stage 6 bloodline, backed by the dead weight of the iron, didn't pierce the bronze, it shattered it. The impact snapped the Minotaur's head violently backward, exposing the glowing, purple runic power core nestled deep in its mechanical throat. Without breaking momentum, Arion ripped his iron dagger from his belt with his left hand and drove it directly into the exposed core. The purple light flickered frantically, then died. The massive machine froze, then collapsed backward with a deafening crash, completely inert. Arion stood over it, gasping for air, a thin line of blood trickling down his cheek where a piece of shrapnel had grazed him. He looked at Lyra, who nodded slightly, a silent acknowledgement of his martial prowess. Arion walked to the dais and grabbed the 3 golden tokens. But as his fingers closed around the metal, heavy iron portcullises slammed down over every exit in the vault, locking them inside. Chapter 107, The Architect's Shadow. Far removed from the vault, in the dark, restricted maintenance tunnels beneath the labyrinth, Surya moved without a sound. He didn't need light to see, his divine sense mapped the metallic corridors perfectly. He was tracking the source of the runic corruption. He stopped near a massive, humming crystal pillar, one of the main processing nodes that controlled the labyrinth's layout. Standing beside it was a man wrapped in an actively camouflaged cloak. The man was holding a small, intricate device that glowed with the same corrupted purple light Arion had seen in the Minotaur's eyes. A saboteur. And based on the dense, tightly coiled chi the man possessed, he was a peak stage 8 cultivator. A professional assassin. The assassin was busy inputting a new command into the jammer, muttering to himself. Lock all sector doors. Vent the lower levels. The Vanguard will blame a system malfunction. He never finished the sentence. Surya didn't use a flashy technique. He simply stepped out of the shadows, crossing 20 feet of space in a fraction of a millisecond. Before the assassin's stage 8 instincts could even register a threat, Surya's hand clamped over the man's mouth. Simultaneously, Surya's other hand struck the man's dantian with a single, precisely extended finger. A microscopic drop of Foundation establishment chi entered the assassin's body and violently severed his major meridians in a silent, internal explosion. The man's eyes rolled back, his body going completely limp. Surya lowered him gently to the floor, making absolutely no noise. He reached down and plucked the purple jammer from the dead man's hands. Chapter 108, The Control Node. Surya examined the jammer. It was expensive, military-grade technology. Someone with deep pockets and high connections like the Vance family had supplied this to ensure the slum rat didn't survive Phase 2. Surya couldn't just smash the device. If the signal died abruptly, the labyrinth's failsafes might trigger a total structural lockdown, trapping everyone inside for days. He had to unravel the sabotage. Slowly, he placed the device on top of the crystal pillar. He peeled back a tiny corner of his mental suppression, letting his Grandmaster intellect engage with the complex runic code. He saw the lockdown commands. He saw the corrupted safety protocols. Surya couldn't restore the safety limits without alerting the Vanguard proctors that someone had hacked their system, which would lead to a massive investigation and inevitably draw attention to Arion. Instead, Surya did something vastly more subtle. He isolated the specific containment sector where he sensed Arion and Lyra were trapped. Using the jammer, he wove a localized, invisible bypass command into the labyrinth's architecture. He couldn't kill the beasts in Arion's path, but he could unlock the doors and subtly manipulate the ventilation system to create a physical guide. With a final, delicate pulse of chi, Surya altered the purple runes, turning them a faint, neutral blue. The path is open, son, Surya thought, looking at the ceiling. The rest is up to you. Chapter 109, The Guiding Wind. Inside the locked vault, Arion was desperately trying to wedge the black cleaver beneath the heavy iron portcullis, his muscles straining as he tried to pry it up. It's no use, Lyra said, leaning against a bronze pillar to conserve her chi. The gates are hydraulic and reinforced with earth attribute arrays. We are trapped here until the time limit expires, and we likely fail the phase. Arian gritted his teeth, refusing to let go of the sword. He had come too far. He had eaten a Tier 2 core and survived the fire. He wasn't going to fail because of a locked door. Click. The sound was incredibly faint, but in the echoing chamber, it was unmistakable. The runic locks on the portcullis in front of them suddenly shifted from a hostile red to a passive blue. The heavy iron gate slowly groaned upward, stopping halfway to leave a 3-foot gap. Arian and Lyra stared at it in stunned silence. Suddenly, a faint, cool breeze blew through the newly opened gap, brushing past Arian's face. The air in the labyrinth smelled of ozone and damp stone, but for a fleeting second, this specific breeze carried the faintest, almost imperceptible scent of cheap, burnt sulfur incense. Arian's amber eyes widened. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. It was the same feeling he had when he found the flawless pills. The same feeling when he found the Shadow's Anvil manual. The ghost is here, Arian realized, his heart hammering in his chest. The old friend is in the Vanguard Academy. The system must be glitching, Lyra said, already moving toward the gap. We need to move before it shuts again. It's not a glitch, Arian murmured under his breath, gripping his sword tightly. We're being guided. Chapter 110, The Center Chamber. Following the subtle drafts in the corridors, avoiding the main packs of corrupted clockwork beasts that seemed inexplicably locked in other sectors, Arian and Lyra navigated the final stretch of the labyrinth. They encountered 2 more Stage 6 mechanical hounds, but with the tokens secured and the path clear, they dispatched them quickly, moving with a seamless, unspoken synergy. Lyra froze the joints. Arian shattered the cores. Finally, they saw a brilliant white light at the end of a long, upward-sloping obsidian tunnel. They stepped out of the shadows and onto a massive, pristine circular platform made of white marble. They had reached the center chamber. In the observation booth overlooking the platform, Proctor Vane and Scout Kalen stared down in absolute shock. For the past hour, the Proctors had been in a state of quiet panic. Their control consoles had gone entirely dark, the system seemingly locked out by a phantom glitch. They had assumed the applicants were wandering blindly, perhaps even dying. Yet here stood applicant 402 and the Frost Noble. Arian looked up at the observation booth. His uniform was torn, his face smeared with soot and dried blood from the shrapnel graze. He looked battered, exhausted, and entirely out of place on the gleaming white marble. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his golden token, and casually tossed it onto the center pedestal. It landed with a sharp, echoing clink. Lyra stepped up beside him, gracefully placing hers down as well. Phase 2, Arian said, his voice carrying perfectly across the silent chamber, is complete. Up in the booth, Kalen leaned against the glass, a slow, disbelieving smile spreading across his face. The slum rat wasn't just a wolf. He was an apex predator. Chapter 111, The Dying of the Array. The silence in the center chamber of the labyrinth of echoes was heavy and expectant. The pristine white marble platform, lit by the glowing runic arrays in the ceiling, starkly contrasted the blood and soot covering Arian and Lyra. Up in the observation booth, the thick, reinforced glass deadened the sounds of the frantic Vanguard technicians. "Sir, the control consoles just rebooted," a technician called out, her hands flying across a glowing crystal interface. "The runic corruption in Sector 4 has dissolved. The labyrinth is resetting to its baseline safety parameters." Proctor Vane glared at the monitors. The visual feeds from the maze, which had been static for the last hour, suddenly snapped back to life. What Vane saw made the scar on his face twitch. Corridors were slick with blood. Several applicants were lying motionless, surrounded by the shattered remains of Vanguard clockwork constructs. The safety limiters on the beasts had undeniably been disabled. This wasn't an exam anymore, it was a crime scene. Deploy the medical teams immediately. Full lockdown on the exits, Vane ordered, his voice dangerously low. He turned to Kalen. Someone hacked the Academy's foundational arrays. They tried to turn a provisional exam into a graveyard. Kalen's eyes remained fixed on the two figures standing on the center platform. And yet, Applicant 402 and the Frost Noble bypassed a locked vault, defeated a Stage 7 Bronze Minotaur with uncapped limiters, and walked out first. Hacked or not, Proctor. I told you the slum rat was a wolf. Down on the platform, Arian sat cross-legged on the marble, resting the black cleaver across his knees. He closed his eyes, ignoring the frantic activity starting above, and focused entirely on the faint, lingering scent of cheap incense that had guided him here. The old friend is watching, he thought, his bloodline humming with a mixture of awe and determination. Chapter 112, The Extraction. It took 3 hours for the Vanguard teams to clear the labyrinth. Out of the 80 applicants who entered Phase 2, only 22 made it to the center chamber. The rest were either heavily injured, traumatized, or trapped behind locked doors until the extraction arrays were manually triggered. Silas, the arrogant noble who had ambushed Lyra, stumbled onto the platform just before the time limit expired, looking bruised, terrified, and missing his rapier entirely. When Silas saw Arian sitting calmly on the marble, a flash of pure, irrational hatred crossed his face before he looked away, humiliated. Proctor Vane stepped out onto the balcony, using a magical amplifier to broadcast his voice across the chamber. Phase 2 is concluded, Vane announced, his tone grim. There were irregularities with the maze's runic architecture. The Vanguard Guild will conduct a full investigation. However, those of you standing on this platform with a token have passed. A collective, exhausted sigh rippled through the survivors. You have 2 days to rest and recover, Vane continued. Phase 3 will be a direct combat tournament. No tricks. No labyrinths. Just martial prowess. Use the medical facilities in the Eastern Wing. Dismissed. Arian stood up, groaning softly as his bruised muscles protested. The adrenaline was fading, leaving a deep, hollow ache in his bones. He slung the cleaver over his shoulder. Lyra gave him a brief, formal nod, which he returned, before she walked off toward the medical wing. Arian didn't head to the medics. He wanted to go back to the inn. He needed to see his father, and he needed to think about the ghost in the machine. Chapter 113, The Inn of the Weeping Willow. The cobblestone streets of the outer ring were quiet by the time Arian limped back to the Inn of the Weeping Willow. The smell of roasted root vegetables from the kitchen made his stomach growl violently. He pushed open the door to their cramped room. Surya was lying in bed, a thin blanket pulled to his chest. He looked frail, his breathing shallow, and a damp cloth rested on his forehead. "Dad?" Arian asked softly, immediately dropping his heavy sword and rushing to the bedside. Surya opened his eyes, blinking blearily as if waking from a deep, feverish sleep. "Arian, you're back. How did it go?" "I passed," Arian said, pouring a cup of water from the ceramic pitcher and helping his father sit up to drink. "But the maze, it was rigged. Someone turned off the safety limits. People died, Dad." Surya's hand trembled around the cup. "Gods above! Are you hurt?" "Scratches. Nothing my bloodline can't handle," Arian said, sitting on the edge of his own bed, his expression growing distant. "But Dad, I think the old friend was there. The one who left the pills and the manual in Neo-Kolkata. When we were trapped in a vault, the doors unlocked themselves. And I swear, I smelled that same cheap incense from our old apartment. Surya coughed, adjusting his position. The void iron pendant beneath his shirt felt cold and heavy. Incense? In a vanguard maze? Aryan, your mind was likely playing tricks on you from the exhaustion. And the elemental burns. Maybe, Aryan murmured, though his amber eyes remained unconvinced. But if they are here, it means they are powerful enough to hack a vanguard grand array without being detected. And they are protecting me. Chapter 114, The Latent Heat. Aryan spent the next 24 hours in a state of deep, restorative meditation. The battle with the bronze minotaur had been physically devastating, but the sheer kinetic pressure of blocking a stage 7 mechanical beast had acted like a giant hammer on his stage 6 foundation. The amber chi in his danshan, which had been somewhat volatile after consuming the tier 2 core, was now incredibly compact. As he slept on the second night, a faint, golden aura pulsed rhythmically from his skin. Sitting in the chair across the room, Surya watched the golden light. He didn't need to touch Aryan to feel the changes. His foundation establishment senses mapped the boy's internal state perfectly. His meridians have expanded to their absolute limit, Surya analyzed. The dense energy is looking for a way to break through into stage 7, but it lacks a catalyst. Surya stood up silently. He walked over to his son. He didn't forge a pill this time. He just extended a single finger and gently pressed it against Aryan's forehead. Surya carefully injected a microscopic, gossamer thin thread of his pure, silver liquid chi into Aryan's body. He didn't give the boy power, he merely used the high tier energy to gently widen the bottleneck between stage 6 and stage 7, acting like a lubricant for Aryan's dense bloodline energy. Aryan's brow relaxed in his sleep. The golden aura stabilized, retreating deep into his marrow. He wouldn't break through tonight, but when Phase 3 began, the door to Stage 7 would be unlocked. Chapter 115, The Tournament Bracket. The morning of Phase 3, the Vanguard Colosseum was transformed. The massive hole that led to the labyrinth was sealed shut, replaced by a raised, reinforced stone platform 50 yards wide. The spectator stands, previously empty, were now packed. Vanguard Academy seniors, guild recruiters, and wealthy nobles from the inner city had come to watch the final selection. Aryan stood with the other 21 survivors in the competitors' pit. He felt entirely refreshed, the latent ache in his bones replaced by a vibrating, heavy energy that made his blood feel like molten lead. Proctor Vane stood on the center platform. Welcome to the Vanguard Duels. 22 applicants remain. The format is a single elimination bracket. Win, and you earn your place in the academy. Lose, and you go home. Killing your opponent is strictly forbidden. Forcing them out of the ring or rendering them unconscious is victory. A massive digital screen above the platform flickered to life, displaying the randomly generated brackets. Aryan scanned the names. Match 1, Lyra, Stage 6, versus Boran, Stage 6. Match 4, Silas, Stage 6, versus Thorn, Stage 6. Match 7, Aryan, Stage 6, versus Kale, Stage 7. Aryan blinked. He looked closer. It wasn't the Kale from his old high school. This was a different applicant, a local from Aegis City, and a full Stage 7 cultivator. A murmur ran through the competitors. Pitting a Stage 6 against a Stage 7 in the opening round was a brutal draw. Chapter 116, The Vanguard Armory. Before the matches began, applicants were given an hour to utilize the Vanguard's provisional armory. Aryan unslung the black cleaver from his back. The edge, already dull, was now heavily chipped and warped from stopping the bronze minotaur's axe. The dead iron was strong, but it lacked the structural integrity to survive a sustained fight against Stage 7 chi-infused weapons. He walked down the corridor to the armory. It was a massive, hot room filled with the ringing of hammers. Racks of gleaming, high-tier mortal weapons lined the walls. An old, heavily scarred blacksmith missing his left eye grunted as Arian approached the counter and placed the ruined black cleaver on the wood. Dead iron scrap, the blacksmith snorted, prodding it with a metal tong. A miracle it didn't shatter in your hands, boy. You need a replacement. Take your pick from the standard rack. Steel, infused alloys, whatever you can lift. Arian walked over to the racks. He picked up a beautiful, silver alloy greatsword. He swung it once. It practically whistled through the air. He frowned and put it back. Too light, the blacksmith asked, raising his one good eyebrow. That's 20 pounds of dense forged alloy. It throws off my center of gravity, Arian explained. My footwork relies on using the weapon as a counter anchor. I need something heavier. Much heavier. But it has to be able to channel chi. The blacksmith stared at him for a long moment, then spat into a spittoon. Heavy, channels chi, and you're just a stage 6. Follow me. Chapter 117, The Meteor Slab. The blacksmith led Arian to a dusty, neglected corner of the armory. Resting on a reinforced steel rack, covered in a thick tarp, was a weapon. The blacksmith yanked the tarp away. It wasn't a sword. It was a massive, rectangular slab of dark, porous metal. It was roughly 4 feet long, half a foot wide, and almost 2 inches thick. It lacked a crossguard, tapering down into a thick, leather-wrapped hilt. It looked less like a weapon and more like a piece of a shattered monument. Meteoric iron, the blacksmith said, crossing his arms. Forged by a lunatic 50 years ago. It conducts chi beautifully, absorbing it to increase its own density. But it weighs 90 pounds. No mortal cultivator can swing it properly without tearing their own rotator cuffs. It's an anvil on a stick. Arian stepped forward. He felt the beast in his bloodline stir, practically salivating at the dense, earthy presence of the meteoric metal. He reached out and wrapped his right hand around the thick hilt. He didn't just try to lift it with his arm. He dropped his stance, engaged his stage 6 meridians, and synchronized his breathing with the Shadow's anvil technique. With a low grunt, Arian hoisted the massive slab off the rack. The floorboards beneath his boots creaked under the concentrated weight. He didn't swing it. He just held it at a 45-degree angle, feeling the way the 90 pounds of metal interacted with his own unnaturally heavy body. It was perfect. It wasn't an anchor, it was a gravitational core. I'll take it, Arian said, a fierce smile breaking across his face. The blacksmith's single eye widened. If you drop that on your foot, boy, you'll lose the leg. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 118, The First Duel Match 7. Proctor Vane's voice echoed through the stadium. Applicant 402, Arian, versus Applicant 118, Kale. Arian walked up the stone steps to the elevated platform. The meteoric slab rested entirely on his right shoulder, the sheer weight of it causing his boots to leave faint, dusty impressions on the stone stairs. His opponent, Kale, was a tall, lean youth holding twin curved sabers that hummed with wind attribute chi. Kale was a genuine stage 7. His aura was refined, sharp, and confident. A slum rat with a piece of masonry, Kale laughed, twirling his sabers effortlessly. I'll make this quick. I don't want to get your dirt on my boots. Arian simply lowered the massive slab, resting the blunt tip on the stone floor. He didn't take a combat stance. He just stood there, entirely relaxed. Begin. Kale exploded forward, his wind attribute chi making him incredibly fast. He was a blur, aiming to flank Arian and deliver a rapid sequence of shallow, debilitating cuts to his hamstrings. Arian didn't try to track Kale's movements. He closed his eyes. Brute force without a path. Arian initiated the shadow step. But with 90 pounds of meteoric iron in his hands, the technique evolved. He didn't just slide, he used the massive weight of the sword to violently yank his entire body out of Kale's path. Kale's sabers sliced through empty air where Arian had been a millisecond prior. Before Kale could pivot, Arian channeled his dense amber chi into the meteoric slab. The porous metal eagerly drank the energy, its physical weight seemingly doubling for a fraction of a second. Arian spun, dragging the massive iron slab in a tight, horizontal arc. Chapter 119, The Silent Observer. High up in the spectator stands, hidden among the cheering crowds of nobles and merchants, Surya sat quietly. The void iron pendant rested securely against his chest, drinking in the immense pressure of his Stage 6 Foundation establishment core. He watched Arian swing the meteoric slab. Perfect, Surya thought, his eyes tracking the kinetic flow of energy from Arian's ankles, through his hips, and out through the heavy iron. He has finally merged the footwork and the weapon. He isn't fighting the iron, he has become the iron. Down in the ring, Kale didn't even have time to raise his sabers to block. The flat of the 90-pound meteoric slab, moving with terrifying centrifugal force, slammed squarely into his ribcage. The sound of the impact was dull, heavy, and sickening. Kale was launched entirely off the platform. He flew through the air like a discarded ragdoll, crashing into the reinforced energy barrier surrounding the spectator stands with a crackling zap, before sliding to the floor, completely unconscious. The match had lasted exactly 4 seconds. The stadium was dead silent for a moment, before erupting into a frenzy of shocked whispers. A Stage 6 had just one-shot a Stage 7 with pure, unadulterated physical trauma. Surya smiled beneath his mask. But as he scanned the VIP boxes across the stadium, his smile vanished. Sitting next to Principal Vance Sr. of Silver Leaf High was an older man in vanguard robes. The man's aura was tightly suppressed, but to a Grand Master, it was glaringly obvious. It was the same corrupted, purple-tinted chi signature that had belonged to the saboteur in the labyrinth. An elder of the Vanguard Academy, Surya realized, his eyes narrowing. The rot goes deeper than a simple principal's grudge. Chapter 120, Frost and Anticipation. Winner, Arian. Proctor Vane announced, his voice tinged with genuine respect. Arian hoisted the massive sword back onto his shoulder and walked down the steps. He didn't look tired. In fact, wielding the meteoric slab had felt far more natural than the black cleaver ever had. It demanded absolute precision, and in return, it offered absolute devastation. He returned to the competitor's pit just in time to watch Lyra step onto the platform for her quarter-final match. Her opponent was a bulky Stage 6 who wielded a heavy warhammer. The match began, and the temperature in the Colosseum immediately dropped 10 degrees. Lyra didn't even draw a weapon. She stepped backward, weaving intricate hand seals. When the bulky youth charged, she simply exhaled a cloud of dense, white mist. The mist wasn't just cold, it was structurally dense. The moment the youth stepped into it, the moisture on his skin, his sweat, and even the ambient water in the air froze solid, encasing him in a thick block of glacial ice from the neck down. The youth struggled, his muscles bulging, but the ice didn't crack. He was entirely immobilized in 3 seconds. Winner, Lyra. Lyra flicked her wrist, shattering the ice and leaving the shivering, defeated boy to collapse onto the stone. She walked down the stairs, her pale blue robes untouched, her icy eyes finding Arian in the pit. Efficient, Arian said as she passed him. Your swing was adequate, she replied. Formally, though a ghost of a smirk played on her lips. Arian looked up at the digital bracket. Kalen's voice had warned him this was a world for wolves. He was ready. Semi-final match 1, Arian vs Saelis. Arian looked across the pit. Silas, who had managed to scrape through his previous matches, was staring back at him. The arrogant noble looked pale. He knew what that 90-pound slab of iron could do. Chapter 121, The Scent of Fear. The air in the competitor's pit was thick with the smell of sweat, metallic polish, and nervous energy. But as Arian stood near the weapon racks, adjusting his grip on the leather-wrapped hilt of the meteoric slab, he noticed a distinct, metallic tang in the air. It was the scent of pure, unadulterated fear. 10 feet away, Silas sat on a wooden bench. His knuckles white as he gripped his replacement rapier. The arrogant noble's face was pale, a thin sheen of nervous sweat coating his forehead. He kept glancing toward Arian, then quickly averting his eyes when Arian looked back. Silas had watched Kale a Stage 7 prodigy get launched like a discarded toy. Silas was only a Stage 6. His family's wealth had bought him premium cultivation manuals and exotic elixirs, but wealth could not buy kinetic resistance against 90 pounds of meteoric iron. Applicant 402 and Applicant 019, a Vanguard official called out, holding a clipboard. Report to the staging stairs. Semi-final match 1 begins in 3 minutes. Arian hoisted the massive slab onto his right shoulder. The sheer weight of the metal pressed comfortably into his traps, grounding him. He walked past Silas without a single word, leaving a faint trail of dust in the wake of his heavy boots. Silas swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He reached into his silk tunic, his fingers brushing against a small, hidden pocket. Inside rested a single, forbidden artifact, a wind shear talisman. Given to him secretly by Principal Vance Sr., it was designed to sever limbs. It was highly illegal in a sparring match. But Silas would rather cheat than be publicly humiliated by a slum rat. Chapter 122, The Silk and the Slab. Arian walked up the stone steps, the bright midday sun of Aegis City warming his skin. The crowd was buzzing, heavily invested in the slum rat's unexpected rise. Silas followed, stepping onto the raised platform. He immediately drew his rapier, taking a wide, defensive stance. He didn't taunt Arian this time. He was trembling slightly. Begin. Proctor Vane announced. Silas didn't charge. He immediately crushed the talisman hidden in his palm. A sharp, shrieking whistle tore through the arena. The ambient air around Silas violently condensed, forming 3 crescent-shaped blades of highly compressed, invisible wind. They shot toward Arian with lethal velocity, tearing thin gouges across the reinforced stone floor. The crowd gasped. The use of a lethal-grade talisman was a blatant violation of the rules. Proctor Vane's eyes widened, his hand moving to intervene, but the wind blades were too fast. Arian didn't panic. The moment the talisman activated, the beast in his bloodline had roared, sensing the lethal intent. He didn't try to dodge. With the Shadow's Anvil technique, Arian dropped into a deep horse stance and swung the 90-pound meteoric slab horizontally, directly into the path of the incoming wind blades. Screech! The invisible wind blades struck the broad, flat side of the heavy iron. The porous meteoric metal didn't just block the attack, it actively disrupted the chi forming the blades. Sparks rained down as the sheer density of Arian's weapon absorbed the impact, the massive iron slab barely vibrating in his hands. Arian pushed forward, using the momentum of his block to step into Silas's guard. He didn't hit the boy. He simply slammed the blunt tip of the meteoric slab onto the stone floor mere inches from Silas's boots. Boom! The kinetic shockwave of the 90-pound weapon, driven by Stage 6 bloodline strength, shattered the stone beneath their feet. Silas was thrown backward by the sheer concussive force, dropping his rapier and scrambling away in sheer terror until his back hit the energy barrier. Yield, Arian said quietly, resting his hands on the pommel of his sword. I yield. I yield! Silas shrieked, covering his head with his hands. Chapter 123, The Viper in the Box. Up in the VIP box, the atmosphere was entirely different from the cheering stadium. Principal Vance Sr. clenched his jaw so hard his teeth audibly ground together. The talisman had failed. The boy had blocked a lethal Stage 7 attack with a piece of unrefined rock. Beside him, the older Vanguard elder wearing deep purple robes leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. Surya, sitting a few rows behind them in the standard spectator seating, casually chewed on a piece of dried fruit. He had focused a thin, imperceptible thread of his divine sense directly into the VIP box, picking up their hushed whispers. "Your nephew is a fool, Vance," the Vanguard elder hissed, his voice laced with venom. "Using a lethal talisman in broad daylight? If the proctor investigates the origin of that array, it traces back to my armory." "The boy is a monster, Elder Malachar," Vance Sr. replied nervously, wiping sweat from his brow. "He cannot be allowed to enter the academy. He represents the lower districts. If he succeeds, the guilds will start redirecting our upper district funding to the outer rims." "He will not enter," Malachar said coldly. "Even if he reaches the final, he faces the Frost Noble. Lyra's lineage is pristine. And if by some miracle he survives her, the final physical examination will find irregularities in his cultivation path. A slum rat with heavy chi? Easy to diagnose as demonic cultivation." Surya's eyes darkened behind his porcelain mask. Demonic cultivation. It was the ultimate excuse used by the corrupt elite to execute anyone who threatened their monopoly on power. "You won't get the chance to diagnose him, Malachar," Surya thought, committing the elder's purple chi signature to his memory. "Tonight, the ghost will visit an elder." Chapter 124, The Healing Tent. The medical tents located in the eastern wing of the Colosseum smelled sharply of camphor, crushed spirit mint, and ozone. Arian sat on a low cot, shirtless, while a Vanguard medic carefully wrapped his forearms with fresh, cooling bandages. The concussive shockwave of blocking the wind blades had caused minor micro-tears in his muscles, though his bloodline was already knitting them back together. Lyra walked into the tent, her pale blue robes pristine. She was scheduled for her semi-final match next, but she walked over to Arian's cot. "A wind shear talisman," Lyra said, her voice perfectly level, though a hint of disgust lingered in her icy eyes. "Silas is a coward. The Vanguard Disciplinary Committee is already processing his expulsion." "He was desperate," Arian replied, flexing his right hand. The meteoric slab rested against the cot beside him, leaning heavily on the floor. Lyra looked at the massive weapon. "Your kinetic control is impressive, but you rely heavily on the sword's mass to anchor your footwork. What happens when you face an opponent who doesn't use physical projectiles? What happens when the attack cannot be blocked by iron?" Arian looked up at her. He knew exactly what she meant. Frost couldn't be deflected by a heavy slab of metal. It crept around the edges, freezing the joints and slowing the blood. "I guess I'll have to find out in the finals," Arian said, a faint smile touching his lips. Lyra gave a brief, acknowledging nod. "Do not lose your focus. I intend to fight you at your best." She turned and left the tent, the air cooling significantly in her wake. Chapter 125, The Golden Catalyst. Once the medic finished wrapping his arms and moved to another applicant, Arian sat alone in the quiet corner of the tent. He closed his eyes, centering his breathing. As he drew ambient chi into his dantian, he felt something strange. Deep within his meridians, resting like a dormant ember, was a microscopic thread of purely refined, silver liquid chi. He didn't know where it came from. He had assumed it was a lingering effect of the beast marrow he had consumed days ago. But as his heavy, ember stage 6 chi brushed against the silver thread, A violent reaction occurred. The silver chi acted as a catalyst. It didn't provide raw power, it provided structure. Arian's dense bloodline energy, which had been boiling and chaotic since his fight with the Minotaur, suddenly found a path. The amber gas in his dantian began to spin rapidly, compressing tighter and tighter, drawing upon the latent energy of the Tier 2 core he had eaten. His skin flushed crimson, and a faint, golden aura began to radiate from his pores. The ambient temperature around his cot spiked, causing the nearby medicinal herbs to wither slightly. The bottleneck, Arian realized, his heart hammering as he guided the boiling energy. It's cracking. He was at the absolute peak of stage 6. He was standing on the threshold. He just needed one massive push of physical exertion to break through the final barrier to stage 7. Chapter 126, the final bracket. The roar of the crowd drew Arian back from his meditation. He slipped his uniform jacket back on, grabbed his massive sword, and walked out into the blinding sunlight. The digital screen above the platform displayed the results of the second semi-final match. Winner, Lyra. Her opponent, a highly skilled dual wielder from the upper district, was currently being chipped out of a massive block of glacial ice by 3 Vanguard instructors. He hadn't even managed to cross the 10-foot gap before her frost arts immobilized him completely. Proctor Vane stepped up to the podium, his scarred face looking out over the sea of spectators. The final match of the provisional exams will take place tomorrow at dawn, Vane's voice boomed. Applicant 402, Arian. Applicant 007, Lyra. Rest well. Tomorrow, we will witness the clash of the immovable object and the creeping winter. Arian looked across the pit. Lyra was standing near the exit tunnel, her icy eyes already locked onto him. They didn't exchange any words. The mutual respect and anticipation were palpable. They were the only 2 wolves left in the den. Arian adjusted the canvas strap of his sword and turned toward the exit. He needed to rest, and he needed a lot of food. The boiling energy inside him was burning calories at an alarming rate. Chapter 127, the calm before the frost. That evening, the Inn of the Weeping Willow was unusually quiet. The innkeeper had prepared a massive platter of roasted boar and spiced tubers, having heard rumors that one of his guests was the famous slum rat who had reached the finals. Arian ate ravenously, tearing through the meat. His golden aura occasionally flared, making the utensils rattle slightly on the wooden table. Surya sat across from him, sipping a cup of warm water. The father looked pale, his face lined with genuine exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp. She controls the ambient moisture, Surya said quietly, his voice a low rasp. Frost cultivators don't need to hit you directly. They freeze the air in your lungs, the sweat on your skin, the dampness in your boots. Arian paused, chewing thoughtfully. The heavy iron won't stop the cold. If she freezes my joints, the sword becomes too heavy to lift. The shadow step requires fluid ankles. Exactly, Surya nodded. Do not fight the cold, Arian. Cold is the absence of energy. You cannot smash an absence. Surya leaned forward, tapping his calloused finger against the wooden table. Ice, however, is a physical structure. It is brittle. When the cold settles, do not resist it with your flesh. Push your dense chi outward, into the iron. Let the sword become the epicenter of a kinetic earthquake. Shatter the structure before it reaches your bones. Arian stared at his father, amazed once again by the profound, tactical insight of a supposed sickly mortal. An earthquake, Arian murmured. I understand, Dad. I'm ready. Chapter 128, the midnight cough. At 2 a.m., the room was plunged in darkness. Arian was fast asleep, his breathing slow and heavy, his body passively cycling through the final stages of compression before his breakthrough. In the bed next to him, Surya sat upright. He clamped his hand over his mouth just in time to muffle a violent, agonizing cough. When he pulled his hand away, his palm was slick with dark blood. The void iron pendant resting against his chest was vibrating. It was still absorbing the pressure, but the physical toll of keeping a Foundation establishment stage 6 aura violently compressed for days was causing internal hemorrhaging. His mortal disguise was quite literally killing him. Hold on, Surya told his failing organs, wiping the blood on a dark cloth. Just one more day. Once he breaks through to stage 7, the system will advance me, and the qualitative change in my Danshan will heal this damage. He looked out the small window toward the towering spires of the Vanguard Academy. He couldn't go after Elder Malakir tonight. He was too physically unstable. A fight with a stage 8 mortal might cause his seal to break entirely, destroying the city block. He had to wait. He had to trust his son. Chapter 129, The Arena of Extremes. Dawn broke over Aegis City with a brilliant, golden light. The Vanguard Coliseum was packed to maximum capacity. Even the standing room sections were overflowing. The runic arrays lining the edges of the central platform had been visibly upgraded overnight by master inscribes. The pale white stone now glowed with a faint, reinforced golden lattice, designed to absorb massive kinetic and elemental shockwaves. Arian stepped out of the tunnel. He wore his simple, faded uniform, the 90-pound meteoric slab resting casually on his shoulder. His skin possessed a faint, barely noticeable amber sheen. The pressure building in his Danshan was absolute. He felt like a compressed spring ready to snap. From the opposite tunnel, Lyra emerged. Her pale blue robes fluttered despite there being no wind. The temperature in the arena immediately dropped by 15 degrees. Frost rapidly crystallized on the reinforced stone beneath her delicate boots, spreading outward in fractal patterns. They met in the center of the platform. 10 feet of space separated them. Applicant 402. Applicant 007, Proctor Vane announced from the balcony, his voice devoid of his usual disdain. This is the final test of the provisional exams. Begin. Neither moved for 3 seconds. The silence in the arena was absolute, broken only by the faint, chilling crackle of ice spreading across the floor. Chapter 130, The First Exchange. Lyra struck first. She didn't use projectiles. She gracefully lifted both her hands, her icy blue eyes locking onto Arian. Glacial domain. A massive, violent wave of absolute zero mist erupted from her body, completely engulfing the platform. The ambient moisture in the air flash froze. Arian felt the terrifying chill instantly bite through his jacket. His sweat crystallized, and a heavy layer of rime frost began to rapidly coat the 90-pound iron sword on his shoulder, adding dead weight to the weapon. His joints stiffened, the blood flowing through his veins slowing drastically. Do not fight the cold, his father's words echoed in his mind. Arian didn't try to outrun the mist. He widened his stance and dumped a massive surge of his heavily compressed, boiling stage 6 chi directly into the meteoric slab. The porous iron eagerly absorbed the amber energy. Arian brought the sword down from his shoulder, not swinging at Lyra, but driving the flat tip of the 90-pound slab directly into the frost-covered stone floor with everything he had. Crack boom. The kinetic impact was akin to a meteor strike. The reinforced golden runic lattice flared violently to absorb the shock, but the physical vibration traveled instantaneously through the stone. The glacial ice creeping toward Arian's boots shattered instantly. The physical vibration, the kinetic earthquake rippled through the mist, disrupting the delicate spiritual structure of Lyra's glacial domain. The freezing air literally fractured, scattering into harmless, glittering snow. Lyra's eyes widened slightly in genuine shock as her domain collapsed. She took a step back, raising her hands to weave a new set of ice spears, but Arian was already moving. The heavy iron had broken the ice, and the wolf was off the leash. Chapter 131, The Shattered Mist. The moment the glacial domain fractured into harmless snow, Arion lunged. He didn't swing the massive meteoric slab, he held it vertically in front of his torso. Like a dark iron shield, using the shadow step to glide across the reinforced stone. The 90-pound weight acted as a battering ram, carrying him forward with terrifying momentum. Lyra's eyes narrowed. She didn't panic. As Arion closed the gap, she swept her pale hands upward. Thick, jagged pillars of dense, blue-white ice erupted from the floorboards, forming a staggered barricade. Between them. This wasn't standard frost, it was heavily compressed ice, harder than standard steel. Crash! Arion slammed into the first pillar. The dense meteoric iron didn't even chip, but the sheer physical feedback vibrated painfully up his arms. The pillar shattered into massive, jagged chunks, but it bled away his momentum. By the time he broke through the third pillar, his forward charge had been completely halted. He stood in the center of the debris, exhaling a thick cloud of white fog. The ambient temperature was still plunging. You rely on inertia, Lyra's voice echoed, seemingly coming from all directions as the icy mist began to thicken again. But inertia requires friction. And friction requires a solid foothold. Arion looked down just in time. The shattered chunks of ice at his feet were melting instantly, only to rapidly refreeze into a perfectly smooth, frictionless sheet of black ice covering the entire platform. Chapter 132, The Absolute Zero Trap. Arion tried to pivot, intending to track Lyra's voice, but the moment he shifted his weight, his boot slipped entirely. With 90 pounds of iron resting on his shoulder, a loss of balance was catastrophic. Arion fell hard, his shoulder hitting the runic stone with a sickening thud. The heavy sword clattered onto the ice, sliding 10 feet away from him. The crowd gasped. He's disarmed. Principal Vance Sr. muttered eagerly in the VIP box, leaning forward. Down in the ring, Arion scrambled to his knees, but the black ice offered absolutely zero traction. His heavy boots just slid uselessly. From the swirling mist, Lyra emerged, floating inches above the ground on a localized platform of frost. She raised a single finger. Absolute Zero Spear. A javelin made of pure, translucent ice materialized above her hand. It wasn't large, but it practically hummed with lethal, concentrated cold. It shot forward, aiming directly for Arion's right shoulder, a non-lethal strike meant to pin him to the ground and end the match. Arion couldn't stand up. He couldn't dodge. So, he didn't try to move his body. He slammed his palms flat against the frictionless ice and fired a massive, explosive burst of his stage 6 amber chi directly downward. The concussive recoil blasted him backward, sliding him across the ice like a puck just as the spear struck the stone where he had been kneeling, embedding itself a foot deep into the runic lattice. Chapter 133, The Friction of Iron. Arion slid directly into the hilt of the meteoric slab. His hand instantly clamped down on the thick leather. The cold was seeping into his bones now. His muscles were stiffening, the bloodline beast inside him roaring in sluggish frustration as the freezing temperature sapped its vitality. His teeth chattered, and his vision began to blur at the edges. I can't stand on the ice, Arion realized, his breath coming in ragged, white plumes. So I won't step on it. He remained in a low crouch. Gripping the sword with both hands, he channeled every remaining drop of his boiling, highly compressed chi into his arms. He didn't lift the 90-pound slab. He pressed the flat edge hard against the black ice and swept it in a massive circle around his body. The sheer density of the meteoric iron, forced against the ice with stage 6 strength, generated immense physical friction. Hiss! A massive cloud of blinding steam erupted as the black ice instantaneously melted and boiled into vapor beneath the scraping iron. Arian dragged the massive sword, using it as a third leg, a pivot point that burned a wide, dry circle into the ice. He stood up within his cleared circle, his body smoking with residual heat, his amber eyes locked onto Lyra through the steam. Chapter 134, The Golden Eruption. Lyra's icy composure finally broke into genuine shock. She had expected him to freeze, she hadn't expected him to turn his sword into a localized heater through sheer kinetic friction. Enough, Lyra whispered. She clasped her hands together, her pale blue aura flaring brilliantly. She was drawing on the absolute limit of her stage 6 reserves. The remaining mist in the arena rapidly condensed, forming a massive, 10-foot-tall block of glacial ice directly above Arian, intended to crash down and crush him into unconsciousness. The shadow of the glacier fell over Arian. The crushing, suffocating pressure of the descending ice pressed down on his meridians. It was the exact same pressure he had felt in the labyrinth, the same pressure from the gravity array. It was the anvil. Deep within Arian's dantian, the boiling amber chi, agitated by the cold and compressed by the sheer physical exertion of the fight, finally met the microscopic silver thread of catalyst energy his father had planted. Crack! It wasn't the sound of ice. It was the sound of Arian's internal bottleneck shattering. A pillar of pure, blinding golden light erupted from Arian's body, punching straight up through the descending block of glacial ice. The sheer outward pressure of the golden chi vaporized the glacier instantly. The ambient temperature in the Colosseum skyrocketed. Arian's muscles expanded slightly, his skin shedding a layer of dead, frost-bitten cells. The heavy, sluggish feeling in his blood vanished, replaced by an ocean of roaring, boundless power. Body Refinement Stage 7. Chapter 135, The System's Grace. High in the stands, Surya was slouched in his seat, a bloody handkerchief clutched tightly in his fist. His vision was tunneling. The internal hemorrhaging from suppressing his aura had reached a critical threshold. He was minutes away from his heart simply stopping. Then, a sound completely bypassed his failing ears and rang directly in his soul. Ding! Target Arian has advanced to Body Refinement Stage 7. Target has crossed into the late-stage body refinement realm. Bloodline maturity increased. Synchronizing host, host advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 7. The change within Surya was cataclysmic. The lake of liquid silver chi in his dantian violently expanded, transforming into a deep, churning ocean. The sheer volume and purity of Stage 7 Foundation Establishment energy flooded his broken meridians. It acted like a divine elixir. The torn vessels in his heart knit together in milliseconds. The bruised, blackened tissue in his chest was purged, replaced by fresh, vibrant muscle. The suffocating pain that had tortured him for days vanished entirely, replaced by a feeling of absolute, godlike vitality. The void iron pendant against his chest hissed, struggling to contain the newly upgraded aura, but Surya's control had also exponentially increased. He seamlessly wrapped his own aura in a perfect, impenetrable mental seal, maintaining the disguise effortlessly. He lowered the bloody handkerchief, a deep, genuine smile spreading across his face beneath the porcelain mask. "You did it, my son," Surya whispered to the roaring crowd. Chapter 136, The blade at the neck. Down on the platform, the golden light faded, leaving Arian standing in the center of a dry, perfectly clean stone circle. The ice had been entirely eradicated. Lyra stood 10 feet away, panting heavily. Her chi reserves were completely drained. She looked at Arian, her glacial eyes wide as she felt the sheer, oppressive density of his new Stage 7 aura. Arian hoisted the meteoric slab effortlessly with one hand. At Stage 7, the 90-pound iron felt like a standard longsword. He didn't use the shadow step. He didn't need to. He simply took a single, explosive step forward. The stone floor cracked. spider web patterns beneath his boot, and he crossed the 10-foot gap in a fraction of a second. Lyra instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for a devastating impact. But the impact never came. A gentle breeze fluttered her white hair. She opened her eyes. The massive, dull edge of the meteoric slab was resting exactly 1 inch from the side of her neck. Arian held the 90-pound weapon perfectly still, his breathing completely even. The kinetic control required to stop that much mass instantly was more terrifying than the swing itself. Lyra stared at the blade, then looked up into Arian's glowing amber eyes. She let out a long, foggy exhale, her shoulders dropping in defeat. "I yield," Lyra said softly, her voice carrying across the silent arena. The Colosseum erupted into a deafening, thunderous roar. Chapter 137, The Viper's Accusation Winner, and Vanguard Champion. Applicant 402, Arian. Proctor Vane's voice boomed, amplified to its maximum to be heard over the screaming crowd. Arian lowered the sword, stepping back and offering Lyra a respectful nod. But the celebration in the VIP box was violently interrupted. Elder Malachar stood up, his deep purple robes flaring with aggressive chi. "Hold the declaration," he shouted, his voice magically enhanced to echo across the entire stadium. The cheering abruptly died down, replaced by confused murmurs. "No mortal breaks through a major bottleneck mid-combat without chemical stimulants or demonic arts," Malachar declared, pointing an accusing finger at Arian. "His aura is unnaturally dense. I demand a full meridian inspection by the guild alchemists. If he has ingested forbidden blood pills, he will be executed." Principal Vance Sr. smirked viciously. It was a flawless political maneuver. Even if Arian was clean, the investigation would drag on for months, effectively barring him from the current academy. Enrollment. Proctor Vane stepped to the edge of the balcony, his scarred face twisted in anger. "Elder Malachar, with all due respect, I monitored his chi personally. There is no taint of demonic arts. It was a pure martial breakthrough born of extreme pressure." "Are you questioning a guild elder, Proctor Vane?" Malachar hissed, his stage 8 aura pressing down on the balcony. "The rules of purity are absolute. Guards, seize the boy and take him to the holding cells." Chapter 138, The Silence of the Wolf. 2 heavily armored vanguard enforcers jumped down onto the platform, holding runic shackles. Arian didn't raise his sword, but he didn't submit either. He stood his ground, his stage 7 aura passively resisting the enforcer's approach. "Stop!" The voice wasn't loud, but it was laced with a chilling, absolute authority. Lyra stepped between Arian and the enforcers. She looked up at the VIP box, her icy eyes locking onto Elder Malachar. "I fought him, Elder," Lyra said, her voice echoing perfectly in the tense silence. "His energy is heavy, but it is pure. I felt no demonic taint. If you invalidate his victory, you invalidate my judgment and the honor of the Frost noble lineage. My family will interpret this as a direct insult to our name." Malachar froze. The Vance family was wealthy, but the Frost nobles were ancient. They held massive political sway in the central sector. To offend them over a slum rat was political suicide. The elder's face turned an ugly shade of purple, clashing with his robes. He looked at Lyra, then at Arian, before sitting back down forcefully. "Fine. Let the medical bay examine him thoroughly. If they find nothing, he passes." Proctor Vane let out a quiet sigh of relief and waved the enforcers away. Lyra turned back to Arian. "Don't think I did this for you," she whispered, her breath misting. "I just refuse to lose to a cheater. You earned this." Arian offered a tired, genuine smile. "Thank you." Chapter 139, The Ghost prepares. Later that night, the city of Aegis. celebrated the end of the Vanguard exams with fireworks and grand banquets. But in the quiet, cramped room of the Inn of the Weeping Willow, there was no celebrating. Arian was asleep, exhausted from the thorough, intrusive medical examinations that had ultimately proven his cultivation was entirely orthodox. Surya stood by the small window, watching the fireworks reflect off the city's spires. He felt incredible. His Stage 7 foundation establishment power was a surging, endless ocean within him. His senses were so sharp he could hear the heartbeat of a stray cat 3 streets over. But his mind was focused on the purple aura of Elder Malakar. The Elder had tried to ruin his son today. Malakar had supplied the jammer that nearly got Arian killed in the labyrinth, and he had tried to weaponize the Academy's bureaucracy against him. Malakar was a venomous snake, and snakes didn't stop biting just because they missed once. Surya unbuttoned his shirt. He carefully untied the leather cord holding the void iron pendant and set the black metal down on the wooden table. Instantly, his aura swelled, threatening to crush the room. Surya closed his eyes, executing the breath-sealing mantra with his newly upgraded control, keeping the pressure contained within a microscopic layer hovering just a millimeter above his skin. He slipped into his heavy coat and porcelain mask. Tonight, he wouldn't be a ghost leaving gifts. He would be a nightmare. Chapter 140, A Message in Purple. Elder Malakar's private estate was located in the opulent inner ring of Aegis City. It was surrounded by a 10-foot wall and guarded by rotating patrols of Stage 6 mercenaries. Surya bypassed them entirely. With his Stage 7 foundation establishment power, the shadow step wasn't just a physical movement, it was a localized warping of space. He simply stepped into the shadow of a garden statue outside the wall, and stepped out of the shadow of a grand piano inside Malakar's private study. Malakar was sitting at his mahogany desk, furiously writing a letter, a glass of expensive spirit wine by his hand. Surya didn't attack. He simply unsealed his aura for exactly 1/10 of a second. The effect on a mortal Stage 8 cultivator was catastrophic. The sheer, unfathomable weight of the foundation establishment realm slammed into the room. The reinforced glass windows instantly spider-webbed. The expensive spirit wine vaporized. Malakar was violently crushed face first into his own desk, the mahogany splintering under his nose. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. His highly refined Stage 8 chi was paralyzed, trapped like an insect in amber by a power so vastly superior it defied his comprehension. Surya walked slowly to the desk. His boots made no sound on the plush rug. He leaned down, his porcelain mask hovering inches from Malakar's terrified, bleeding face. "You look for demons in the dirt, Malakar," Surya's artificially deepened voice rasped, vibrating. "The Elder's skull. But you fail to look up at the shadows." Surya placed a single, flawless, pale blue chi gathering pill on the desk right next to Malakar's eye. It was identical to the one he had given the gate guards at the midnight bazaar. "Applicant 402 is under my protection. If you investigate him, if you hinder him, or if you even look at him with malice." Surya's aura pressed down just a fraction harder, cracking one of Malakar's ribs. "I will not kill you. I will shatter your dantian, sever your limbs, and leave you in the slums to experience the dirt you so despise." Surya sealed his aura completely and stepped backward into the shadows. When Malakar finally managed to lift his head, gasping for air and clutching his broken rib, the room was empty. Only the flawless pill remained on the desk, a silent, terrifying promise from a power he could not fight. Chapter 141, The Scent of Pine and Panic. The morning sun broke over Aegis City, casting long, peaceful shadows. But inside Elder Malakar's private study, there was no peace. The Elder sat perfectly still in a wooden chair he had dragged in from the hallway. His expensive mahogany desk lay in splinters across the plush rug. The reinforced glass windows were shattered, letting in a cold morning breeze. Malachar clutched his side, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. The guild healers had wrapped his broken rib, baffled by how a stage 8 cultivator had sustained such a blunt force injury inside his own warded estate. He had told them it was a cultivation backlash. He looked at the small, velvet box resting on a side table. Inside it sat the flawless chi-gathering pill. Foundation establishment, Malachar thought, his hands trembling slightly. Or perhaps even core formation. The pressure, it was like an ocean dropping on my head. Who is backing that slum boy? A wandering ancestor? A hidden sect? He picked up a fresh piece of parchment and a quill. His hand shook so violently he snapped the nib. He threw it aside and grabbed another. He needed to write to Principal Vance Sr. immediately. The message was simple: cease all actions against Aryan of Neo-Kolkata. Do not contact me again. Malachar sealed the letter, his heart still hammering. The central sector was a pond of sharks, but last night, he had learned that a leviathan swam in the deep. Chapter 142, The Settling of the Gold back at the Inn of the Weeping Willow. Aryan woke up to the smell of frying dough and sweet pine sap drifting through the cracked window. He sat up in his narrow bed, and immediately noticed the difference. The transition into the late stage of the body refinement realm, stage 7, wasn't an explosive expansion like the earlier stages. It was a profound settling. His muscles didn't look larger, but they felt incredibly dense, as if his bones had been replaced with solid steel. He looked at his hands. When he clenched his fist, the air actually popped under the sudden compression of his fingers. The golden aura from yesterday had faded completely into his marrow, hiding his terrifying physical strength beneath a calm, completely unremarkable exterior. Surya was sitting at the small wooden table, meticulously mending a tear in his old coat with a needle and thread. He looked up, his eyes bright and clear, lacking the sickly pallor that usually defined his features. How does the iron feel today? Surya asked, gesturing toward the meteoric slab leaning against the wall. Aryan stood up and wrapped his hand around the thick, leather hilt. He lifted the 90-pound sword with one hand. It didn't feel like a weapon anymore, it felt like an extension of his own arm. He could feel the porous metal resonating with the dense chi flowing through his meridians. It feels light, Aryan admitted, a slow smile spreading across his face. Good, Surya said, biting the thread and tying it off. Because today, we walk into the academy. Pack your things, Aryan. We are officially leaving the outer ring. Chapter 143, The Vanguard Gates. The Vanguard Academy was not a single building, it was an entire district walled off within the inner ring of Aegis City. Aryan and Surya stood before the massive, towering gates of forged white steel. Above the gates, the Academy's emblem, a silver hawk clutching a star, was inlaid with crushed sapphires that caught the sunlight. The ambient chi here was staggering. It felt thick, almost like breathing in a fine mist. For a mortal cultivator, simply living on these grounds would passively increase their cultivation speed by 30%. Hundreds of newly accepted disciples milled around the entrance, showing their wooden registration tags to the heavily armored gatekeepers. Most were accompanied by an entourage of servants, carrying massive, ornate trunks filled with silk clothes and pills. Aryan carried his worn canvas bag over one shoulder and the meteoric slab on the other. Surya walked beside him, leaning on his wooden cane, carrying a single, battered duffel bag. They drew sneers and whispered insults from the passing nobles, but Aryan ignored them. He had long outgrown the need to prove himself to the weak. They presented Aryan's silver medallion to the gatekeeper. The guard scanned it, nodded respectfully at the champion's token, and handed Aryan a heavy, brass key with the number 402 etched into it. Dormitory Sector C, applicant, the guard grunted. Orientation is at noon in the Grand Pavilion. And tell your servant to register at the logistics building in the outer courtyard. Chapter 144, The Cloth and the Iron. Aryan frowned, looking at the guard. He's not my servant. He's my father. The guard raised an eyebrow, looking at Surya's tattered coat and frail posture. Academy policy. Family members cannot reside in the disciple dormitories unless they are hired staff. If he wants to stay on the grounds, he needs a job. Otherwise, he has to rent an apartment in the inner city. Aryan gritted his teeth. Rent in the inner city would drain their meager savings in a week. He turned to Surya, about to suggest they look for an inn, but Surya placed a calming hand on his shoulder. It's perfectly fine, Aryan, Surya said, offering a raspy, warm smile. I've always enjoyed keeping busy. You go to your dormitory and get settled. I'll visit the logistics building and see if they need an old man to sweep the leaves. Aryan hesitated. Dad, you're not well. You shouldn't be doing manual labor. I am stronger than I look, my son, Surya chuckled. Besides, I suspect the air here will do wonders for my lungs. Go. Don't be late for your orientation. Reluctantly, Aryan nodded, tightening his grip on the meteoric slab. I'll find you after the assembly. Aryan walked through the gates, the sheer scale of the white marble pathways swallowing him up. Surya watched him go until he disappeared behind a grand fountain, then turned and walked toward the drab, grey stone building marked Logistics and Maintenance. Chapter 145, The Master of the Broom. The logistics office smelled of parchment, stale tea, and boredom. A fat, balding clerk sat behind a high wooden counter, stamping requisition forms for cleaning supplies. Surya approached the counter, executing his sickly mortal persona flawlessly. He hunched his shoulders, let out a wet, rattling cough, and leaned heavily on his cane. Excuse me, Surya rasped. I was told I could register for a staff position here. The clerk barely looked up. Name, age, and cultivation level. Surya. 39. A&D. I am afraid my meridians are crippled. I am but a mortal. The clerk paused, finally looking down at the frail man in the heavy coat. He scoffed. 39? You look 60. And a crippled mortal? The academy doesn't run a charity ward, old man. The spirit beasts would eat you alive, and the alchemy furnaces would cook your skin off. I am very quiet, Surya offered mildly. And I am very good at cleaning. I require minimal pay. Just a place to sleep on the grounds to be near my son. The clerk sighed, rubbing his temples. He checked a ledger. Fine. Sector 7 of the outer courtyards. The autumn leaf pavilion. The spirit maples there shed leaves that are harder than steel and heavy as rocks. The previous groundskeeper quit yesterday because his back gave out. The pay is 10 credits a week, and you get the maintenance shack in the back. Try not to die on the job, the paperwork is a nightmare. He tossed a small iron badge and a heavy, reinforced iron broom onto the counter. Surya took the badge and the heavy broom, bowing deeply. Thank you, sir. You are too kind. Chapter 146, The Sweeper's Pavilion. The Autumn Leaf Pavilion was located on the far eastern edge of the academy grounds. It was a beautiful, secluded courtyard filled with towering spirit maple trees that glowed with a faint, fiery red light. Surya walked into the courtyard, admiring the silence. It was far away from the noisy training grounds and the arrogant chatter of the noble disciples. He found the maintenance shack tucked behind a large stone monolith. It was tiny, barely large enough for a single cot, a wash basin, and a small wood stove. Dust coated every surface, and the roof leaked slightly. To the Grand Master, it was perfect. Surya closed the wooden door. He unsealed a microscopic fraction of his foundation establishment chi. A gentle, invisible shockwave rippled out from his body. The dust in the room was instantly blown out through the cracks in the window, and the damp mold in the corners was instantly vaporized. He set his duffel bag on the cot. He took out his void iron pendant. Sitting cross-legged on the clean floor, he began to project a low-level, sensory-blocking array into the walls of the shack using his liquid chi. It wouldn't stop a physical attack, but it would prevent any passing instructors from sensing the massive spiritual ocean contained within the old man resting inside. He picked up the heavy iron broom the clerk had given him. He walked outside into the courtyard, where a thick layer of heavy, razor-sharp red leaves covered the stone paths. Surya didn't sweep with his arms. He held the broom loosely, stepping into the shadow step footwork, and began to move. He danced across the courtyard, the broom acting as an extension of his will, gathering the heavy leaves into perfect, uniform piles without making a single sound. The ghost had found his haunt. Chapter 147, The Grand Assembly. At noon, the Grand Pavilion was packed. With 3,000 newly accepted disciples, divided by their respective cultivation realms. The vast majority were in the Chi-gathering realm, forming the inner sect, while those in the body refinement realm, like Aryan, formed the outer section. Aryan stood in the outer sect block, his 90-pound meteoric slab resting point down in front of him. His simple, dark grey outer sect uniform contrasted sharply with the elaborate robes of the others, but the sheer size of his weapon gave him a wide berth. Nobody wanted to stand too close to the slum rat who had launched Kale out of the ring. On the high stage, Proctor Vane stood alongside several other distinguished elders. "Welcome to the vanguard," Vane's voice boomed over the crowd. "You are here because you have potential. But potential is just unshaped iron. The Academy is the forge. We provide the heat, the anvil, and the hammer. What you become depends entirely on how much pain you can endure without breaking." Vane gestured to the sprawling campus behind the pavilion. "You have access to the Grand Library, the alchemical pavilions, and the gravity chambers. Use them. Your monthly stipend of spirit stones will be distributed tomorrow. The first class ranking tournament is in 1 month. Those in the bottom 10% will be expelled." Dismissed. The crowd broke apart, buzzing with nervous excitement. Aryan hoisted his sword. He didn't care about the library right now. He needed to test the limits of his new Stage 7 body. He headed straight for the gravity chambers. Chapter 148, The Runic Weights. The gravity training pavilion was a massive, dome-shaped building constructed from heavy, black basalt. The air inside smelled of ozone, sweat, and burning runic chalk. Dozens of small, heavily reinforced stone chambers lined the circular hallway. Above each door was a dial that indicated the gravity multiplier inside. Aryan walked up to an empty chamber and inserted his Brass Academy key into the slot. The heavy stone door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. The interior was a simple, 10 by 10 foot room padded with durable shock-absorbent material. In the center of the ceiling glowed a complex, circular runic array made of dense earth attribute crystals. Aryan stepped inside and set his meteoric slab on the floor. He closed the door, sealing himself in. A mechanical voice echoed from a hidden speaker. "Please select the desired gravity multiplier. Warning: Outer sect disciples are not advised to exceed 3x normal gravity without instructor supervision." Aryan thought about the crushing pressure of Lyra's glacial ice, and the heavy, settling feeling in his marrow. "Set to 4x gravity," Aryan said firmly. "Ha-am." The runic array above flared with a bright yellow light. Instantly, an invisible, crushing weight slammed down on Aryan's shoulders. His knees buckled slightly, and his breath was forced out of his lungs in a sharp gasp. Chapter 149, The Density Limit. Aryan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up straight. Under 4x gravity, his own body weight had quadrupled. But more importantly, the 90-pound meteoric slab now weighed 360 pounds. He reached down and gripped the leather hilt of his sword. His stage 7 bloodline roared. The dense, golden chi flooded his muscles, reinforcing his bones against the crushing pressure. With a low, guttural shout, Aryan hoisted the massive iron slab off the padded floor. It was agonizingly heavy, but he held it. He dropped into the shadow's anvil stance. He attempted a slow, horizontal swing. The sheer kinetic force of a 360-pound slab of dead iron moving through artificially heavy space created a massive vacuum. The air in the small chamber ripped apart with a deafening crack. The backwash of the kinetic energy slammed into the runic array on the ceiling. The yellow light flickered violently. A sharp smell of burning copper filled the room. Warning! Runic destabilization detected, the mechanical voice chirped, sounding slightly distorted. Kinetic feedback exceeds chamber parameters. Please cease swinging. Aryan stopped, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He gently lowered the sword. He hadn't even used full speed, and he had nearly broken the training room. His bloodline density, combined with the meteoric iron, generated physical force that standard orthodox arrays simply weren't built to contain. I need a bigger room, Aryan muttered to himself, wiping his brow. Chapter 150, The Frost in the Hallway. Aryan deactivated the gravity array, hoisted his sword, and stepped out of the chamber into the cool hallway. He was drenched in sweat, his muscles aching with a deep, satisfying soreness. As the stone door slid shut behind him, he almost bumped into someone standing in the corridor. It was Lyra. She wore the pristine, silver-trimmed white robes of the inner sect. The ambient moisture in the humid hallway condensed slightly around her, leaving a faint trail of cool mist at her feet. She looked at Aryan's sweat-soaked grey outer sect uniform, then at the massive slab of iron on his shoulder, and finally up at the dial above his door, which was slowly winding down from 4x gravity. You broke the chamber's kinetic dampeners, Lyra noted, her voice as calm and cool as ever. I could feel the runic vibrations from 3 doors down. It's a small room, Aryan replied, offering a tired shrug. And the sword gets heavy. Lyra's icy eyes studied him for a long moment. Despite the vast difference in their official sect status, inner versus outer, there was no arrogance in her gaze. Just the cold, calculating respect of a warrior measuring a rival. The class ranking tournament is in 1 month, Lyra said, folding her pale hands within her sleeves. The inner and outer sects compete in the same bracket for the top 10 positions. I have requested access to the deep ice caverns beneath the academy to refine my domain. She took a step closer, the chill radiating from her chilling the sweat on Aryan's skin. Do not let the orthodox instructors teach you how to swing that iron, Lyra warned softly. They don't understand the path of pure density. Find your own way. If you are eliminated before you face me again, I will be profoundly disappointed. Aryan's amber eyes met her glacial ones. The wolf inside him gave a low, appreciative hum. Don't worry, Aryan said, a confident smirk touching his lips. I'll be there. Just make sure your ice is thicker next time. Chapter 151, The Taste of the Outer Ring. The outer sect dining hall was a massive, utilitarian structure built from grey stone and heavy timber. It lacked the refined elegance of the inner sect pavilions, but it was incredibly efficient. Long wooden tables filled the hall, and the air was thick with the smell of boiled grains, cheap soy, and the collective sweat of 2,000 rigorous training regimens. Aryan walked in, the 90-pound meteoric slab slung across his back like a permanent fixture. The chaotic din of the hall lowered slightly as he passed. Outer sect disciples parted ways for him, whispering behind their hands. The reputation of the slum rat who one-shot Kale had preceded him. He took a standard wooden tray and joined the serving line. The food was a far cry from the rich, marrow-infused broth his father made. The vanguard cook slapped a generous dollop of thick, grey paste onto his tray, followed by a bowl of watery soup with a few floating, wilted spirit cabbages. Nutrient gruel, the bored cook grunted, seeing Arian's slight frown. Packed with low-grade chi. Keeps your muscles from eating themselves. Move along. Arian found an empty spot at the end of a long table and sat down. He scooped a spoonful of the grey paste into his mouth. It tasted like wet cardboard and stale copper. As he swallowed, the dense bloodline beast inside him flared with irritation. The low-grade chi in the gruel was immediately crushed and digested by his stage 7 foundation, offering absolutely zero nourishment. It was like feeding a tiger a single blade of grass. I need real energy, Arian thought, staring at the watery soup. Tier 2 beast meat, or mid-grade spirit stones. If I just eat this paste for a month, my bloodline will stagnate, and I'll lose to Lyra's ice. Chapter 152, The Rhythm of the Leaves. Miles away, on the eastern edge of the academy, the autumn leaf pavilion was entirely silent, save for the rhythmic, soothing sound of a heavy iron broom scraping against cobblestone. Swish! 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 Surya moved with a slow, methodical grace. To any passing instructor, he looked like a frail, dedicated old man earning his meager keep. He kept his shoulders slightly hunched, his breathing artificially labored. But beneath the facade, Surya was immersed in a profound state of moving meditation. The spirit maple leaves he was sweeping were not ordinary foliage. They were a deep crimson red, and possessed a faint, metallic sheen. When they fell from the towering branches, they clattered against the stone like copper coins. They contained a trace amount of metal attribute chi, making them incredibly difficult to sweep. They resisted being piled together, constantly repelling one another magnetically. Surya didn't fight their nature. He used his broom to guide them, slipping a microscopic thread of his stage 7 foundation establishment chi into the bristles. He didn't force the leaves into a pile, he aligned their polarities. Swish! The heavy, metallic leaves folded over one another perfectly, stacking into neat, incredibly dense squares. As he swept near the base of an ancient, gnarled maple tree, Surya's broom uncovered a small, loose cobblestone. His divine sense instantly picked up a faint, decaying runic signature beneath it. He paused, leaning on the broom handle, and casually nudged the stone aside with his boot. Buried in the dirt was a rusted iron ring, the handle of a forgotten lockbox. Surya smiled faintly. The Vanguard Academy was thousands of years old. Every inch of its soil hid secrets. But he didn't pull it up. Not yet. A good groundskeeper never rushed his work. He swept a pile of red leaves over the stone, hiding it perfectly, and continued his slow, rhythmic dance. Chapter 153, The Lecture on the Wind. The next morning, Arian attended his first mandatory outer sect lecture. The lecture hall was an amphitheater, with steep wooden tiers looking down onto a central stage. The instructor, a thin, sharp-nosed man in deep green robes, stood before a blackboard covered in complex diagrams detailing the flow of spiritual energy. The essence of orthodox combat, the instructor proclaimed, his voice carrying clearly to the top rows, is conservation and flow. You must make your chi as light as the wind. You do not block a strike, you deflect it. You do not crush a stone, you find the fracture. To be heavy is to be slow. To be slow is to die. Arian sat in the back row, his meteoric slab resting heavily against his knee. He listened intently, trying to apply the logic to his own cultivation. But the more the instructor spoke, the more the beast in Arian's bloodline seemed to hum with disagreement. Make your chi as light as the wind, Arian pondered. If I try to make my chi light, I lose the kinetic force of the anvil. The iron becomes useless. Lyra told me not to listen to them. She was right. The orthodox path of lightness contradicts my very nature. Arion looked down at his own calloused hands. His foundation was built on density, gravity, and the crushing weight of the earth. He couldn't dance on the wind. He had to become the mountain the wind crashed against. He quietly stood up, ignoring the glaring eyes of the students around him, and walked out of the lecture hall halfway through the class. If the Academy's teachers couldn't guide him, he would let the Academy's environment forge him. Chapter 154, The Weeping Giant. According to a rudimentary map he had purchased for 2 credits in the Logistics Building, the Vanguard Academy possessed several natural training zones. Arion trekked to the northern sector of the grounds, leaving the pristine marble pathways behind and entering a dense, humid forest of towering bamboo. He heard the roar before he saw it. Breaking through the tree line, he found the Weeping Giant, a massive waterfall cascading off a sheer, 200-foot cliff face. The water didn't plunge into a peaceful pool, it crashed onto a bed of jagged, black rocks, sending up clouds of heavy, freezing mist. Because the water was naturally infused with the dense ambient chi of the Academy, a single gallon of it weighed 3 times more than normal water. Standing beneath the Weeping Giant was the equivalent of being repeatedly punched by a stage 6 cultivator. Arion unbuttoned his outer sect uniform jacket, folding it neatly and placing it on a dry rock. He gripped the meteoric slab with both hands. His breathing slowed. He stepped off the dry shore and waded into the churning, freezing water. He positioned himself directly beneath the heaviest part of the falls. Wham! The water slammed onto his shoulders like a falling boulder. Arion's knees instantly buckled, driving him down into the waist-deep water. The sheer, crushing pressure was suffocating. Chapter 155, The Hidden Forge. Arion gritted his teeth, his jaw locked tight. He didn't try to stand up straight immediately. He engaged the Shadow's anvil breathing technique, pulling the dense, ember stage 7 chi from his dantian and wrapping it around his bones. Slowly, agonizingly, he began to push back against the crushing weight of the waterfall. He raised the meteoric slab horizontally above his head, using the flat of the porous iron to catch the brunt of the heavy water. High above, standing perfectly balanced on the very edge of the cliff from which the water fell, Surya watched. He had abandoned his broom for an hour, drawn by the familiar, heavy resonance of his son's aura. He looked down at Arion trembling beneath the falls. He relies too much on his raw strength, Surya analyzed critically. He needs to learn how to channel the downward kinetic force into his roots, not just his shoulders. Surya knelt on the cliff's edge. He dipped his index finger into the rushing river just before it cascaded over the drop. He didn't freeze the water, nor did he stop it. He infused a microscopic, imperceptible thread of his liquid silver chi into the current. Down below, the waterfall subtly shifted. It didn't get heavier, but the rhythm of the water changed. Instead of a constant, chaotic crashing, the heavy water began to pulse in perfect, rhythmic waves, striking Arion's sword exactly on the exhale of his Shadow's anvil breathing cycle. Arion's eyes widened beneath the torrent. The chaotic pressure suddenly felt structured. The water was acting like a blacksmith's hammer, striking in time with his breathing, forcing him to channel the kinetic shockwave down through his spine, into his legs, and into the bedrock below. The old friend, Arion realized, an exhilarating grin breaking out across his face despite the agonizing strain. He widened his stance and fully embraced the rhythm of the Hidden Forge. Chapter 156, The Library of Dust. Later that afternoon, Surya returned to his groundskeeper duties. He traded his iron broom for a simple feather duster and a bucket of lemon-scented oil. His assignment was to clean the lower floors of the Grand Archive, a sprawling, circular tower filled with millions of scrolls, jade slips, and bound tomes. They Lower floors were accessible to outer sect disciples, containing basic history and geography. Surya moved slowly down the silent aisles, meticulously dusting the wooden shelves. "Excuse me, groundskeeper," a voice called out. A young, stressed-looking librarian adjusted his spectacles. "Make sure you oil the hinges on the eastern annex. The dampness is warping the wood." "Right away, young master," Surya rasped, offering a polite bow. He shuffled toward the eastern annex. The moment he was out of the librarian's sight, Surya's demeanor shifted. He didn't just look at the books, he cast his divine sense over them like a scanning beam. He bypassed the basic martial arts manuals. He was searching for lineage histories. His sense snagged on a dusty, leather-bound tome tucked behind a row of encyclopedias. The noble houses of the central continent. Surya continued dusting the shelf, his physical eyes unseeing, while his mind rapidly absorbed the text through his aura. He schemed past the Vance family, merely wealthy merchants who bought their way into martial power. He found the chapter on the Frost Nobles. The lineage of Absolute Zero, the text read. Originating from the northern glaciers, their bloodline is ancient, predating the Vanguard Academy. They do not merely manipulate ice, they possess the Frost Core, a genetic mutation that allows them to draw heat from their surroundings to fuel their chi. Surya paused his dusting. So Lyra's ice isn't just an elemental art. It's a bloodline, just like Arian's density. He filed the information away. He needed to understand the powers at play in this city if he was going to protect his son from the shadows. Chapter 157, The Tax Collector. While Surya was reading in the archives, Arian was returning to the outer sect dormitories. He was soaked to the bone, his uniform clinging to his exhausted, bruised muscles. But beneath the fatigue, his Stage 7 foundation felt incredibly solid, tempered by the rhythmic hammer of the waterfall. As he approached the entrance to Sector C, he found the pathway blocked. A large, broad-shouldered youth with a shaved head and a prominent scar across his nose was leaning against the stone archway. He was flanked by 3 other outer sect disciples. Arian recognized the type instantly. Every school, every district, had them. The gatekeepers. "Hold up, freshman," the scarred youth said, stepping directly into Arian's path. Arian stopped, his hand resting casually on the hilt of the meteoric slab on his shoulder. "Move." The scarred youth laughed, exchanging a look with his cronies. "Straight to the point. I like that. I'm Rokin. I've been in the outer sect for 4 years. I'm the one who makes sure the new blood doesn't get lost." Rokin held out a massive, calloused hand. "Orientation is over. Tomorrow is stipend day. The rules of Sector C are simple. You hand over 5 of your 10 low-grade spirit stones to the Vanguard Brotherhood as a protection fee. If you agree now, we won't have to break your legs tonight." Arian stared at Rokin's outstretched hand. He felt Rokin's aura. Peak Stage 7. The youth had likely been stuck at the threshold of Stage 8 for years, using his minor seniority to bully those with weaker foundations. "I don't need protection," Arian said flatly. "And I don't pay tolls." Chapter 158, The Unmovable Stone. Rokin's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, practiced cruelty. "You think because you beat a pampered inner-city kid like Kale that you're something special? We've survived in the outer sect for years. We fight for scraps." Rokin didn't draw a weapon. His fighting style was bare-handed. He channeled a sudden, violent burst of peak Stage 7 chi into his right arm. His muscles expanded, glowing with a dull, heavy red light. Shatter Rock Punch. It was an advanced Vanguard technique designed to bypass physical armor and directly strike the internal organs. Rokin launched the punch with terrifying speed, aiming directly for Arian's sternum. Arian didn't drop the meteoric slab. He didn't even uncross his left arm. He simply exhaled, engaging the shadow's anvil breathing. He planted his boots firmly onto the stone pathway and flexed his chest muscles, drawing the dense, golden energy of his bloodline directly to the point of impact. Thud. Rokin's glowing red fist struck Arian squarely in the chest. There was no shockwave. There was no dramatic explosion of chi. Rokin's eyes widened in sheer horror. Striking Arian didn't feel like hitting a human body. It felt like punching a solid mountain of meteoric iron. Crack! The sound of snapping bone echoed loudly in the archway. Rokin screamed, pulling his hand back. His wrist was completely shattered, the bones having buckled under the immense, unyielding density of Arian's chest. Arian stood perfectly still, not having moved a single inch. He looked at Rokin, who had fallen to his knees, clutching his ruined wrist. "I told you," Arian said softly, his amber eyes glowing with a terrifying, heavy light. "Move!" The three cronies scrambled out of the way, pressing their backs against the stone walls in absolute terror. Arian walked through the archway, leaving the boss of Sector C weeping on the ground. Chapter 159, The Stipend. The next morning, a long line formed outside the logistics pavilion. It was the first of the month stipend day. Arian stood in line, his posture relaxed. The incident with Rokin had spread through the outer sect dorms like wildfire. Nobody bumped into him. Nobody made eye contact. He had established his place at the top of the food chain without drawing his sword. When he reached the counter, the clerk handed him a small, coarse linen pouch. Arian opened it. Inside sat 10 perfectly smooth, dull grey stones, each the size of a marble. They emitted a faint, generic spiritual energy. He walked away from the pavilion, pulling one of the stones out. He closed his eyes and crushed the stone in his palm, absorbing its energy. The low-grade chi flowed into his meridians. The dense beast of his bloodline woke up, sniffed the energy, and lazily consumed it before going back to sleep. The addition to his overall chi reserves was so microscopic it was barely measurable. "It's useless," Arian realized with a heavy sigh. "My stage 7 foundation is too vast. I would need hundreds of these low-grade stones just to make a dent, let alone reach stage 8. He tied the pouch to his belt. He couldn't rely on the Academy's basic handouts. If he wanted to grow fast enough to face Lyra in the ranking tournament, he needed high-density resources. He needed Tier 2 cores, or rare herbs. There was only one place in the Academy to earn those quickly. Chapter 160, The Bounty Board. The mission hall was a massive, circular building filled with the constant hum of conversation. One entire wall was covered in a sprawling corkboard, pinned with hundreds of parchment bounties. Arian walked up to the board. The missions were color-coded. White meant safe, menial tasks like herb gathering. Green meant low-risk hunting. Red meant high-risk, usually requiring teams of inner sect disciples. He ignored the white and green tags. His eyes scanned the red section. Escort merchant caravan, too slow. Clear goblin nest, too many targets, low quality cores. Then, his eyes locked onto a bounty pinned near the very top of the board. The parchment was slightly scorched, indicating its danger level. Target, mutated ironhide bear, Tier 2 peak. Location, the Whispering Woods, Deep Sector. Warning, target possesses extreme physical density and earth attribute armor. 2 intersect teams have failed this hunt. Approach with extreme caution. Reward, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, and the right to keep the beast core. Arian's amber eyes gleamed. An earth attribute bear with extreme physical density. It was practically a mirror of his own fighting style. A heavy target for a heavy blade. He reached up and ripped the scorched parchment off the board. "Hey, freshman," a grizzled bounty clerk called out from a nearby desk, seeing the red paper in Arian's hand. "That's a Tier 2 peak. You go out there alone with that chunk of iron, you won't come back." Arian folded the parchment and slipped it into his jacket. He patted the massive hilt of the meteoric slab. "I'll be fine," Arian replied, a fierce smile touching his lips. "I need a heavier sparring partner anyway." Chapter 161, The Whispering Woods. The Whispering